Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics. And I just realized that I don't have my screen up. Oh, shit. There we go. There we go. All righty. Well, I had some technical difficulties trying to get the show started. So welcome to the show. Also, you guys get to watch me do my little adjustment here. As I said, dude, massive technical difficulties. Again, we're right back to it. Streamlabs is streamlabbing. You gotta, dude. If you guys ever consider doing this, please consider any other OBS. Because right now I am just, oof. What up, Dennis? Hi, Pep. I was watching you on Pepaganda. Yes. You are Dennis, right? We have multiple people that use like the whatever. I'm gonna just call it the Russian stuff. Yeah, but yeah, I think that's Dennis. Either way, yeah. Okay, so I'm back at it. We're good. I essentially got locked out. So that was really fucked up. Streamlabs is having a massive issue. I'm not sure if this is going to be a thing that just continues to happen or what's going on, but right, you're Dennis. That's what I thought, because I saw somebody in chat the other day that was not you, called them Dennis, and they're like, who's Dennis? So, yeah, that was a little bit awkward. But all right, well, we're going to start this show right. We're going to kind of just chill for a few minutes while we wait for the 420 on my local end here, and then we're going to get into some politics and some news and some stuff like that. Just so you guys know, probably going to be doing a little bit of a shorter show. What the fuck is up with this? You see that? You see this one hair? That's just like being the bane of my existence. Dude, seriously, like what the fuck, man? One of these days it's going to be like my last hair. It's just going to be the only one that I still have, and it's like doing this little curly thing. And man. Well, I had a nice little time off of, between Pepaganda and this show. Hope you guys enjoyed Pepaganda. If you did not watch Pepaganda and you do not know what I'm talking about, I am on this space. It is a working class collaborative, of smaller streamers. And I hate using that term, but we are. Like, let's be real. We're kind of smaller streamers, but it's fine. It's fine. Not just streamers, just a bunch of smaller creators that we all have the same goals. We would like to all do this, politic talking kind of stuff, but it's a really, really cool group of people. And I gotta say, man, like I enjoy doing it. Honestly, it's kind of like a side project because I don't tie it to this channel, and I think I'm one of the few that doesn't. And I chose to do that because I think it's important to have exclusive content over there. I know that I'm one of the guys that's able to afford to do that because, I don't know, according to some of the other people that work on this space, they could not do what I do as far as just doing marathon streams, which I don't know what to say. It's kind of like yesterday. I did an extra hour just because we were having fun and watching stuff. So I kind of said, I'm like, yeah, I don't mind, helping out, doing some extra time and just hanging out, trying to get the word out there and get people some eyes on the stream. And also, I mean, it does kind of help me like promote my stuff, but I hope you guys understand it's a different show. Obviously same type of feel, but it is overall a different show. I tried to format it a little bit differently. Also, I would say it's more of the family-friendly version of my show, where I do not use the problematic slurs and things like that. Where I get it, some people just don't like when I do that, and I'm fine with it. I'm working to be a better person, but I'm also just gonna admit that I'm not perfect, and yeah, it just happens. What up, Natch? Good to see you, dude. Hello, horizontal. Yes. Okay, so also that was kind of the problem. I couldn't get either of those to work today, so I was just like, okay. You don't listen to reason, though. Oh, how's that? I believe this is your first time in my chat. Here, let's see. Oh, no, this is not your first time in my chat. Okay, never mind. I just don't recognize your name. Well, you might actually, you know, I'll take your opinion, whatever. May not agree with it, but sure. We love you, Pep, and we really value you, brother. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You know, it was very flattering when somebody called me their favorite streamer. That hit me. That was kind of one of those moments where it was just like, oh, but guess what? It's time to celebrate. Because it's a certain time. It may seem like an excuse, but it's not. It's just fun and community building. That is what I am all about. You are my favorite. Oh, shit. See, like that's... Damn. Oh, man, I'm like literally... I just caught myself on cam. Oh, damn, I am blushing. Thank you for that. Wow. Yeah, that's just crazy to me, man. I really do appreciate the kind words, though. At least you don't block me for stating what I believe. Nope. No, a lot do. Well, listen, a lot of people want to cultivate their communities, right? And that's, trust me, I feel like I've done that. I had the benefit of not necessarily having a lot of like people coming into my stream that were not in agreement with my politics. So, I mean, it was very few and far between. Then I started doing vertical streaming, and then, yeah, took me to a new side of the algorithm, which is good. I mean, it's helping me grow, and it's also bringing people who I would not necessarily run across on my normal stream, which I think is good, though. Like, if anything, I hate to say this, man, but I like the way that the shorts content does kind of break you from that. It breaks you from your bubble. I think that's important. Like, I really do. Like, I already watch a lot of shit that I do not agree with, just based in what I do here. And that's why I do get a little, like, upset when people are just like, oh, you're in a bubble. Oh, you don't get out of your bubble. You only watch CNN. You're a shitlib. You only watch a bunch of stuff you agree with. No, that is not the case. I have to watch a lot of Fox News to, like, do what I do here. Do I always bring it to the show? Not necessarily. Because I also got to say this. Sometimes I don't want to platform just the blatant bullshit that comes from Fox News. That's why I kind of let you guys in on some inside baseball as far as how this is done, where a lot of times, like, you would think like a political streamer, kind of like Pondering Politics or one of those channels, that they like sit in front, like they sit and watch Fox News just all the time. That is not what happens. Yeah, there's like this aggregator where it's called Decoding Fox News, where you could just follow it on Twitter. Yeah, gives you some clippage, and it's nice. Like, you don't have to go and do all of, like, you don't have to watch a bunch of Fox News, is pretty much the long and short of that. I'm also pretty sure only boomers watch network news. I mean, yeah. God. You know, yeah, I can agree with that, but the only time I see network news anymore is when I'm in medical offices, which is weird. I have to say. Like, when my wife was getting her last cancer treatment, they had CBS News on, and, like, every other ad was a political ad. Dude, I have to say, maybe don't have a news station on in a cancer ward. Life already sucks enough. You know, it's already beaten these people down enough. Why do we have to have this where all of, and of course, there's always these, it's always these shithead 70-something-year-old fucking white-haired, like they all have the same fucking short haircut, because it's less to maintain. So they all have the same fucking Karen haircut, same fucking glasses, they all wear, like they all shop at the same fucking place, and god damn it, man, they can just never, ever keep it to their fucking selves. Like, god damn it, dude. Like, that's my biggest gripe, is like, just keep your fucking mouth shut there, Cheryl. Fuck. Agnes, you and Agnes ruining it for all of us. But, yeah, the radiation office that my wife goes to, we watch Price is Right. See, now, like, this happened yesterday. There was a guy reading Retribution, which, if you guys don't know, that's the Trump book where it's literally got his picture, like, yeah! After getting shot, which was totally not a, you know, not only was it not totally a false flag, it was definitely not, you know, a staged photo as well. Like, holy shit, did you guys see the, like, new video that came out and they're lowering the flag as he's going, fate, fate, fate. It's like, this is, like, Jesus Christ. If this was a Democrat, Alex Jones would have lost his fucking mind over it, but, yep. He's gonna deal with it, but... Yeah, I was watching, this guy was reading his book, his Retribution book, and then he, I so badly wanted to, like, make a comment, and I did, like, I had a moment where I kind of forgot, like, where I was. I was like, ooh, I should not do that. Uh-oh, someone's at my door. Shit, give me 1 second. All right. This actually is work related. Hey, look at that. So yeah, got myself a little lapel mic for when I go to the protests. Yeah, sorry. Had some porch pirates lately, so do not want anything like that. Anyway. Yeah, so this guy, obvious Trumper, we had a moment where we were sitting there, like, playing The Price is Right. Like, and that was kind of nice, where I was just like, oh, man, you see, even though I know I hate you, which, that's not fair, I'm trying to be funny. You were try, but I'm sure Trump's ear just healed like Wolverine. Yeah, you know how cartilage totally comes back. You know what I'm going to start doing? I'm going to start buying Black Rifle coffee and putting it in this mug. So all of a sudden people can just be, like, really confused about my politics when I'm just, like, drinking my Black Rifle coffee out of my woke mug because I'm apolitical. No, it's actually McDonald's coffee. I hate to say that, but yes, the McDonald's coffee is actually really good. It's gone through plenty of the different brands. It's very, very good. Anyway. My broader point is we need to break away from the bubbles. We need to, I don't know, man. Like, this guy, I at least appreciate that you appreciate that I do not just boat you, even though you think I'm a moron. Whatever. Just fishing for liberal tears, not a Trumper, just tired of nasty people trying to confuse kids. Oh, yeah. Not a Trumper, but just a dick. Cool. All right. You're focused on some weird shit there, John. You know, it's like a 0.5 thing. Like, dude, seriously, focus on something else. And then maybe, I don't know, like, nobody cares. Like, nobody cares about your weird fucking obsession with trans people. I have to be honest. Like, and the fact that you, like, disingenuously frame it where it's like they're somehow they're grooming children when just the facts there have been more people that were arrested during January 6th that have been rearrested for diddling kids. So, John, I don't know, man. I think that you just you might have to chill on that. You have a child in school? Well, oh, God forbid that, they actually also learn the existence of trans people, because you're I don't understand these people that are just it's inherently sexual to teach kids about gays or trans people. I think that that's also where this kind of lies, right? You as a parent don't want to explain this, even though if you don't, then you're doing your kid a very bad disservice, where it's then they're just going to be behind, because they don't. All of their friends will just be like, yeah, this is just what it is, I mean, statistically, it's more likely that one of the kids in your kid's school has two mommies or daddies. But keep them away from Maga. Fuck yeah. But this guy says he's not Maga. He's just conservative. Yeah, they manufactured COVID to attack Trump. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. John. Yeah, I don't know, man. You care about dumb shit. You really do. When, in the grand scheme of things, these are you literally have a con artist who's trying to also, protect himself and his rich billionaire cronies from getting rightfully chastised for being, pedos. Nah. You want to focus on just, trans. Fuck off. Seriously, man. And then on top of it, you have, the gas prices soaring, and then you got Trump out here just being like, the war's almost over. We're making deals. Uh-huh. Go ahead and exist. I don't care. I don't have I think a second grader should be talked about that stuff. Leave it to the parents. Who in your child's school is doing that? Because you could bring that up. Because that is technically within the parameters of oh yeah, that breaks rules and possibly laws. I think that you're full of shit. I think that, honestly, dude, this didn't happen, obviously, because then you'd have your kid in fucking homeschool. You're an asshole. No, you're just an asshole. God damn it, John. Just teach your goddamn kids. Put your kids in homeschool, but you also know that you're dumb as fuck, that you probably shouldn't be parenting, shouldn't be teaching your kids. But, hey, man, if you think the teachers are that bad, homeschool your fucking kids. Make them weird. Honestly, man, you're only doing your kids a disservice by doing this shit. You're the freak in this. You understand that? Your kids are going to reach this point where you're not their hero anymore. Trust me, it happens right around 9 or 10. It's actually speeding up a lot. Kids are getting smarter. I have to say that much, because, man, the amount of kids I have seen figure it out right around 9 or 10 that their parents are shitheads. I love it. And I love seeing all of these parents do the same shit where it's just hey, yeah, the first 7 years were great, and then all of a sudden, things start happening, and then guys like you, it's the teachers. The teachers, they're ruining my children. They're teaching my children to hate me. Instead of just recognizing that you're an asshole. Fucking A, dude. Sometimes, man, you're just an embarrassing fucking dad. That's how it is, and that's what I think you're dealing with here. Because, again, I think that you made up this problem. I don't think it's a thing. I don't think that there are teachers doing that. I think that the teachers that have... Okay, I'll revise that. There have been teachers doing that. But this isn't a general consensus on the left even. Most people on the left would say that teacher's out of line. And if they don't, they're fucking crazy too, honestly. That's where it's you can understand that when you... Because you say you're not a Trumper, but you don't like it when you get lumped in, right? Because obviously you wouldn't say otherwise. Then you would just let people make that mistake. But yeah, Pep's being nice. I am, actually. My son is in homeschool now. I'm working on it. It ain't easy. They don't let you homeschool of your town has more than 3% homeschool. I have to fight them to get them in homeschool. Again, the fact is you don't understand what you're doing to your kids. You don't understand that you're about to cause so many more problems, like in their social development. Every homeschool kid that I've ever known is not right. And the thing is, they like, I know this from one of my friends, okay? So he was homeschooled, and then he jumped on this thing where he self-diagnosed himself with autism instead of just recognizing that, no, you're just a weird dude. And it's like your social proclivities, and it's like he has a lack of social awareness because he never got put in situations where he had to be socially aware. And it's because his mom fucking shielded him from that shit. And now he's just a fucking 30-something-year-old, lonely, profoundly weird dude who's always on the brink. I'm telling you, man. So, keep going, man. Like, I don't think you understand that your fears are about to create so many more problems for your kids. And also, like I said, your kids are going to end up hating you. That's one thing that's going to end up happening, because I can already tell that it's like, oh, because like they're in school. So they're going to be taken away from their friends. They already have like the social parameters like in their head. Yeah. Good luck with that one, John. Seriously. Oh, you don't have kids. Yeah, it's actually why I know about this, because I'm not disillusioned. I think that parents have this really bad habit, or I'm not sure if it's the same biological thing that happens where it's like the brain chemistry change that happens when you have them also makes you forget just like basic shit about like life and when you were a kid and just in general, like seeing things outside of being a parent. But yeah. Now we know why autism is on the rise, more homeschooling. Honestly, I would not be fucking surprised to see if there was a correlation there where, like, they start testing a bunch of people who are homeschooled, and it's just like, oh. Test the parents, though. It's always the parents, man. John's afraid of something that he doesn't understand. And because of that fear, he's making profound life decisions for his kids, because there might be a theoretical teacher in the future who teaches his kids something that he does not want them knowing. Because, John, I think that you're an idiot. I think that people like you are idiots. Like I can't stand people like you. I really can't. Like, because, again, you're up your own ass thinking that you're some fucking, mythical parent, too. Like, you figured it all out. No, dude. I'm just going to tell you right now. In about 10 years, you're going to... you might even look back to this. I'm not sure if you will. Likely just forget about me, but... yeah, you're going to look back at it and just go, oh, shit. I probably shouldn't have done that, but... whatever. Oh, I'm not. Yeah, okay. I think they're just conservatives. That conservatives just lack the ability to have empathy even for their own kids. Not being rude to you. Why are you so angry with me? Wait. I'm not angry. I guess I'm angry. God damn it. What's up, Teddy? Every fucking day? Really? Okay, man. Like I said, conservative ideology requires you to beat out empathy. And that's why it's like so stupid. But they also, they do understand like that they're wrong, just in general. But what is going on here? Why is my fucking chat not working? Hold on, guys. This is Pep being nice. I mean, I am being nice for the most part. Every one of my children are in every spot. I coach them every day. I spend a lot of time with them. I understand I'm not perfect. I understand the public school is good for kids. Then why are you... then you're letting one thing you're scared of fucking dictate what you're fucking... like, you're whether or not you take your kids out of school. Okay. Dude, just go date a trans girl, like, already. Like, just try it. We know what's up with you, bro. And I I'm calling it like I see it. Anybody that like thinks this much about this shit, they got something they got something in here that's like, oh, I got feelings. It's unreconciled feelings. And the thing is, you take it like you instead of like going a little deeper and trying to figure out why you might have those feelings, you just get mad. And then you just are like, you know what? This can't be a thing. Fuck this. I don't even want my kids knowing about it. It's not easy being a parent. Yeah, I know it's not. I know it's not, but you're also not special. You do understand that, like, there's millions and millions of you, right? Like, this idea that just because your kids call you dad doesn't mean that you're, like, the only dad or the only person that's ever experienced this shit. I hate that shit with parents, too, where they're just like, oh, my God, I'm so special. My kids are so special. They're not. I'm sorry. They really aren't. Like, Pep, you should name a kid Donald. I mean, I'm not having kids, so not necessarily for me. No, I really don't want them. Me and my wife made that decision, and so far, so good. You know, I like being an uncle. This whole like, oh, you're gonna be lonely when you're old. You're gonna die alone. It's like, yeah, so are you. Funniest part is you're gonna die alone, lamenting why your kids don't visit you in the nursing home. It's like, wait a minute, I'm gonna be partying. I'm literally gonna just be the guy where it's just like, hey, it's that Pep guy. It's like, hey, you ready for some canasta? Let's go. Fucking just dancing down the hallway. Hey, what's up, Mary? That's why I'm on your channel. I want to open my views. I'm not trying to be a dick, and they are special to me. Well, without trying to be a dick, you actually kind of prove that you're one of the worst kinds. Like, I'm sorry, man. You don't understand how just, like, your bias in this one, and, like, the way you also framed it, too, to be completely fair. You framed it like, well, I can't have my kids knowing about trans people. Unless I'm missing something there. Because, for real, am I missing, like, just to simplify this, you're afraid that your kid, second grade, right? That your second grader is going to go into third grade. Because I'm assuming you're not just going to pull them out of school because you're afraid that the second grade teacher might say something. So, are you afraid that the third grade teacher is somehow going to be like some radical leftist? And they're going to teach your kids about, like, well, you know what? Technically, you don't have to call yourself a gender. Like, dude. Oh, man. Trump lives rent-free in this guy's head. There's a lot of space in there. Yep. Every time that he steps in, he does the, hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody out there? He just starts fucking Trump Pink Floyd. Oh, man. That might need to be a bit later. Hey, Keith. Keith Knott. How you doing, brother? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you saying hi. Also, just in general. Pep, what's your favorite song and band? Revolution. My favorite song by them is Courage to Grow. I don't know. Like, just favorite song? That's a hard one, man. That really is. But if I had to choose. Gonna be. You know what? Hold on. Literally, as I look at my Spotify, there's Revolution. Stir It Up. Or Stir It Up. By Bob Marley. I'd say that's my favorite. Anyway, I have a great relationship with my children. I know you've said that almost exactly to a T. Like I'm pretty sure that's almost like a carbon copy of one of your comments. Reading your wife has cancer, my sympathies. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. Also, Teddy, you did ask how she's doing. She's doing well. She had her treatment today. We found out that apparently you can't have your bladder be too flat. So, yeah, it was one of those things. Oh yeah, for your sister, the Ding Dong song. Oh, you touch my tra-la-la. My ding ding dong. You want to... Oh my god, I wish that wasn't copywritten so I could play that as her intro to when I bring her on the show. Maybe I could do that, like at least the, oh, you touch my tra-la-la. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, my sister, she has a, like, really weird sense of humor in general. But, yeah, we discovered that song. And we were like, what the fuck is this? Thanks for saying how it is. I needed that. I appreciate that, man. I mean, if you're being... Sorry if I said it in a dick way. All right. No, you did. You totally did, man. You did it like... I mean, it was not just borderline. It was, like, transphobic. Which, yeah, you gotta be careful of that shit, man. Because honestly, if you don't want to be, like, called out like that, then yeah. There are better ways to frame it. And there are also, like, legitimate concerns about, like, you know, when you're a parent like that. And I kind of understand some of it, but I don't know, man. I grew up in a house where, like, my mom, like, to her credit, she didn't hide any of that shit, like, from us. Like, even though my mom was very conservative, she was, you know, hardcore Christian, sent me to a Christian academy. So, yeah, man, like, it was... But somehow, some way, never once did I think, oh, these gay people can't be saved. They're not God's children, blah, blah. Like, no. Like, my mom, she just told me, yeah, sometimes, you know, men can love men, and then and of course, then you're just like, can they have babies? And then it's just like, no. And it's not like, again, are you explaining the ins and outs of how babies are made to your curious, you know, like 7-year-old? Because then I'd have a problem with, like, probably have a problem with that. Just as an outside source, I'd be like, well, that's kind of fucked up, but you're the parent. I mean, then again, I don't know. Because, like, I talked to my one buddy about this, and he gave his daughters the, like, birds and the bees talk, like, before they were, like, 12. I mean, both, actually, yeah, I just realized, like, neither of them are 12 right now. She's 11, and the other one's 9. But they got, like, curious, and he just, yeah, he said that he explained it in a way, but also he's like, yeah, because the more they know, then they're not gonna, like, they're not coming home pregnant. He's like, I at least made sure that that's not gonna fucking happen, and if they do, he's like, and if they do, obviously, I'm gonna be fucking upset. But he says, he's like, the thing is, I'm not gonna sit there wondering, like, oh, how did you not know better? It's like, no, like, at least I gave him, like, the lessons, you know. But did you see we are facing $1 billion in taxpayer money to not put up a wind farm? Wait, what? To not put up a wind farm, we are paying $1 billion. How does that work, Sylvie? No, I did not see that. You grew up with Aunt Jack? Yeah, exactly. I'm being genuine. It helped when you get another perspective, and it really did help. John, I appreciate that. Welcome to the show, man. I know that you've been here before. I'm not sure if you're already subbed, but if you're not, a little reminder to everybody, if you guys are enjoying the show here, please consider subbing to the channel. Cademan, Pep, do you like fighting sports like Muay Thai and MMA? I just realized that you said that a minute ago. No. I used to. Matt Serra was one of my favorite fighters, and then, actually, no. Sorry. Matt Serra was one of my favorite fighters. But, Matt Hughes. Then I saw an interview with him. It was like, I think maybe 5 or 6 years after he retired. And he could barely speak. from head trauma. And Dana White don't want you knowing that shit. He goes out of his way to make sure that shit is just fucking buried. No, I'm not a big fan of watching people take permanent head trauma and just roast their brains. I mean, look at that. Look at Daniel Cormier. Look at fucking Jake Shields. Jake Shields is a perfect example. Fucking Eddie Bravo. Eddie Bravo. Like, I remember listening to old Joe Rogan and just being like, this is the concussions. Like, yes, you could be a conspiracy theorist, but, you know, as somebody who has taken his fair share of head injuries, but I've also had my fair share of MRIs to make sure that there was no permanent damage done. Do you like rugby? I've watched rugby. I don't understand it. I'll admit it. So I call it the wacky handball. Then rugby is not for you. Listen, I watch football. I watch hockey. I watch contact sports. But the problem is, when you're watching fighting, that's the whole game of it. Like, this is why when they took fighting out of professional hockey, I was actually kind of happy about that. Because no longer do you have the fucking risk that's like, you know, permanent head... Again, I've watched one of my favorite hockey players, like, just deteriorate. Bob Probert, like, dude, if you guys ever watched, like, a Bob Probert interview, ooh, it's rough. But yeah, like... just getting completely rocked. Yeah, that dude is wacky. Head injuries are no joke. No, they're not. The thing is, they can change your brain chemistry entirely. I mean, look at fucking Fetterman. I know his was stroke related, but seriously, like, his brain chemistry is just completely changed. I'll put the link in Discord, but be careful. It's from Fake News Network. Oh, okay. All right. Kids aren't... Wait. Rebecca? I forgot to say hello. Welcome in, Rebecca. Good to see you. Good morning. I just realized I'm your morning show. That's fucking awesome. That's what I wanted to do. Like, I wanted to be the morning man, like, forever. Also why I like being the first person to get Pepaganda. To get this space off the... Oh my god, I can't talk. I am happy to get this space up and running with Pepaganda. Oh, God. Speaking of strokes, holy shit. Yeah, here are my past. LOL. Oh, hey, I'm happy that you know, you get ready with pep talks, or you're getting ready with high on politics. It doesn't roll off the same. Wait, okay, so Trump administration will pay French company $1 billion in taxpayer money in exchange for the company's abandoning plans to build offshore wind farms. It's just so obvious that, dude, this is the oil lobby. We are owned. Dude, all of our countries are being fucked by the oil and the fucking Israeli lobbies. Holy fuck. How are we just all letting this happen? The entire planet. We are so dumb. We are so dumb. We deserve it. I'm sorry. We really do. Ugh. Having a good one. Yeah, Ghost Dog, as you can see, if you just joined us. I am having a little bit of a fucking freak out here, because that's insane. Again, this waste, fraud, and abuse. I never want to hear another fucking word about it. I don't. They don't care. They don't give a shit. Haha, yep, I get hot. Nice. Hell yeah, that's the way that you should. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of surprised at the people that don't. Where I'm like, wait, you listen to this show Soaps? Okay. I call it Soapy, but having a good one. Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, Ghost Dog, also, welcome. I'm having a good day, honestly. Man, Probert was the best. He was a fucking beast to watch, dude. I was lucky that I got to watch him play and fight. I got to see one of the legendary ones at Chicago Stadium. That was one of the first, like, major hockey fights that I saw. Oh my god. He destroyed this guy. I think that it was Bertuzzi. I think about it. Yeah, I think it was Bertuzzi. God damn. Yeah. Now those were something else. I also got to enjoy John Scott when he was on the Blackhawks, dude. he used to go. That was his whole thing. He was like a damn near 7-foot hockey player, and that was his whole mission. And then he got memed into being in the All-Star game, and then he also got memed into being the captain of the All-Star team. God, he was like a mid fucking player. Yeah, couldn't skate for shit. Yeah, he couldn't skate for shit. But hey. Well, I mean, most of most of your enforcers didn't need to really know how to skate. I mean, Goon's a good movie for that, I have to say, because I think that one's actually based on a true story. Except for his stupid friend, Halifax, blah, blah, Halifax. Fucking what the fuck? I saw you for a bit on this space earlier. Feels weird chatting there. Oh, so I didn't say anything. Why does it feel weird? I mean, man. Yeah, I hope Soul Life joins us, because I just gotta say, if any of y'all see Soul Life in chats, try and invite them to the show and let them know that they are welcome back to this space. That it won't be a problem. Although I should probably talk to somebody about, well, there's one person I need to kind of run that by. But for the most part, after I learned about it, I'm like, nah. And at very least, I want them to know they have a space here. Because, yeah, there's some drama as far as just some stuff in the chat. And I found out who it was with, and immediately I was just like, oh. Oh, okay. Kind of, yeah. Makes sense. Had some of the same issues. But, yeah. I hate when we have, like, chat drama. We really, now that I think about it, I haven't had a lot of that. You know? I've been lucky on that end. Gotta say. Alright, man. I didn't even really get to take a look at this. So this is cool. I did get the lapel mic, and it's one of the better ones. I wanted to make sure that I didn't just waste money on, shitty quality mic. I saw one that had like a universal adapter. I was like, oh, $20, hell yeah. But then I thought about it, I'm like, a $20 mic? I'm a little sussed out by that, but yeah. Grandma got run over by a John Scott. Yeah, Grandma got run over by a John Scott. No, that's the funniest part. So yeah, the Blackhawks did this Blackhawks Christmas album. It was really funny. Oh shit, Rebecca, thank you so much for the kind $50 donation. Well, $50 Australian donation.
27.50 Australian dollars towards your wife's fund.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. I really appreciate that. Here, I'll make sure to add that when I can. Oh crap, I just realized this. Hold on. Oh man. So, yeah, I was having issues with Streamlabs. Oh shit, it's still having issues. Oh my god, dude. Okay. I'm not even gonna try $50 dollary dues. Damn it. Dude, I couldn't even slip the Australian accent there. Oi, she gave me some $50 dues. I'll say, this Sheila over here, she gets it. I hate being a lame American. That's just like, hey, look, I can do almost an Australian accent. Listen. Rebecca, at least I am not as disrespectful with that accent as I am with my British accent. My British accent is just downright disrespectful, okay? I literally, oi, I'm from England, yeah. Oi, you come here, give me some tea, you did? Like, now that is disrespectful. Oi, can you see me bloomers? Me knickers be in a twist. There's a bunch of mods now because this space was supposed to go vertical at some point. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I know that we have the ability to. We really should. I think part of the problem, though, is I think they are worried that they're going to see an influx in exposure that they didn't necessarily want. But that's part of being in politics. You got to be able to have conversations and have a little bit, like, you got to be able to handle trolling. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but, Sylvie, I actually brought this down because I wanted to show you. Okay, so I got this. Is this good? Did I do good? Yeah? I got it on a, pretty, super sale. I got this for under $60, so. Let's play Price is Right. How much do you think I actually spent on it? Business expense, by the way. Or, expense, for the channel. Because, taxes. Dude, that's one thing they don't tell you about when you become a streamer. And I'm going to just say it. You have, I think you have, I'm going to end up with, 4 1099s. It's insane. DJI does pretty good. The software correction behind it is going to be stellar. I know that for sure. Oh, cool. All right. Well, then, I'm happy. Like I said, got this so I could cover the protests this weekend. I'm going to be covering 3 protests in the suburbs of Chicago. We have a huge one that I don't know, man. I'm going to be, number one, fighting for signal, because not sure if you know this, but the more people that you have on a network, the harder sometimes it is to get a clear signal. So when you're putting damn near 1 million, actually, I think it's estimated to be over 1 million people coming to these protests in Chicago, which, God, I hope not. God, I hope not. That's just going to be I'm not going to be able to get home. But yeah, it's really hard to get service there. And also, I just feel like there's already so many streams of that it would be better just to go to some of the smaller protests and kind of film those and see some of the, get some interviews with people. I'm going to try and get some interviews with people. I haven't done that much. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Please stay safe. Thank you, Rebecca. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. There was a part of me that kind of got a little worried because thinking about what's going on in the world and just yeah. Although I did, I'm thinking about making a new sign where it's wanna roll coal? That'll be $200. Now, how much do you think it actually costs to roll coal? Also, break emissions, but that's always fun. That last sip of coffee, once it's a little too cold, you're just all right, let's get through this. I'm just gonna leave it there. Ugh, gross. All right, we almost do it. Oh, you know what? We'll be getting to the hour here in a moment. Once we do that, costs a lot nowadays. In reference to. My brain already moved on from whatever the fuck I was talking about. I think that's why I can just keep going. It's just I'm not stuck on just whatever the last subject we were talking about was. Wait, say the name, Jennifer Lopez. Yeah, Jennifer Lopez. Taco flavor kisses for my bed. God damn, that is one of the funniest fucking episodes. Anyway. Oh, shit, here. All right. I think I finally figured this out. Yes, I did. Okay. Somebody tried to rolling call. Right. Sorry. It costs a lot nowadays. Yeah, sorry. Rolling call. The stream title is the same as... Oh, God damn it. Is it? Of course it is. No wonder I'm having fucking issues here. Okay, give me 1 second. Oh my God, it did it again. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube has been doing this. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now, can I do this one? No. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. This title's being... There we go. All right. Just repeat everything you said yesterday. Easy. I'll just play it. Yeah, there we go. I'll just play the episode from yesterday. Just be like, hey, there we go. There we go. What's my mail after... Wait. After commits fraud. What? Wait. What's my mail commits fraud? Question mark. Okay, there we go. I love that space picture on your wall. It's beautiful. Oh, thank you. That's actually not a picture. That's a screen. If you have a Roku, actually, it's on the backdrops. Yeah. Kind of figured, why not? I had a TV in here from... so, full disclosure, this wasn't always like my studio for streaming. This was also a studio for painting, where I painted a lot of my miniatures for Warhammer and such. And yeah. I can actually say, like, I used to watch a lot of video essay content. So that's why I have that. Anyway, sweet, very sweet. Hell yeah. Many states have laws against it. There was a case in Illinois about rolling. Yes. Actually, that case was at one of the, it covered one of the protests I was at. They used my footage to help prosecute that douchebag. Because he did it to me while I was walking, and I was trying to interview that Polish guy. If you guys remember, there was this Polish Maga kid that he kept saying, he's just like, why do they keep telling me to, go back to Poland, blah, blah, blah. And it was just like, well, I mean, he's just like, my parents came here fair square. It's like, I don't understand. Like, okay. I will never get the whole slamming the door behind you kind of thing. But, yeah, I just think that comes with being a bad person. That comes with being like a narcissistic person where it's just like, no, can't have that. Like, think of every horror movie you've ever watched. Oh, a good one, Alien. Like the Alien, oh wait. It was Alien Earth, but I just realized I might be spoiling something. So, no, I'm not. What am I talking about? You know the alien's gonna show up. Okay. So, when the alien shows up, there's this moment where, one of the company, like, robots, or he's actually a cyborg, so he's technically still human. He slams the door shut, knowing damn well this girl's gonna die. Yeah, it's just like that. Happy little Warhammers. The I got mine attitude. Exactly. I got mine Now they can't get theirs because yeah, if they want theirs, if they want it, then they're gonna take mine. Yeah, it's such a shitty way of thinking. Oh hell yes, which army? Oh, oh my god, I have Necron. So I have two right now. I got Necrons and Blue Boys, Ultramarines. I don't know why I couldn't think of Ultramarines. Yeah, decided to go kind of classic. And then Orcs. I like to play Orcs when we're playing Kill Team. I like Kill Team a little bit better, though. Let's just say it. Kill Team, easier to set up, easier to play, and it doesn't take 8 hours. Which, 3 to 4 hours of it is just setting up. Alien not showing up would be a good twist. No, it wouldn't. It'd be hilarious. Like, there's the I'd be so mad. I'd be like, what the fuck kind of alien movie is this? But then also just like, if you were trolling us, masterful. Wow. Imagine Toy Story with grown-up Andy moving back into his house and living his best life as a 40K Andy. Oh my god, that would actually be a fun short to see. Yeah, where like all the Warhammer figures like come to life, but like Buzz and Woody, like he buys Buzz and Woody at like an antique store, and he's just like, I used to love these, I used to have these. Like, that's what I want to see. That I do want to see that like version. Like, actually, that would not be a bad idea. I mean, that was the logical way to go with it, to be honest. Just have him get older, or like, I don't know, because this progression does make sense with Bonnie, but the thing is, like, Bonnie's not aging, so yeah, we're not gonna get that unless they just like do a twist where all of a sudden it's like 20 years later. I did not follow your site because we spoke, yet here we sit. Don't have to agree, but wishes to you and yours. Carl, appreciate that. Also, yeah, I mean, you didn't follow my site. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you telling me the truth, at least. I mean, hey, if you don't enjoy it, you don't enjoy it. I get it, man. I'm not everybody's bag. Just making other small soldiers. Oh, hell yeah. Did you guys read that, like, the creators of Small Soldiers were like, yeah, they made it back to Gorgon. Things suck so much. We need to give people hope. So yes, they made it back to Gorgon. It's like, yes! The Gorgonites won. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch Small Soldiers. It's a good movie. It is. It's actually pretty decent. Emperor Zurg was already a thing. Add some Terrans and some Protoss, and baby, you've got a franchise revival going. Oh, dude. Yeah, Zurg just breaks out of the shell, just rah! And then it's fucking Zurg from Warhammer. Not bad. Oh, fuck the StarCraft. Sorry, Blizzard brain. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? No. I just did the same thing. No, yeah, the Zerg are... Yeah. God damn it, dude. StarCraft. I will never forget the moment. Like, when they opened the servers to South Korea. Dude. I used to play StarCraft 2 in an internet cafe, so that tells you exactly how old I am. But internet cafes are something that I honestly like. It's like the esports cafes. Like, they should be a thing, because I don't know. There's something to say. Like, there's something with gaming where, like, if you have your friends like all over, and like the other thing that we like to do was we would stack in between rows. So like if we were playing Counter-Strike, you would just hear, "You son of a bitch!" like from all the way across the fucking room, and you're just like, good times. But yeah, they opened up the StarCraft servers, and oh my god, all of us just got wrecked. And like, we were pretty good at it, but not anymore. Flashbacks of getting smoked at Counter-Strike. Oh yeah, before CS:GO was a thing. God damn. The good old days. LAN parties. Oh man, we really, like, if you grew up in the 90s, early 2000s, you really did grow up in one of the best eras. As far as just like not being oversaturated, not being overmarketed to, despite the fact that we thought we were being overmarketed to at that point. God, if we only knew. I miss Counter-Strike LAN parties. I think I told the story that my dad at his work, he had a DSL line. So my friends, when they found that out, they were just like, bro, would he have a problem if we like brought our computers over and just played some Quake? I was like, I don't think so. He did. He was pretty mad about it, but hey, we had one of the more fun nights, you know, but I did get in trouble for that one because he was just like, you can't just do that, right? I'm like, why? He's like, you should have asked me, number one, but oh, damn, I used to play Duke Nukem LAN parties. Our school was really, really good with that. Yeah. Are cool with that. Yeah, see, my school was not. My school, yeah, we loaded up Doom. Oh, no, it wasn't Doom. It was Wolfenstein 3D. It was, this probably didn't help. So I think that we were like in 5th or 6th grade. But there wasn't like a computer lab in our elementary school. Like certain classes had it, right? So we found out that the 1st grade class got one of the newer computers, and my buddy Sean, he just immediately was like, dude, I know. He's like, I'm gonna bring Wolfenstein and I'm gonna just load it on there and we'll just use that. I was like, oh, okay. His plan was we would tell our parents that like, hey, we need to stay late for like a school thing, and then we would literally stay late waiting for everybody to leave and just play Wolfenstein in the in the 1st grade classroom. But the thing is that we didn't really count on was like, you know, her locking the door. So we're just like, oh, damn. And then we got ballsy one time where we knew exactly when she was going to be doing like chapel. Like every once in a while, like the teachers would rotate on, you know, chapel was essentially like church, but less churchy. It was more formal and like, yeah, like our teachers would get testimonies and all that shit. It was really weird. But yeah, that was like one time that we got down there, we were having a great time, and then we got busted. Got in big old trouble for that. And yeah, we were also the reason that they started locking down school computers. So we plagued our school system with e-sheep. Nice. See? This is what I love about like the early 2000s and like late 90s stories, where it's just like, yeah, we had rudimentary computers, but god damn, it was fun. Remember AOL? I remember AOL. You got mail. Oh man, Aztec was a cool map. Nice. For Counter-Strike. All right, let's see. All right, let's get to some news, guys. Just realized what time it was. You guys ready for it? I'm ready for it. I guess I'm ready for it. Who the fuck's my dog? Actually, I'm not ready for it. Hold on. Let me go get Stan. Stan! Okay. No, it's okay. No. Never mind. I guess he's upstairs. You put it in right, only drive to, so they couldn't get rid of it until they reset the whole system in the summer. Oh shit. Microman on Packard. Oh, Microman! Oh my god, I forgot about that. Dude, yeah, they had that paper. I think it was that Paperboy and Frogger, right? Yeah, that's cool. Come on. I don't know why he's not coming. What is going on? Oh, he's trying. He's trying. I can hear him. There he is. There he is. There's the co-host. Late to work. It's okay. Yeah, you're late. Yeah, you missed a big dono there, dude. Here, this is for you. Pitfall. Yeah, Pitfall's good. Ugh, Stu, it's you. Ugh, oh, look, guys. It's Stu. Yay. Yeah, 2 more. Can't give you 50. Sorry. 5 beats. Watch them little teeth, dude. No. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Sorry, the cat also walked in just sneaky. Yeah, you did. I saw that. Yeah. Here, you want a treat? I'll get you a treat here in a minute. Happy puppy. Yes, he is. Although he also gets a little greedy, so we gotta be careful with that. Not trying to give him more bad habits, even though, you know, God, how can an 8-year-old dog not learn new tricks, right? When that new trick just happens to be like, hey, those treats are mine. Dude, actually, no, for real. He started doing something like bad that he never did before. He figured out that like his nose is about my counter length. So the other day I was just making food and he just fucking pulls it down and eats it. I was like, what the? I have never had to worry about that with him. Never. So, yeah. Yeah, that was a nice little fucking addition to my life. Are you real? All right. I'm sorry. The stand cam is pretty much just going to be used for whenever he wants to be down here to collect his treats, I guess. He's been a little he is being a drama queen today. I have to tell my girl nicely or she'll get a little snippy. Oh, yeah. Dude, so I had a yellow lab that was like that, where, dude, I would have to warn my friends. I'm like, do not directly hand her that treat. She will she will bite your finger off. Wanna know how I know? Actually, no, she did not bite my finger off, but yeah, damn near broke it. Which again, sweetest dog. She had absolutely no aggression like in her body at all. So that was also why it was like, oh, look who's back. You actually gonna like lay down and chill today? There you go. All right, we got the dog. Woohoo! Woo! Pep 2.0, let's effing go! Hell yeah! Cujo, no! Yes, no Cujo. You're not Cujo. You're not Cujo. Dude, you should have seen it. He had one of like those funny moments where he's laying on his back on the bed. I just kind of like, I started smooshing his face. I was just like, look at him. Oh, look at his face. And I started scratching his ears. And he started doing this thing where he was just like, it's fucking hilarious. Almost out of work soon? Hell yeah. My dog, chronic. Oh, your dog's name's Chronic. That's so dope. Has a button that says Schmacko that he pushed. Oh, you trained your dog with the oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I've been watching those like on TikToks and shit like that. Well, not TikToks. I don't use TikTok, but you know, when I see a short or a, God forbid, you know, something on Facebook, which I have not been using Facebook Shorts anymore because it's all AI garbage. It's just, yeah, so. But that is awesome. I can't believe you have a dog that, I wanted to do that for him, but he's not the dog to do that with. He's a special boy. I love him. He's a lot. So anyway, all right, news time. Let's do it. News time. Where's this? All right, let's bring it up. Senate closes. What the fuck? Ah, don't do this. Hold on. Okay. Come on. Let's go. Oh, what the fuck? Why is this not? is very annoying. There we go. Aha! Oh! Just had to reset it again. You guys look alike. Who? Me and my dog? He has 4 buttons so far. Man, what are the other 3 buttons? So he's got Schmacko and what else? I'm assuming out, food, and then water. Are those it? Because yeah, I had a like my lab. She was almost gave her too much credit. She was crafty. Like, she knew how to get my attention. So, like, for instance, she had, she would go to the back door and she would arf. Like, she'd go, arf. And that meant 2 things. Either she had to go out, which if you open the door and then she just looks at you, water. Whereas I had a Irish Terrier, like Mutt. He was the smartest damn dog I've ever had in my life. Where he would walk up to his food dish and he would go tap, tap. And just look at me. Like, oh shit. And then he'd walk over to his water dish. Tap, tap. It's like, oh, okay. Same thing with going outside. He would tap, tap at the door. Like, he knew. God damn, he was a really smart fucking dog. He really was. Man, I miss him. It's always weird when you're talking about your old animals and you have that moment where you're just like, oh. He named his dog. What? Oh, man. Wacko, Jacko, and Doc? Doc? Wait, so... Yakko... So, wait. What, is that from something? Like, the Yakko, Wacko, and Dot was in reference to something else? Wow, I just realized that. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I have a small dog, terrier mix. Yeah, yeah, those terriers, man, they know what's up. Like, seriously, I don't know what it is about that breed, but they are smart as fuck. All right, let's get to the news. Enough stun locking. I've done a good deal of stun locking today, but I think that was Animaniacs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that was Animaniacs, but no, Yakko, Wacko, and Dot was Animaniacs. Tapping out for now. Have an awesome stream, everyone. Natch, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for hanging for the hour. Gotta get, you're taking your break from politics. Totally understand, man. But meanwhile, we prevail. All right, Senate closes on potential deal to end DHS shutdown. So this is being tentatively reported. I think that the latest update was about an hour ago. Shutdown began on the 14th. Senators confirm Mark Wayne Mullen and Monday night have a 54-45 vote. Providing new leadership. Who cares? Senate rules limit reconciliation to budgetary matters. Exactly. Complicating GOP plans to include the Save America Act in the ICE funding. Mike Lee warned that the voter ID bill is essentially impossible to pass through reconciliation, which means that it is essentially dead on arrival. And then Saudi Crown Prince urges Trump to escalate Iran war and deploy ground troops. Yeah, you want to know why? Because high oil prices are making that nation a lot of money, potentially. And I think that that's also where they may have, like, a plan to get their ships through the strait, but we'll see. Just gotta sleep. Oh, nice. Yeah, sleep. Yeah. I'll get some sleep, man. Thank you for being here today. What do you guys think? I don't know, man. This motherfucker is so corrupt. It kind of, like, boggles the mind. Like, we're here. You know what? Let's see. Let's find this. What is this video called? Most corrupt president ever. Pretty easy.
Because if so, then this is the most corrupt administration in history.
I think this is the most
corrupt president we've ever seen.
Can't disagree with you. I think
This is the one that got me.
I mean, it's hilarious. I think this is the most corrupt presidency in U.S. history.
As most of you probably know by now, Donald Trump is objectively, by far, the most corrupt president in American history, and it's not even close. But shocking recent developments are such that not only are more Democrats publicly accusing Trump of corruption, an increasing number of prominent right-wingers and MAGA pundits are also saying the same damn thing, and we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, it's a big deal when prominent right-wingers, Trump supporters, and MAGA pundits are openly acknowledging not only that Trump is corrupt, but that he is the most corrupt president in American history. So let's take a look. Senate Dem accuses Trump admin of mind-blowing corruption after mysterious $1.5 billion stock trade. We'll get to MAGA in just a moment, but this article helps lay out the facts to which these MAGA commentators are reacting. Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat, accused the Trump administration of, quote, mind-blowing corruption after it was widely reported that a $1.5 billion stock trade was made ahead of Donald Trump's announcement that the U.S. and Iran were having, quote, constructive negotiations and that the U.S. would hold off on further attacking Iranian energy infrastructure. Murphy shared a Monday post from market analytics site Unusual Whales that read, breaking, just 5 minutes before Trump's announcement to halt the attacks on Iran, massive trades reportedly hit the market. In one move, $1.5 billion in the S&P 500 futures was bought, while $192 million in oil futures was sold. These orders were 4 to 6 times larger than anything else at the time. The traders seemingly made huge gains. Unusual. And so, this is what Murphy said. $1.5 billion. Let me say again, a $1.5 billion bet. Bigger than any futures purchase made at the time, 5 minutes before Trump's post. Who was it? Trump? A family member? A White House staffer? This is corruption. Mind-blowing corruption. CNBC's Yun Lee also reported on the unusual trading activity ahead of Trump's market-appeasing post. Both S&P 500 futures and oil futures flashed an unusual burst of activity Monday morning, minutes before a market-moving social media post from Donald Trump. Around 6:50 a.m. in New York, S&P 500 E-mini futures trading on the CME recorded a sharp and isolated jump in volume, breaking from an otherwise subdued pre-market backdrop. With thin liquidity typical ahead of early trading hours, the sudden burst stood out as one of the largest volume moments of the session up to that point.
I said bud, by the way, not butt.
Last April, Trump's repeated U-turns
What up, Pinkerbell? Good to see
his
you.
tariff policies, which also sent the market into wild
Welcome
swings, has also led to accusations of insider trading among those close to Trump.
Actually, here.
Geopolitics guru Ian Bremmer also shared a post
Pinkerbell, if you could do me a favor, if you see Soul Life, invite them over to the stream.
tracking the $1.5 billion future trade and commented, quote, the corruption is the most structurally significant part of the administration. Drain, period, the, period,
I sat and thought with that one.
swamp, period. Now, this is what people are reacting to. This is what...
See, that's why I like this channel. He said no new wars, 82 Airborne Brigade on the way, 500 already on the ship. Yeah.
MAGA.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that, oh my God, Trump said something on the campaign trail over and over and over again. This wasn't one of those like, oops, you know what? I misspoke. I do that a lot.
is reacting to, okay? And it's important to note.
I hope you
again,
guys know that when I misspeak, it's not technically misspeak. It's just my brain being too awesome for you to understand.
this is not just, you know, a random Democrat. This isn't just a Democratic senator. As you're about to see, it is from prominent MAGA influencers, okay? So, again, I want to dive into this just a bit more, though.
Actually, I don't need this.
Again, Adam Cochran, journalist reporting on this 5 minutes before Trump's announcement. Insiders profited from his lies in broad daylight.
It's one of those rare videos that were like,
again, Ian
he gets the like and he also gets like the pretty much full watch.
Bremer commenting on this as well. He drained the swamp and built
He has to be a
a
Republican.
big, beautiful nuclear waste dump on its site. Matt Stone,
Oh my God, I can't believe Rebecca. Really appreciate it, but you need to understand that technically I'm more. It's not the full impression. Wait. Now you got what I call the full Trump. The full Trump is here. We gotta have the hair. You don't know what's going on with it. I don't know what's going on with it, but it works.
Stoller pointing out market manipulation and insider trading coming out of the White House, reacting to the Financial Times. FT exclusive. Traders made bets worth $500 million in the oil market about 15 minutes before Trump's post touting productive talks with Iran sent the price of crude tumbling. Now, with that in mind, let's get into some of the reactions here.
How's it going over here today? Actually, it is really chill, Rebecca. We had a very chill first hour. Had a pretty pleasant discussion with somebody that didn't necessarily agree on a certain issue with their kid being taught, trans ideology.
Starting with Nick Fuentes, who is a groyper, or the head of the groypers.
But honestly, it was resolved pretty respectfully.
He's one of the most, infamous anti-Semites and neo-Nazis active, possibly the most. He was a prominent Trump supporter, an election denier. He was there on January 6th. And only until recently has he broken with Trump because he believes that Trump is all the things he wanted him to be. However, he has violated campaign promises in other respects, right, and walked back on his word. Okay, so Nick Fuentes' beef with Trump is that Trump didn't follow through on many of his promises. Okay, now with that in mind, Fuentes, a diehard right-winger and Trump supporter up until quite recently, has had this to say.
But this is the rub, and this is what everybody's secretly wondering. So who knew? Who knew that Trump was going to call it off? And when did they know that? This is the
I mean, dude, even Fuentes is just bro.
problem.
You do understand that, we can never go after fucking Nancy Pelosi for her insider trading when you're committing this on the fucking weekly.
Because Trump does this all the time, where he puts out something on Truth Social or something on TV or in a press pool. And as you know, it does affect the markets, and trillions of dollars are made and lost on a whim based on what he says, based on what he tweets. He controls the movement of all that wealth and all of that stuff. If you knew just 10 minutes before that post was going out, you could have made a lot of money. You could have placed a lot of big bets, and you could have made millions, billions, depending on what kind of capital you're working with. And so you got to wonder, if you knew that that announcement was coming on Saturday, and if you knew that that announcement was coming on Monday, based on conversations with the president, or you knew some other way, you could have made a fortune shorting everything on Saturday and then making money on Monday. You could have made a small fortune. And as people have reported, many people have. Yeah. Many people did put in some very
the Treasury Secretary was one of them.
Conspicuous positions on Saturday and on Monday and did make a lot of money. And you wonder how much prior knowledge they had. Is the government making moves like this? Are government personnel
I hate the fact that I agree with
like
them.
This? Because if so, then this is the most corrupt administration in history. And I don't think that's... Again, that other stuff, fine and well. You could say that is within your purview as the president of the United States. You want to confuse the enemy. You want to reassure the markets. But if every post that goes out concerning tariffs, concerning trade, war with Russia, war with Iran, if all of that is known in advance by advisors and leaked to other people, well, there could be a lot of cronies.
You mean traitor? Come on, man.
That are
12?
being enriched by that True Social account. And that's not okay.
How do you not know the difference?
Banana
how do you...
Republic, Soviet levels
that was unless that was a purposeful misspelling, which I don't think it was.
Of corruption. And that's the part I don't like. That every weekend since the war started, this is how the U.S. and Trump in particular are prosecuting the war. It's a confidence game. It's a confidence game between the U.S. and Iran. It's a confidence game in the markets, in the U.S. market. And this is why Trump does the most provocative, destabilizing things during the weekend, and I think tends to exercise more restraint during the week, because he knows that a vital aspect of this attritional war is that reassurance and making sure that the economy doesn't completely melt down in the early stages of the war.
So that's Nick Fuentes openly acknowledging that Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in American history. Owen Schroyer, another prominent MAGA Republican until recently, because again, he has believed that He believes, like Fuentes and
He's a trader. Like, he trades. He stock trades.
others, that Trump has reneged on critical promises, but otherwise has been an outspoken supporter of Donald Trump for years. I actually saw this guy in a live debate, 2024, I think it might have been, during the election year, debating Destiny, liberal streamer Destiny. I mean, just a diehard cultist, an election denier, January 6th insurrectionist, like just the full 9 yards, former Alex Jones sidekick. Only until quite recently has he become critical of Trump. Not that he's becoming liberal, but because he has recognized that Trump is unprincipled and corrupt and has reneged on campaign
I kind of wish he would just
Listen
get
to
to
what
this.
he has.
I think
Like, this is the problem I have with Josiah. Sometimes it's like
even want to
too
say
much
it hurts
commentary.
So much. It honestly, it hurts so much. But my job is political play-by-play. I think this is the most corrupt president we've ever seen. I think this is the most corrupt administration and the most corrupt president we've ever seen. And I can't believe it. It hurts me so much.
How?
Yeah, because this guy staked everything, his entire reputation. I want to say
Last time I checked, Obama wasn't fucking literally making like insider trading deals with wars, dude. Seriously, man, it's getting tired at this point for you. Like, what is it? You think that this is gonna, like, you're getting to the left when you come into like chat rooms and you're just like, Obama was you? Who cares? He's not fucking president right now. Gas is almost $5. Shut the fuck up.
I should have known this in real time. I can't.
People are not pissed off at Obama right now, so you can sit there and cope.
But I can't.
Like, seriously, cope very hard right now. Things are not going good.
I don't remember.
Yeah, beep boop, motherfucker.
Sometimes I doubt myself. Sometimes I gaslight myself. I'm pretty sure the guy went to jail, if I'm not mistaken. On June 2023, Schroyer pled guilty to illegally entering a restricted area near the United States Capitol during the January 6th attacks. He was arrested and charged in 2021.
Yeah, okay. You could have wrapped that up with just like, Owen Schroyer was one of the Jan 6ers. Look, see, he had this. But instead, it's like this long fucking thing. Like, what's he trying to do? 13 minutes per fucking episode? Like, is that his mark?
Sure.
Like, goddamn,
yes,
dude.
that and Coulter. Legendary conservative and Trump supporter. Again, until quite recently, where she has become more vocally critic of Trump for reneging on campaign promises. This is what she had to say in like September of last year.
The way he's maneuvering himself. The thing that I've always found very interesting, but I actually found it quite annoying, if I'm being honest, is the way that Republicans or nobody on the right who preached about corruption and the corruption that in the Biden administration, which there was a lot of, and we don't need to go into it because we all know what it was. Mm-hmm. Yet when Trump releases his meme coin, which to me is just outrageous, everybody's like, oh, that's fine. I'm like, is it?
Can't disagree with you. I mean, it's hilarious. I think this is the most corrupt presidency.
It's hilarious.
U.S. history.
So funny. It's so funny. It's so funny that he's so corrupt.
with the money they are raking in with the NFTs and the meme coin.
And she's, yeah.
I mean, it is.
And again,
whatever.
That was.
What up, Rowdy? How's it going, brother? Good to see you.
6 months ago. And Coulter acknowledging. By the way, shout out to Francis, who's, and I'm blanking on his last name, but he's Constantine's sidekick.
Oh, that's how long it takes to get a mid-roll.
Kick on trigger.
That's literally, yeah, it is.
Trigonometry. He doesn't
Good
talk nearly as much,
Good
but he's
call.
nowhere near as dishonest.
Yeah, so yeah, most of his stuff is kind of
kudos to him for acknowledging Trump's
phoned
corruption.
in, if that's the
as far
case.
as I'm aware, Constantine Kissin never has. He's just constantly kissing Trump's ass, is what it is. Now, Cernovich.
She's only mad because she isn't in on it.
Another prominent Trump supporter.
Rebecca, I'll see you later.
Has been regularly complaining.
Appreciate you always being here
about all the frauds.
Appreciate it when you pop by.
That Trump has pardoned. Why are you frauding? Why are you pardoning so many fraudsters? Why are you waving away their obligations to make recompense to the people they've defrauded? It's because he's corrupt, asshole.
Thank you for the uni load
because
there.
obviously Trump is corrupt and he himself is a fraudster.
He's hanging
and
out.
He has no sympathy towards those who were victimized by fraud. He doesn't actually care about fraud.
I'm so very stumped at the people who put their own bodies and livelihoods on the line for Trump, especially to say, yes, things are amazing now compared to before. Yeah. Well, dude, and they're trying to rewrite history. The biggest one that I've been seeing in this chat is like, well, look at Biden's gas prices. It's like, I do when he left office. No, you gotta look at it at the peak, man. That's not fair. It's like, no, that's not how this works. Dude ran on making things cheaper and better. Things are not cheaper nor better. The world is in a state of chaos that it was never in before. And then on top of that, we're all getting fucked. Meanwhile, this motherfucker's up there like, isn't everything grand?
And so in response to this market manipulation allegation, Cernovich says investigating this would be a 90-10 issue. I have my suspicions. As somebody points out, your vote in 2024 helps ensure this will never be investigated. Precisely. Right? Even the people like Cernovich represent someone who's not openly acknowledging.
Caveat this by saying we know Biden was also corrupt, but why can't Trump just be corrupt without having to shade it?
Trump is corrupt.
Again, they need this thing because it's baby brain shit. It's literally baby brain shit.
Corrupt. But he's mysteriously baffled that
just your dad sucks too.
So many corrupt things are happening on Trump's watch and not being dealt with. It's because Trump is a nexus of corruption. Trump is objectively the most corrupt president in American history. And anybody who complains about political corruption but doesn't acknowledge Trump is a liar or a moron. You shouldn't take any of them seriously. The only principled way to be committed to attacking political corruption.
It's very hard to take anybody seriously when they're just like they constantly
Nancy
fucking
Pelosi,
again great on a curve.
Maximal interpretation of her insider trading allegations. Take the most maximal interpretation, or Hunter Biden or Joe Biden. We can just, for the sake of argument, give you all of that. You add it all up together, it's a rounding error compared to the corruption of Donald Trump and his family. So if you're stepping over that dollar for the sake of the penny, that is Democratic corruption.
By the way, guys, if you can do me a solid and hit that like button if you are enjoying the show, and sub to the channel if you are also enjoying yourself, really, really helps me out. You have an ear in
dollar of Trump and Republican.
You have an ear infection.
Corruption for a penny of Democratic corruption. You're a liar or moron. Either way, you shouldn't be taken seriously. There you have it, folks. An increasing number of prominent.
We aren't seeing results. We're just seeing chaos.
Supporting Republicans openly.
Dude, no, for real. And what's really weird is how I know that this actually kind of like makes some people mad in my audience when I bring up how I was really afraid that he was going to actually succeed in flipping and turning the economy around, because when I saw those inflation numbers actually shifting down, once it got down to like 2.1 range, I was like, oh. And then, yeah, the economy started kind of rebounding a little bit, and the cheap gas was also something that I could every day just go, oh, wow. Yeah, you know what? He actually might pull this off, and that sucks. Because that's all people care about. But you know what? In the same vein, that's all people care about, and he really screwed the pooch on this one. People are not going to forget about this that easy unless honestly, unless he figures out a way to make gas like back to like where it was with the $2 by election season. He's fucked, but we'll see.
Acknowledging Trump's corruption and that he is the most corrupt president.
I was thinking so positively too.
Which of course,
I mean, again.
Is.
If that's how you want it, if you were trying to be positive about Trump shit, like regardless, the fact is he always has been corrupt. He was always going to grift off this shit. Always was grifting off this shit. I mean, fuck, the fact that you guys ignored the pump and dump, ignored the NFTs, ignored the sneakers, all that shit. Like, it's fucking crazy.
In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
But here we are. And then on top of it, we got this.
It's not just oil and gas prices. The war in Iran.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, the fertilizer thing. We really do need to focus on this a little bit, so we're going to cover this.
Iran is also having a significant impact on the price of fertilizer, and that's adding even more pressure to American farmers.
You're going to see a lot of farm foreclosures, but they're saying that this is actually kind of part of like the plan because they're trying to privatize, or not privatize the farmland. but they're trying to corporatize the farmland.
The Middle East is home to some of the world's largest fertilizer plants.
I just want it to work out, man. The
the
Trump coin was
The
insane.
world's fertilizer actually passes through
We
the
can't
Strait
even get shit.
of
No.
Hormuz. And the
No, objectively, dude, like he's doing a poor job for everybody right now.
timing
Except for the 1%, which that's not going to sustain him.
here as farmers are preparing for their
Last
spring
time I
planting
checked the numbers, yeah, 1% doesn't really do much for you.
season, that too is important. Higher prices to grow and to transport your food, of course, can also drive up the prices that you pay at the grocery store. Joining me now is John Boyd Jr. He's the founder and president of the National Black Farmers Association. John, it's good to have you back with us this morning. I mean, just walk us through. I was struck by, it's my understanding that most U.S. farms do use fertilizer made in North America, but there was one corn and soybean farmer from Illinois who told CNN he can't even get a price at this point on a key fertilizer.
Well, again, oh my God, the fucking news! You suck! Oh my God! You are contributing to the fucking, the dumbing down of America with that right there. I heard that we, this guy in Illinois couldn't get a price on the fertilizer, but we buy most of our stuff in the U.S. How come he can't get prices on the fertilizer? It's almost like the global, like, I don't know, this is going to be a global thing. So all of a sudden they're going to try and make some money off this. So it's going to fucking be really expensive. What the fuck, CNN?
Component because prices are rising so quickly. What are you seeing?
Oh my God, dude. I'm not kidding. You hear that, right? You hear that? They're speaking to you seriously like you're literally special needs. I'm sorry. Like they are literally doing that. This is insane. Yeah, you should have that look on your face. Do you understand what you just... Oh my fucking God, that bothers me.
Fertilizer is up 40%. That's anywhere between $140.
It's almost like this global regime is it's turning up the grip.
A metric ton. And for the average farmer in this country, that's going to mean
fertilizer comes from the store.
$100,000 bottom line cost in this country. And what's alarming to me is we have what my staff told me this morning,
Farmers are just as subsidized as low-income people with their multi-million-dollar farms. It's ridiculous. Yeah, but they have to be subsidized specifically because of market decisions that Trump made when he tariffed soybeans so fucking hard that, China was just like, fuck it, we got our own.
94 farm foreclosures pending.
Like, he just doesn't get it. Like, that's what I mean, dude. I never have to wonder how this motherfucker ever bankrupted 3 casinos, but he did. And guess what? Like I said, now I get it. I have an inside look into the decision making that caused that.
And we can't get the help to help them.
She's talking to a lowly rural folk, of course, because she's got to condescend like she's talking to a toddler. This is why everybody hates liberals. Yep. Yeah. No, for real. I was thinking about that. For real. That's exactly why people can't stand them.
A day for this war. And the reception we're getting from corporate America and foundations is deplorable that they're not coming to the aid of these farmers that are in foreclosure. So here we, on top of all that, now we can't get fertilizer. In my own hometown, I haven't been able to secure an order of fertilizer for my own farming operation. So I'm speaking as someone who experiencing this right now, and the agriculture secretary told CNN, I believe that farmers already have purchased fertilizer, they already have it. And she's out of touch if she really believes that, because I'm telling you, the farmers that I met with this past weekend, none of them had secured fertilizer for this year, and many were behind in their farm notes. So this is a farm crisis.
Living in the last days. Yeah, sure.
Part of the world.
If you're convinced of that, Carl, then why continue any future investments?
We lose 15,000.
I'm gonna start asking pretty much every Christian that thinks like that. It's like, okay, so you're comfortable liquidating every asset you have, then, right?
Farms.
What are you waiting for?
Last year, that would be a national crisis. But here at home, it just doesn't seem to get the attention that it deserves from the American people here.
You said that the agriculture secretary, I believe your words were, is out of touch. That she doesn't understand what's actually happening. I know you have been really vocal, especially over the last year, as you were dealing with tariffs, specifically as you were dealing with the U.S.-China trade war.
You said living in the last days.
Soybean farmers. What has the response been when you've reached out to lawmakers, when you've reached out to officials in the administration? Are they taking your calls? Are they listening to your concerns?
And yes, people have said that, like, I don't know, Pete Hegseth. You know, the dude in charge of our military?
This has taken that course. We did have a meeting on the Hill there, and I expressed the need for more that type of meetings. But the U.S. Ag Secretary has not came to the table. They have not granted us a meeting. And that's why I'm saying if they have not met with the largest organization in the United States that represents Black and other farmers of color, and haven't had any dialogue, you're definitely out of touch with American farmers, because we're farmers too. So what I'm saying is that, farmers had fertilizer, was able to secure fertilizer last year. That was before the tariffs, people. These policies that the president has put in place have driven American farmers out of business, and you're going to see more farmers on the foreclosure blocks in the coming months, because this administration keeps saying, "Oh, this is the short-term problem."
Yeah, but you're also, oh my God, I just realized that, like, he's going to be asking for another handout.
The problem with oil and fertilizer is going to be short-term, and the president said, when oil prices go up to $100 a barrel, they make money. Who is they? Because America's farmers are losing money. $5 a gallon for diesel fuel, and I have a tractor that holds 100 gallons. People, that's $500 every time I fill it up, and I'm already struggling out here. So where's the urgency of now to help farmers like myself?
There it is. There fucking is. How about working class families, dickhead?
194.
How about every other fucking thing that they fucked up, like healthcare?
Farmers who are facing foreclosure.
Yeah, handouts for you fucks.
Where's the urgency of now from somebody in this country to help us?
For more analysis on this, we're joined from Washington by agriculture expert.
It's almost like there should be a strike of some kind. I don't know.
Vanessa Garcia Polanco. She's also a government.
So they're all asking for handouts? I don't know, because they constantly vote for a party that is against handouts. Maybe that's why. Maybe if they fucking actually, like, lived by their principles.
Relations expert at the National.
Recognize that, yeah, you're welfare queens, you fucks.
Young Farmers.
But then, yeah, let's make sure that food stamps, problem.
Association. Thanks so much for being here with us. I really appreciate it. So on the fertilizer piece of this, just to start with, the U.S. makes most of its own fertilizer right here at home. So break down for us why a shipping lane on
the people in mass need to strike.
The other side of the world still.
No, we do. Like a general, like an actual general strike, not just one that's called on by the left.
Hits American farmers.
This is why this is why I really do put as much work into this as I do. Dealing with people that I don't necessarily want to deal with in my chat, but you know what? we have to be able to fucking break across to the, I hate saying the normie, but we do. Guys, this sucks. We're in a very bad position. If we can't fucking get just regular people that do not care about politics to start caring, that's going to be the end of the country. And we can't do that by constantly condescending about, oh, you don't know politics? Oh, you don't know about fucking, Noam Chomsky or blah, blah, blah. Like, who the fuck cares?
This hard.
Yeah, definitely. What we see is that
we can speak to common issues, but we do the thing where we fall into our own cultural issues. We can never just focus on just being like, can we focus on getting some social, like a little bit of, not even social welfare. God, what's the word I'm looking for? It's technically a little bit of socialism, but we need to repackage it. Just like a little bit of help, for working class, I don't know. We shouldn't be commodifying fucking Medicare. Like, that's insane.
that American farmers are still heavily
We commodify health, which I hope you understand that incentivize disease.
dependent on inputs for abroad.
It goes back to the earliest conspiracy theory. They're trying to keep you sick, but they want you just healthy, but they want you to stay healthy enough to still be at work.
And that fertilizers is one of them. Even with all our domestic production, we have not been able to be completely self-reliant.
I thought you said it wasn't the end.
And
not in the way that you think, like you're religious thinking it's the end.
we have seen those shocks
No, it's going to be the end of the American experiment, dude.
before, for example.
Do you know how many fucking empires have fucking been on this planet for even way longer than us that just thrived and then fucking disappeared?
When the war
God, the audacity to fucking not recognize that. And oh my God, the American exceptionalist fucking brain. Just, oh, we're the greatest country to ever exist.
Brain started.
We're not even 250 years old, and we're about to fucking, we're really at the cusp of not keeping this experiment going. So
fertilizer.
I don't know. We're not going to be a fucking global superpower for the next 20. Like, honestly, we might lose that within the next 20 years. If we, honestly, I could see it happening by the end of Trump's presidency, where he just hands the keys to fucking Putin.
So even we would like to have more resilient, domestic resilient.
Yeah, remember when they called Harris Comrade Harris?
We're still heavily dependent on the ones from abroad.
Okay, so when the Strait of Hormuz shut down and fertilizer, not just fertilizer, but fuel prices as well started going through the roof, I mean, what were farmers telling you?
We're definitely hearing that farmers are just more concerned about the
22 cases, my man. Blocked foreshore. Look at, wow, this guy wants something. What are you, is that your kink?
increasing cost of production, increase on fuel prices.
22%. Or 22, not even 22%. 22 votes. Can you guess in how long?
Down to increase
that they voted illegally.
Prices and volatility in other
Wasn't in just one election there, guy.
Chain and in the production chain that farmers use.
Out of millions and millions and millions of voters.
Internally and domestically, we'll see an increase in prices because it is just more expensive to transport that input for the farm. Let that be mechanization, let that be fertilizer, let that be seeds.
Remember how the right wing has primed their propaganda targets about the idea that the U.S. is always perfect and can only be failed by the citizens around you? Yep. Think that message can permeate?
What the farmer needs, where it's coming from. So all that trickles down to an increaser.
Well, I mean, the fact is, yes, we're fighting an uphill battle because these idiots still look at, you know, trans arguments as being like, this is what I focus on. It's like, yeah, that's why our country's fucked.
Cost of production.
Because you're focusing on the wrong shit, you asshole. You're not actually holding the president to account. You're not trying, like, again, dude, he answers to, like, this is the real bitch of this. He, as much as he answers to me as an American citizen, he actually needs to answer to his base. But his base doesn't want answers. So they don't even want results. That's the most fucked up part. They don't give a fuck. That's what's really fucking with me. They cannot just admit that things are fucked right now.
I mean,
it's like they're cheering the shit on, which is beyond fucked. That's them admitting that they wanted this type of destabilization. Why?
The cost is going up. I mean, many.
Oh yes. What's the crybaby thing here, bud?
Farmers here.
Why am I talking to a bud?
I guess at this time, as I mentioned, it's basically planting season. So what happens then if a farmer just can't get the fertilizer they need in time, or they can't afford it?
Farmers are really resilient, so we hope and trust that they will be able to create some flexibility.
They do care. It's only when they themselves suffer. They are suffering, though. Do you understand that this gas crisis is really starting to impact shit? Like next week, we're gonna start seeing this shit in the grocery stores. That's insane. Like, you understand that, like, these price hikes. And the fact that he's just like, I'm going to try and end the war. Yeah, we almost have a deal.
Maybe adapt to other inputs. But at the same time, that requires a lot of resources and technical
hurt people. And yeah, I don't think they're hurt.
May not be able to pick.
No, they're soulless, because the thing is, this is what happens. When you make enough money, you don't know what your purpose is anymore. You've already done it. You've technically made all the money. You have more money than you could spend in an entire lifetime. So what's the one thing that will make you happy? Keeping up with the Joneses, making sure that when you show your, like, this is what these fuckers do. They literally, they'll sit there, not listening to each other because they don't have an actual relationship between any of them. It's all business. It's all transactional, but no, actually, have you ever seen American Psycho? It's literally the scene with the business card. That is what we have controlling our country right now. That boardroom. That is it. They are all fucking Patrick Bateman in this scenario. And that's why American Psycho kind of clicked with everybody, because we get it. Where it's like, oh yeah, you know what? Like, his psychosis made sense because, like, it started when he already got to the top. He already did everything he wanted to. So now, what could he do to make himself happy?
Fast in one growing season to the adaptability. What we may also see is that
Actually, my blood
we
pressure is
may
just
see
fine.
the Department of Agriculture use their authority
I'm like a
to
superhero. I
increase
can get this riled up and not actually raise my blood pressure.
domestic production. Again, we have seen this before when the war in Ukraine started, and we saw over $200 million go to increase domestic production.
Yeah.
At the same time,
Yeah, just curious because you mentioned sort of the need to be flexible and to perhaps change crops.
They are
and so
soulless. You
on. I
nailed
mean,
it. Yeah.
that's easier, I guess, for bigger farms. Your group.
Wow, great call, Pep.
focuses a lot
I mean, seriously, this is why none of this shit bothers me, because it is just like, dude, it doesn't change the fact that everything sucks right now, and here you are.
On the little guys, small farms and farmers who are just starting out, I imagine, for them, they're going
Yes, you're here defending the guy.
to get hit a lot harder by this than the massive corporate farms. Is that
Although I'm literally just picturing a phone next to like a wall of phones,
no, in the
just being controlled by like a 15-year-old Russian.
contrary, smaller farms tend to be more resilient and more adaptable because they're
No, I'm not you, dude. I do not fucking fantasize about the president in the way you do.
able to shift
We get it, man.
to all the geopolitical and market shifts better.
Your knees ever hurt from being down there so long? I mean, goddamn.
When
Also, do you got to do that thing where you suck a little too hard so you get a you get a headache from doing it, because it's just like I can't get it in my mouth. Ooh, ooh. It's kind of like when you get when one of these gets clogged.
and monoculture, bigger farms, it's harder for them to adapt. Like a big farm cannot change the crop that they're growing now. Like they may change the practices on how to manage their growing.
Do you bite it?
We all fertilize
We know what he does to the biters.
and different inputs, but like actually changing a lot of their business plan this lane is hardly impossible.
So then, we're talking about farmers, but for folks at home, I mean, how does all of this end up affecting what we're paying at the grocery store or what will be available on our table?
Definitely. Farmers are really worried that had to transfer the increase of cost to their consumers.
How many times have we heard that? The increase of cost to the consumers, all under Trump. Odd.
That's something that they don't want to do. Every farmer that I talk to tells me, I don't want to have to increase my prices. Because
You know what
I'm
I
not
miss
gonna
about the
break
Biden era? Not waking up every day just going, what did this motherfucker do to the country?
even, but I still have to make break even. At the same time, we really worry that it's going to create
I wouldn't call him the
more
shit.
erosion in consumer confidence.
You guys really do this thing where you think that everybody thinks like you. Like, you think that everybody's as into politicians as the way, like, you are. Like, your projection is kind of hilarious because it's just like, dude, like, you do get it, right?
Of domestic.
You're the one who's obsessed. Like, as much as you're telling me, oh, you think about Trump all the time. No. I cover a lot of Trump because I cover politics. He's the president of the United States, numbnuts. That's what's going to happen when you cover politics. But sure.
Production. So we are really going to probably see an increase in prices and food prices in the moment that we
Projecting
have
all the same.
Still have high inflation.
Yeah, something so many people can't afford with the rising price of gas and everything else going up as well. I want to end with this. The Farm Bureau is asking the White House and Congress for help. What's the one thing that needs to happen right now to help keep these farmers afloat?
That's not how you spell numb nuts.
Definitely need more financial assistance directly from the Department of
If
Agriculture.
you're going to throw my own insult back at me, at least learn how to spell. God.
Because farmers have
Gotta
a lot
say
of
it, dude. Maga's retarded.
economic uncertainty
And it's fucking proven with every time they come in my chat.
since last year, so
Fucking
it's
A.
only adding on. So we would like to see action from the USDA and Congress as financial
America's education system right there.
relief for farmers, not only tied to economic uncertainty and tariffs and the
Yeah, I've read the Bible.
geopolitical situation, but to really help farmers
Front to back, man.
create a safety
And no, technically, the book of Revelation is supposed to be taken at not as literal,
net
by
that
the way.
actually makes them
Especially if you're Catholic.
viable.
But
Yeah,
whatever.
let's,
You know more than me.
certainly hope there's bipartisan cooperation to help out our farmers because it affects all of us.
Has the
in
chatter
end,
signed up for the
obviously.
military
Vanessa
yet?
Garcia Polanco, thank you so much for speaking with us. Really appreciate it.
All right, listen to this. Around 6:50 a.m. yesterday, there was an unusual burst of activity in the market. Someone one or some group
I'll
bought
be right
large
back. My
amounts of
dog's-
stock index futures and sold off large amounts of oil futures. Their timing could not have been better. Just 15 minutes later, President Trump posted on Truth Social that he was halting planned strikes on Iranian power plants. The market rallied instantaneously. S&P 500 futures jumped more than 2.5% before the opening bell. And
Sorry.
whoever
My neighbors are
made
outside
that
doing something,
early
and my dog's
morning
just
bet
like,
likely walked away with a massive profit. Joining us, financial journalist and publisher of The Message of the Markets on Substack, Ron Insana, MS Now columnist and contributor Philip Bump, and Punchbowl News co-founder and MS Now political analyst Jake Sherman, also Jonathan Lemire, who's stuck around with us. So, Ron, explain why this is so curious.
The timing, the size. I mean, it's not very often that you see $1.5 billion worth of S&P futures purchased several minutes before a major announcement that, for all intents and purposes,
No, it's called fucking corruption. And here you're all smiling, making it normal. This is what I can't stand. I mean, MS Now is part of this. Like, the one thing that Maga got right was that the mainstream media does lie to you.
This probably includes.
But the thing is, they think that they're just lying to liberals. They don't get it. But also, they don't get that this is now geared towards them.
Some classified information to a certain
This is
extent.
made to make fucking
And then
Trump happy, dude.
Selling oil at the same time. That means you knew something.
They're
I mean,
all
if you're-
sucking
you're
his
going- you're
nuts,
buying
and it is
stocks and you're
fucking,
selling
dude, it's
oil
gonna fuck us
based
all.
on a statement that's going to make
whatever.
the stock market go up and the oil market go down. That has to be more than coincidence,
Doesn't
Katie.
that smell of insider trading?
100%.
And wouldn't that alone prompt an investigation? Shouldn't we see someone say, we're going to investigate this?
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you say that. Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut did say it should be investigated. Now, whether or not he has authority on his committee to get something like that going. But yeah, it should prompt the SEC to look into trading there. It should be illegal in the prediction markets as well, not currently. But yeah, the head of the SEC Enforcement Division, who was in charge of looking into these things, just resigned not too many days ago. And so we'll see if there's any appetite among regulators to examine this.
They're saying
Jonathan,
that Trump.
It seems like
Oh my God.
this person or these people
He made a deal with Iran that's worth a lot of money. What?
would have access to information.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
wheeling
it's a
and dealing
very
with Iran, eh?
particular set of trades. And it comes 15 minutes before Donald Trump makes a specific announcement. So has anybody asked the White House about whether Donald Trump is tipping people off or people around Donald Trump are tipping people off, whether these trades are coming from within the White House or maybe from friends outside of the White House? Do they have any answers?
Not that I'm aware of to this point, but it's certainly raising all sorts of questions here. This isn't the first time there's been stuff like this has wandered. We've seen some prediction market trades about some military campaigns where it seems like people have made bets and made money in advance of something the Pentagon was about to do. And this here coming yesterday morning, this would have been a relatively, we assume, small set of people.
He got a present from Iran related to oil, but cannot say what it is, but it has to do with the Strait of Hormuz. I got a secret. Ooh, Trumpy's got a secret. I have a little. They gave me a secret present, but I can't tell you what it is. Dude, this is the biggest problem that I have with MAGA is the fact that they don't see that he's just self-serving. It's about him, not about America, but he's like, America first. I said the thing. They believe it because they're idiots.
Who would have this information?
Fucking
This
A.
is obviously, it is indeed classified. It was coming up
You
against.
trust the media? I don't know. Is every fucking video of Donald Trump fucking AI the one where he's literally saying this shit? Get fucked, motherfucker. This is what I can't stand. Even if you're watching a fake news network, if you're watching Donald Trump's fucking mouth move with the words coming out, how is that fake?
Deadline in which the president of
God
the United States
damn
had
it,
said
dude.
that had he followed through, it could have devastated Iran and
it's fake news, guys.
And
Yeah,
potentially
they're all fucking idiots.
even
Yes, I
change the
know.
Middle
They're
East
all
for
idiots.
years to come if he really wiped out a nation's energy infrastructure.
It's genuinely pathetic.
So to back
He
off
speaks
of
to
that,
their level. He really does.
it was not
He really
perhaps
does. And it's funny because Crystal just pointed out how he thinks like a fucking toddler.
surprising that Trump would do something ahead of the markets opening because we know that he cares deeply about the price of oil. He cares deeply about Wall Street's reaction.
Rowdy, The thing is, you have to live in a community, and you understand that, right? So even if you're self-serving, it's fine because you're a private citizen. In this regard, you can be an asshole, but you're a private citizen. You're not literally making markets move with your poop tweets. So, Rowdy, I hope you can understand how this is a little different.
But it would be a pretty limited number of people who would know definitively, who would then put money out there.
But whatever, man. If you're more than comfortable with the president of the United States doing insider trading, selling us out every fucking turn, they don't give a shit about how many lives are lost
in the market like this. So if there was...
Pep, your chat is what I would call hilariously toxic at times. Yeah, the thing is, you want the explanation on why people ban you guys? That's why. It's because most leftists don't want this type of toxicity in the chat.
An appetite for investing.
Which honestly, I'm getting closer and closer to just starting to hit the ban button where it's just like, you know what? Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Because sometimes, if it's not fun for me, then it's just not worth it. Like, right now, believe it or not, this is fun for me. So,
well,
I know I seem like I have high blood pressure and all that.
This administration with this president,
this is all right.
You could probably it
No,
feels like it's
Rowdy.
for many people.
Sometimes you're
like
just
the Wild
being
Wild West.
you.
Get away with that.
I mean, it's fishy as a one-off, but it's especially fishy because, as John mentioned, Phil, there's a pattern.
No, exactly. Yeah. I mean, the flip side of this, there's the insider
That is very unlikely.
trading aspect.
Because no matter what you're not, see, this is the thing, Rowdy. If you're the type of person, instead of helping pull someone up, where your first thought is they're going to be a drain on, like, say we're in this apocalyptic scenario, and it's like Walking Dead style, where you come across, me, survivor, obviously not bit. You start helping me over like the fence, and then you just take one peek back and you just see your little stash of shit, and your first thought is, yeah, fuck this guy.
But then there's also the
Instead of looking at the way that it's like, oh, well, having another set of hands and having somebody like it.
question of market
Now, should you be cautious? Of course, because you never know. You never know. But
manipulation, right? The question of whether or not Donald Trump was explicitly trying to move the markets in this direction, especially since the immediate reaction to that was Iran saying,
I am of the mind that having a community, like, that was the smartest thing that they did in The Walking Dead, was trying to build a small community right away.
we didn't have any such communication. We don't know what he's talking about, right? The fact that this came out right
Because look at the
before
ones that
suggests
would
there
die.
was an effort to try and do exactly what
And I hate using Walking Dead, but apparently that's how everybody thinks.
Jonathan just referred to,
Which is, if The Walking Dead happened tomorrow, this is what I know what I would be doing.
is change what the markets are doing. I think that one of the fundamental questions here for the administration and really for Trump supporters is, what does this
Again, the fact that you, in this scenario, wouldn't see like fellow humanity, and you're just like, nope, just
tell us about?
I mean, that's the whole point of the fucking Walking Dead, is kind of proving that you're all bad people.
Donald Trump's relationship.
Because again, like I said, the social experiment is that, and you just kind of proved, you actually just proved that you would be on the side of like the bad guys in The Walking Dead. Again, consistently always on the side of the wrong side. Don't know why, but it just, I don't know. I never have to search for an allegory if I'm writing a story, because I can always just go to like the worst person in my chat and just be like, oh, here we go.
With the elites. Donald Trump won re-election in part by running against the institutions.
And then you guys don't recognize how evil you actually are. Like, that kind of selfish behavior is literally evil, but you're like, I'm religious.
Government and the institutions of power in the United States.
Whatever.
This is him. By having nothing happen with this is him saying the message that we knew all along, which is that Donald Trump is fine with the elites. He just doesn't like when the elites go after him. And I think that's a message that his base is going to find very difficult to swallow.
Let me just give you a little bit more on
if they care
on how this has happened before. Here's
the thing is, most people don't. And that's where I'm kind of just coming to terms with it. Whatever, man.
From Reuters.
Like, it's fine.
In the minutes before Donald Trump's
It was a
social
good
media
run.
post pausing Liberation Day tariffs. So it's not just matters of war or Venezuela or bombs, but tariffs as well. In the minutes before pausing those tariffs,
that's what
and
we're
the
talking
US
about right now,
market
Josh.
Rallied. Some unidentified options traders placed bets
That's bullshit.
worth millions.
Rowdy, if you think atheism is a religion, then I honestly, like, come on, man. I don't want to be mean to you, but it's getting dangerously close where I might have to be.
Data shows.
That's a very stupid thought.
We heard that Chris Murphy's curious about this. wants more
Benefits
information
you
on
if
it. Who else
the
in Congress?
people filling your prescriptions are healthy and know how to read.
Well, there's two issues, and everyone has kind of gotten at this. There's the idea that people are placing bets on open markets, right, on financial markets, either long or short bets based on perhaps inside information.
Whoa,
Perhaps
the way this guy's shirt is reacting with the
but the
fucking
thing that's really popping on the Hill right now
that's crazy.
Is a move against or a movement against prediction markets, Poly Market, Kalshi, these markets that make these event-based bets much more possible.
Dude, I feel like
because 10
this is
years
trippy.
ago, you would have had to have a brokerage account and know how to bet against certain
There's no central figure that anything is based on in atheism.
events. Now,
Atheism is literally just it's a lack of belief in any theism.
you just need a
You just literally, I don't believe in nothing. Like, I just don't.
phone and
I think that life is as innocuous as, you're born and you die. And everything in between is kind of random, man.
Kalshi or Poly Market to do so. Now,
I know, but here's the bitch about consciousness is we're all self-important dickheads. We all can't, there's too many people that cannot live their lives thinking that they're that insignificant.
say, and everyone has said this, insider
But I get it.
trading is illegal. It's been illegal.
I've had existential moments,
there is
but
a question
I got over it and realized, literally, there's no heaven, there's no hell. It's just lights out. That's it.
about whether these markets, these prediction
Where you go, where you die. Where were you before you were born? I was in the periphery of God's eye. I was in his eye.
markets
What?
should allow betting of any
I swear to God, I was told that by one of my doctrine teachers, where he's just like, that's why we use the whole explanation of it, the apple of your eye kind of thing. It's like, technically, you were just a gleam in his eye at that point, and he knew you were going to be there, so he was saving your soul for when you were born. It's like, what?
any kind on
I was like a proto-soul?
government actions. And that's a real issue
Okay.
here on the Hill. I mean, it's talked about all the time. Should there even be these bets available? Because there are thousands of people up here who get all sorts of information at
The
all.
Shroud of Turin has actually been disproven by the Christian community itself. It was carbon dated back to the 1300s AD.
times. Many of them
Last time I checked, bro, that was quite a long time from, when Jesus was claimed to have walked the earth. Or
don't even know it's inside information now. On
But
something like
I'm kind of glad that at least most Christian communities agree that the Shroud of Turin was
the
bullshit.
United States going to bomb an adversary.
I don't have to prove you wrong. Everybody did. Oh,
That's
sorry.
not
My
something
bad.
that a
I just read that as somebody else.
rank and file staffer would know.
Jesus
but
changed the world.
They will
Yeah,
know
sure
what's
did.
sent in advance of a congressional hearing. They will know, they might know what the vote count is on a piece of legislation.
Depends on which one you actually
although
believe in.
That's difficult to discern sometimes.
Josephus also changed the world. Fuck, Ra did too.
But that's the question. Should these platforms be allowed
Jesus is Lord and you're not. Yeah, okay.
to have action on
The bitch of it is, this is what, I don't, because I believe that you just die, you're not even going to be able to process that you were wrong. You're just, that's kind of the bitch of it, is, you're technically okay. It's just
government events and on government outcomes.
You're just not going to have that moment of just oh, shit.
And that's something that Congress has not, like many other things, gotten around to legislating yet, although there is a movement to ban that.
Does anything exist outside our own perspective? Sure, yes. Yes, we are, our brains and our minds can, and our ears even, there are frequencies that we cannot pick up. There are things that we cannot technically see. But that doesn't mean that the existence of God or some higher fucking being like that is a thing that wrote a book that told you, or didn't even write a book. He inspired a book that doesn't make any sense. When you really break it down, we have to do a lot of mental gymnastics in order to make the fucking Bible make sense. Also, they like to whitewash a whole lot of the tragedy that is covered in the Bible.
So,
a lot of baby killing, lots of baby killing in that Old Testament. But whatever. But Yeah, it sucks. He there, Pep. Don't you respect where homie has to fight a snake and get eaten every night? Yep, exactly.
So at a time of war, the Department of Defense is removing media offices from the Pentagon.
Hypercube.
A spokesman said yesterday an area of the building known as Correspondence Corridor, which reporters have used for decades to cover the DoD, will close immediately. The move comes after a federal judge ruled on Friday that a restrictive new press
I think consciousness was actually just an accident, but
policy attempting to limit journalists.
Let's put it this way. There's more proof, quote unquote, that there were aliens called the Anunnaki that fucking like crossbred us to be their slaves, and they just left us here because we were that unruly. I can kind of buy it.
The department is unconstitutional.
Aliens.
The New York Times sued the Pentagon last year, claiming the new rules violated constitutional rights to free speech and due process. A judge agreed and ordered the DoD to restore credentials to journalists that refused to follow the new guidelines. The Pentagon is appealing that decision, and this new move, Nancy, is perceived as a way to try to, certainly break the spirit of the ruling, if nothing else, by kicking their correspondents out entirely. So they wouldn't have to.
What are words, Rowdy? What are words, but just sounds that you make with your face?
Go along with what the judge.
What is understanding, Rowdy?
Had to say. So you wrote when the correspondents were initially moved.
What is hair, Rowdy?
Out of the Pentagon.
What is Rowdy, Rowdy?
You've covered that agency.
Who is Rowdy? What is Rowdy?
For a long time, you wrote beautifully about it. Talk to us about this.
Tell me your flat.
This latest step.
Where the fuck did you get that from?
Why also it's so important at a time of war when the Secretary of Defense and his press briefings are full of bluster and very little actual information.
I'm so glad you asked. I'm one of the journalists who refused to sign that and was among those who left on October 15th. And the ruling was quite clear that the rules that they were proposing violated the Constitution, that they should be removed. And the Pentagon responded by saying, we're actually going to come up with different kinds of restrictions. We're going to close spaces. We're going to move reporters to an annex to the building, and obviously violating the spirit of it. And you saw from the New York Times in a statement today that they interpreted it the same way and
GMA, it's Pep. Yep.
Plan to go back to court. But the relationship between this is not just about the reporters in the building, but really about war itself and the conduct of war. As you note at the press conferences that have happened since this war started, the questions are picked by the department from journalists that they've solicited to come to the building and cover it. It's very hard to ask follow-ups. Those of us who didn't sign the agreement have to yell questions to get them. And we're not getting a very basic understanding of this war. I'll give you an example. The United States keeps saying that it's destroyed 90% of Iran's ballistic and drone capability, and yet we've seen them still aggressively targeting
It's 420 your time?
Israel
Oh,
and Gulf
shit.
allies. There's no format to ask the question for why that's happening, because the space that we're in is so limited.
5 minutes late, my
and
bad.
the press conferences are so controlled. And here's the thing. The way we understand war and the way we talk about war does shape the battlefield. When administration officials don't have to answer questions, don't have to provide precise details, it translates on the battlefield, because that accountability is how we determine whether wars are going well or not, whether the expectations are being met. And so it does have real-world impacts. Now, having said all that, this Pentagon press corps has broken news since what we call the eviction in October, news that the Pentagon didn't want to get out, and I think this press corps will continue to do so. But I think the American public has a right, especially at a time of war, especially when the Pentagon is asking for another $200 billion of taxpayer money to fund it, to as much information as possible.
Amen. Final word.
Yeah, I was just going to add really quickly. Nancy brings up such an important point, and also to kind of put this in context, there's no internet in Iran. We don't have really good reporting inside of Iran. If you go in there, you're going in there with an Iranian minder. The regime is the only one that has access to the internet to get their content out and what story they want out of Iran. The Israelis have very strict military censorship rules, so we can't even see to what extent real damage is happening inside Israel and what is happening day in and day out of this war. And his name,
which kind of proves that it's like, oh, hey,
And
you
so
know what?
just
That's
laid out
kind of
our own
crazy. So you can't trust America, you can't trust Israel, you can't trust Iran. Guess we can't trust anything anymore.
Pentagon now is shutting down Correspondent Corridor, and we're reporting uphill in this country. So when you look at this war, in this age of information and how important it is, the three major participants in this country, in this war, these countries, all have some form of censorship taking place that is denying the people what is actually happening on the ground.
A really important point, a really important conversation.
Voters in Florida are headed to the polls in President Trump's own backyard. Democrats hope to notch a win in the special state house election for a Palm Beach district that includes the president's Mar-a-Lago residence.
This is it. This is where. Oh my God, dude. Only fucking Donald Trump could try to get rid of mail-in ballots. Literally days away from when he's casting a vote. We live in just such a fucking this would be a
John
comedy if it
Maples,
wasn't so
who has
tragic.
President Trump's endorsement, faces Democratic business owner Emily Gregory. President Trump voted by mail in this special election. Even
Cool.
as he is
Cool. So yeah, totally. You know what? Yeah,
sought
no
to
problem
limit
there.
mail-in voting with legislation and has publicly decried it for years. Listen.
You will never have an honest election if you have mail-in, and it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it, because the Democrats want it.
He's just so transparent with how fucking corrupt he wants to
It's
be.
the
We're just gonna allow. Seriously, the country's just gonna allow
only
it.
way they can
And this is honestly all I can really do.
get elected.
The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they
Yeah.
do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting.
That's it, folks.
So they have automatically crooked elections. And we
infinite
can't have that.
darkness
Corrupt
and,
mail-in ballots.
emptiness.
We're the only country in the world that does it that way. Corrupt is
Well, the thing is, you won't be able to perceive it.
You know, brought to my attention.
I don't know. Have any of y'all never this is my big thing about people that have never actually lost consciousness. Like, have any of you been knocked out cold
Today.
and then just came to, where you're just or been put under for anesthesia? It's very much like that.
That we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it.
Well, then why is it okay for the president to mail in a ballot when it's technically something that he finds to be full of fraud and just, again, have you ever heard lead by example? I guess not.
Mail-in cheating.
Which is fine. This is why most Republican bosses suck. Every fucking boss I've ever had that was a hardcore Republican was a piece of shit.
And we got to do something
God
about it.
damn. And they thought they were so good to us. They were literally the stereotypical bosses where it's just like, oh yeah, we're gonna give you a bonus. Here's some pizza.
All right, let's go live to CNN's Randy Kay. She's on the scene for us in Florida.
Meanwhile, the fucking more liberal bosses I've had, those are the ones where it's like, oh, that was the first time I ever got a pay raise where I was like, that I didn't ask for.
Right now, what are you hearing on the ground where you are, Randy?
You know, it does kind of, I don't know. They're like, when you know a person's politics, you can kind of tell how they are as a person and a boss. That does actually kind of have a tentative effect on our lives, you know?
It's been interesting, Wolf. As you said, today's election is between Republican John Maples and Democrat Emily
Democrat?
Gregory. She's a business owner, a military spouse, and
come up with that one all on yourself.
First-time candidate. He is a former council member from a nearby town. But it's important to note here, Wolf, that President Donald Trump won this district in 2024 by 11 points. And so the question is, how much of a factor will he be in this race? As you said, the Democrats are certainly hoping to flip this seat from red to blue. That would just be adding to a string of nationwide victories. And we were able to confirm that President Donald Trump did vote by mail, according to the Palm Beach County records.
And now he brought attention to this election that wasn't there before.
Now, as you know,
that's probably not good.
Yesterday, he called mail-in voting, mail-in cheating.
Yesterday! He said it yesterday! Oh my fucking God! The balls!
So it's interesting that we were able to confirm that he did vote by mail. He is one of 180,000 residents here in District 87 that can vote today in this special election. There are others that voted by mail, others that took part in early voting. But the White
It's public record. He voted by mail-in ballot.
House has said in regard to his vote by mail, they issued a statement to CNN saying, as everyone knows, the president is a resident of Palm
Fine for me, not for thee.
Beach and participates in Florida elections. But he obviously primarily lives at the White House in Washington, D.C. This is a non-story. Well, we've been talking to voters here all morning, both Republican and Democrats, not only about the election, but also about President Trump's influence in the election, as well as the fact that he voted by mail. And here's some of what we heard.
there's no reason to do by mail.
So do you think President Trump shouldn't have voted by mail?
Oh!
Correct. I think he shouldn't have. If he's against something, why are you doing it?
Well, oh my God. Oh my God. They almost.
Well, I think voting by mail is fine. So, he seems to talk out of both sides of his mouth about it. Like, if he doesn't like it if it's not going to help Republicans.
I mean, all we can do is vote, right? So vote and pray.
Now,
It's been a long 10 years. Yes, it has.
Donald Trump did endorse John Maples, the Republican in this race, calling Maples a very successful businessman and civil leader who is known and loved, adding that he will be a terrific legislator. When I asked some of the voters here, again, both Republicans and Democrats, whether or not Donald Trump is a factor in this race, many of them said they didn't even know that he had endorsed John Maples, and that wasn't really a factor for them, while others did say that was important, that whatever President Donald Trump says, they will do. So the polls are.
I do my own research. I think for myself. Tell me what to do, Donald Trump.
Open here in Florida until 7 p.m. tonight, Wolf, and we should have some results after that.
We'll see how that unfolds. Randy Kay on the scene for us. Thank you very, very much.
The President of the United States is voting today and did vote today. He voted by mail. And that is what is the sort of not voting by mail is one of the major things that he has been pressing on, prohibiting that with exceptions as part of the Save America
Dana
Act.
Fash.
Just
Now
listen
living
to
up
what he
to her
said
name.
yesterday about it.
Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating. And we got to do something about it.
How is it mail-in cheating? How? How is it cheating? Explain that one. How is mailing in a ballot? How is that cheating? He says that it's criminal. He says all this bullshit when more than enough Americans are just like, no, it's fine.
Again, he just voted by mail. I will say.
And then he has the fucking nerve to just be like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll do it. Like, fuck off.
The White House called this a non-story because he's at the White House.
Sorry, I went from being fun for that little bit there to me just being like, no, fuck this, dude.
And he couldn't possibly get to Florida. He has an important job.
Yeah, mail-in cheating, says the cheater.
People who have jobs that are hard to get away from, which is why mail-in voting exists.
Right. I mean, I was about to read the White House statement to you that it's a non-story because the president, in his call to ban mail-in voting, does have these 4 areas that he says should be carved out for exceptions. And for him, it would be travel in this case, since he's not in Florida at the moment. But
and he's the president of the United States.
Sure. And
that's a big exception.
And he's got things to do in D.C. Obviously,
Lead by example.
A lot of things to attend for today, but just having
Thanks, Dan, for letting me participate. Have a wonderful day. I will see you later, Rowdy. Thanks for hanging.
Flexibility does, bolster
Online
the point
voting?
why the
Yeah,
system
sure.
exists in the first place. Because if you want to bolster voting overall, you do have to make it flexible and create these conditions where all people who are eligible to vote can participate.
And the mail voting provision is one of the aspects that is causing the president to lose Republican support in the Senate because there are Republicans from rural states whose voters would have a real problem without having
Dana Bash always looks like she is has a gun to her head.
standardized.
Seriously. Holy shit, dude. Does CNN just have a firing squad behind the camera?
This has been one of the frustrations.
Holy fuck.
From Republican Party officials since Donald Trump went on the scene because they have spent years trying to boost Republican mail-in voting because it helps their numbers, and he continues to call it fraudulent.
President Trump's ongoing battle against mail-in voting.
I love how much Wolf Blitzer just doesn't give a fuck.
May soon be decided.
Wolf Blitzer's like, I'm too old for this shit. I'm going to give my opinions. I never give my opinions, but this shit's crazy.
The U.S. Supreme Court is now considering limits on ballots received after Election Day in a critical case that could significantly reshape the upcoming midterm elections. The case could have major implications for deadlines in other states as well that include a grace period. CNN senior legal analyst and former federal
Yeah, but with this much fucking,
prosecutor,
Ellie
Honig is here with me in the city.
If we have this much of a warning, just go vote early.
So what was your assessment of the
As long as your precincts are open, go and vote fucking early.
arguments that were made at the Supreme Court
This is
yesterday?
how you get around this. And then you can also challenge the people that would challenge your votes. Just be like, I want to make sure that you're not even going to try to fucking challenge me. So match my goddamn signature, give me my fucking approval, and let's get this shit done so I don't have to fucking sue your ass for trying to take my constitutional right. Because realistically, realistically, that's what needs to happen next, is a bunch of citizens getting together for a class action lawsuit to fucking get these motherfuckers for going after what is considered an unalienable fucking right.
People across the country who vote by mail ought to get ready to send their ballots in earlier this coming election than they have.
Yeah, stop using fucking, it's just a word in the Constitution. Well, then stop using words. I guess words have no meaning. Constitution has no fucking meaning.
In the past. Now, at issue yesterday was a Mississippi state law that gives people a 5-day grace period. It says
yeah, match signature, even though there's you understand that as you fucking age, that your signature changes? That, like, you might get tremors or some shit like that.
Okay.
But yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just make that, because you do understand that that's already a thing.
As long as your ballot is postmarked by Election Day, it can still be counted if it's received up to 5 days after the election. Now, Mississippi is one of about...
Yes, and the fucking post office is already running cover for this. So what they're going to do is they're going to hold those ballots, and then they will not be able to count the postmarked ballots. That's why I'm saying, retards, wake up and fucking vote early. This is why I'm losing my fucking shit over this. Because, again, nobody's watching CNN. Nobody is. Nobody who actually matters is watching this bullshit. Now, they might happen across a stream like this because most people do fucking consume just random media on YouTube or TikTok or whatever the fuck, because we're all cooked.
14 states across the country that has these grace periods. They can range from 1 day up to 21 days. It's not a red or blue state thing. For example, Mississippi has laws like this, as does Texas. On the other hand, so does California, so does Washington, D.C. Now, the gist of the argument yesterday from the challengers, which the 6 conservative justices seem to agree with, is that Election Day is Election Day. If you allow votes to be counted after the fact, that can lead to confusion. That could even potentially lead to fraud. On the other hand, Mississippi defended its law, and the liberals seem to agree.
Oh, yeah, you don't have the right to bear arms against tyrannical government. I don't know if you recently looked into that, but you don't have a Second Amendment. Yeah, I know.
Saying, no, as long as ballots are postmarked by Election Day.
Yes, they're trying to take the Second Amendment away from, citizens, which, again, back in the day, it wouldn't matter what side you were on. If you were if you were a fan of the pew pews, then you would stand up for the pew pews. But now it's literally like, yeah, get them, get that side.
States can allow extra time in which to count it. But it sounded to me, Wolf, like this is headed towards the common 6-3 split. And it sounds like these grace periods are likely to be struck down.
Interesting. The Supreme Court Justice.
Yes. The grace periods are likely to be struck down, hence, but nobody's paying attention to it.
Ketanji Brown Jackson said the issue comes down to who decides.
I have a bunch of fucking uneducated voters just like,
the policy.
Although, you know what? No. This is where, like, the blue tsunami, honestly, this is going to be too big to rig. That's what Trump is freaking out about, is that he's seeing these turnouts and he's just like, God damn it, I'm not going to be able to rig this if there's this many people.
States or the Congress.
That's why his Trump card is literally just have us not vote.
Yeah. About 30 states have a grace period.
But he also knows that that's going to create, the most civil unrest that America's ever seen. And at that point, I understand that a lot of MAGA is always going to be there, but at that point, most Americans will recognize that it's no, that's a bridge too fucking far. Now you're telling me that I don't have the right to even vote. It's like, you are taking my rights away? And you're saying it's for America. America first.
Counts ballots mailed by Election Day. Could the
irony and stupidity?
States lose power here?
Yeah, for sure. So I think people are familiar with...
Well, again, a lot of it's purposeful, though. I hope you understand a lot of this is calculated.
Concept that the Constitution...
It was calculated that his base would be so retarded that they would not push back against him. Sorry, I'm using it a lot
Article
today.
1, Section 4 says that the states get to choose. Here we see the states may choose the time, place, and manner of holding elections. That's for the states. However, you have to read on here because the second part of this provision says, but the Congress may at any time by law or alter such regulations. So it's up to the states unless Congress acts. And a key argument yesterday was when Congress enacted Election Day back in the 1870s, the Tuesday after the first Monday in November, did that mean everything has to be over, including the counting, or did that just mean the ballots have to be cast? And again, the conservatives seem to read that as that means everything. That means the casting and counting of ballots. And that's why I expect...
No, that's bullshit because that would actually exclude all recounts.
These grace periods.
No. Actually, how in the fuck is this even making it past the Supreme Court with just such a simple counter argument?
Are going to come to an end. So if you vote in one of those states, get ready to send it in a little earlier.
All right.
Yeah, you better get it in.
But again, the chances are, they already fucking made the miscalculation with the redistricting. I honestly think that they're this stupid.
Before
they just don't get
election day in order to make sure it's going to be counted. If the rules do
This
change,
is all
though, will that
ego,
go into effect
too. Like they think that if we just get rid of this
by this November's midterms?
Yes, this was specifically addressed yesterday. Justice Kavanaugh asked the challengers, if we strike down these grace periods, are you going to be able to enact them by this midterm? And the answer was yes. We just need about 45 days notice. So even if the Supreme Court rules at the very end of its term, that'll be in June. That's plenty of time. So for November. So these rules could change, and this will impact hundreds of thousands of votes, could impact hundreds of thousands of votes in these midterms coming up November 26th.
We'll see what the Supreme Court
Sora's
decides.
getting shut down.
Of what they will decide.
Breaking
As
news,
always,
Sora
everyone,
just got
thank you
shut down.
Very, very much.
All right, cool. It's almost like they understood that they were breaking the fabric of reality, and it's almost like they understood that, oh, yeah, this is also not profitable. And, now nobody trusts anything. That we may have broken the, we may have broken America a little too fast.
Donald Trump was crashing out in the Oval.
Donald Trump was crashing out. Oh, my God, hearing him say that. But, again, you know what's funny? He actually recently, he might have even said this in this video where he's just like, Midas Touch is actually not even a political channel. So I don't understand why he's like, I was talking to my wife and told her this isn't even a political channel.
Office. He just wrapped up a disastrous press conference regarding this unlawful war in Iran. And Donald Trump was bragging that Iran gave him a present. He said they gave.
That's how this goes, people.
Gave me a present. It was such a beautiful present. And
Sora's gone. Yep.
It's a lot of money.
News.
This present.
I'll put it into the.
What are you talking about? I mean, as
here.
we speak, the war
Midas Touch is complete trash.
Escalating.
It's definitely not great.
You are sending thousands of troops for a potential ground invasion.
I'm actually watching this so I can kind of trash them.
In Iran. We're seeing Iran successfully strike areas in Israel right now. Things
it's so easy to make fun of.
Are getting worse out there. What are you talking? You got a prize? The hell is he talking about? Play this clip.
Yeah, this shit.
Because
this is why I kept this clip, because this was the first I hate to give Midas Touch this credit. They were the first ones to really have the full clip out there.
They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money.
It was a fucking oil tanker.
And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it.
Telegraph,
so that meant
dude.
One thing to me would
now
deal
you have independent fucking news sources as far as the Telegraph and BBC now reporting that this is bullshit. That he's lying about this. No way.
with the right people.
That's why he can't fucking tell us what it was. It's the same as how he had a conversation. I had a conversation with another president, and you know what? I won't say who it was. Like, for real, dude. His lies. He's so bad at lying. That's the one thing I have to say. Like, when I say that Trump, like, accidentally tells the truth all the time, it is because he's so bad at lying. It's like, or not tells the truth all the time. Sorry, that's a bridge way too fucking far. He lies all the time. No, he is technically transparent because he's so bad at lying. There we go.
Nuclear related? No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related, and it was.
What is good?
It's a very nice thing.
Dogs. You know what? If you walk outside right now, the air is still kind of fresh. I don't know how long that's going to last.
They did, but
because you know, politics don't affect us, but we're about to have smog in our fucking air again. You know, cancer-causing chemicals all over the place because they kind of want us to again be sick.
What it showed me is that we're dealing with the right.
Like, look at the way that they're canceling fucking renewable energies. Does it make sense that again, this wind farm thing, windmills cause cancer? What?
People. Because, you don't know. Because
then meanwhile, this motherfucker makes it okay to have the active ingredient that was causing cancer from Roundup. Yeah, you know what? Nah, let's bring that back.
The leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone. As the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone.
The fuck is he talking about? Jesus Christ. I would be, by the way, Zato, welcome to the show. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're definitely in good company here. But for real, if this was Biden, I'd be freaking out the same way where it's like, what the fuck is he saying?
And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think
he just makes shit up.
Turn out,
God, this is like I said, he's not even good at it.
And the present, the gift they made to us was very significant, and they said they were going to do it, and it happened.
I gotta ask, can you just, I don't know, for a second, not be a fucking meme? If you are a Trump supporter, how do you listen to this and just go, yeah?
And they're the only ones that could have done it.
Glyphosate, thank you.
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the Strait, yeah. It was.
Then Donald Trump says that Pete Hegseth
has been and will be. Yes, but glyphosate is also like causing cancers en masse in youth.
And general.
My wife, honestly, like they haven't. They said that my wife has an unlucky cancer, but they said that it could be tied to like glyphosate. So obvious, like this was their advice: is say there's a class action lawsuit. Definitely, keep your paperwork around.
Earl Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, were disappointed when describing a potential ceasefire or settlement agreement with Iran because they don't want
to,
settlement.
Smoke the big
All they
boy
want
here
is war and death. Here, play this clip.
And that's exactly what we're doing in historic fashion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you. Great job.
Mr. President,
the only two people that were quite disappointed, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I said Pete and General Raisin Kane. I think this thing's going to be settled very soon. Here they go.
There they go. There they go.
That's too bad. Pete didn't want it to be settled. It's these guys are doing a great job. That's a good attitude, though, Tom, right? They were not interested in settlement. They were interested in just winning this thing. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you just taking things...
He almost said something.
And then that's what Pete Hegseth...
That is just like he
Hegseth says. Pete Hegseth says the way...
Did he just throw Pete Hegseth under the fucking bus?
We negotiate is with bombs.
Every once in a while, I can't help it where it is like, oh my God, dude. Wow, he embarrasses these people.
The way you negotiate.
How do people look at Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth or anybody and just be like, yeah, I respect them as men?
Negotiate is with bombs. Do you realize how idiotic you sound? Do you realize the dangerous words coming out of your mouth that will only fuel further support for the Ayatollah and for the Islamic Republic against the U.S. when you say things like that? Here, play this clip.
The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his warfighters out to fight, he unties their hands to actually go out and close with and destroy the enemy as viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs. You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield.
Then Donald Trump says that it was very unexpected for him that Iran would strike the UAE and Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Nobody knew this, Donald Trump says, when in fact everybody knew this. We knew this months ago. His intelligence community knew this. He should have known this, but he's bragging about how stupid and ignorant he is. Here, play this clip.
Yeah,
unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly, they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and elsewhere. And nobody thought they were going to... Were you equally surprised by that, Pete?
Way more than we thought, Mr. President.
Pete, do you want to give about a 3...
Now, one of the things we're learning as this crash out in the Oval Office is taking place...
You don't know what a crash out is, Ben. Stop. God, Midas touches. Sometimes it's embarrassing to fucking watch some of this shit and just know it's like, this is the biggest fucking, left-leaning network right now. Ugh.
Place is that the United States has been trying to work with a group of regional mediators, including Egypt, Pakistan.
You're lucky we need to use you dumbasses.
And Turkey to try to hold high-level peace talks with.
Yeah. What's up, fellow kids?
Iran.
He's crashing out.
Problem is, Iran is not responding, and they don't want to hold these peace talks, according to Axios and other reporting out there. Also, Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, is concerned that if Trump strikes a deal that falls short of Israel's objectives, that is a big problem for Israel. Back to Donald Trump's crash out in the Oval Office right now. Donald Trump's like, so we did do
It's bothering me that he's using the wrong terminology.
regime change if you think about it. We killed the old people. And so sure, there may be new people who are more extreme than the old people. And maybe we further empowered the Revolutionary Guard in Iran. But we did kill the old people. Regime change. We did it. We won. Here, play this clip.
Sounds like.
I mean, dude, I hate being right about everything sometimes, like when it comes to Trump and what he's going to do. But goddamn, he's so, as I said, so transparent by accident, where I said he was going to declare mission accomplished the second that this got a little too hot to handle.
Adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to
all the hell is breaking loose.
say it, but
yeah, he's on the run. Yeah.
We killed all their leadership. And then
no, you did. Okay.
They met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of
everything
them.
out of this motherfucker's mouth is a fucking lie, though.
And now we have a new group.
Like, I don't get it. How can you simultaneously do this? It really is confounding.
And we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. The
other thing that I don't get is how do his supporters again listen to shit I don't think they do. I just realized it. Like, as I'm talking about this, I don't think they watch him. I think that it's the ignorance is bliss thing. They only see like little bits here and there, but they don't see these clips. They're not watching full fucking speeches.
Really, regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust.
And if you were like, well, Ben, he didn't say we won in that clip. Come on, Ben. Stick with the facts, Ben. What are you doing? This is the Midas Touch Network. Y'all just brought in Scott McFarlane. By the way, subscribe to Scott McFarlane's YouTube channel. Let's get it 100,000 subscribers. It's at Scott McFarlane News. But you think I'm going to bring in Scott McFarlane and not come with receipts? Here, Donald Trump says, this war has been won. We won it. If you read the news, what if we read your Truth Social post? Here, play this clip.
Yeah.
President Trump, on a human level, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out? Like as a human,
On what?
On a human level, not as the President of the United States, how hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this.
You're bobbing the wave. He's doing the bobbing the wave.
We've won this. This war has been won.
J-Tact, what up, dude? Oi, mate.
The only one
Oi.
that likes to keep
What
it
up?
going is the
How you
fake
doing?
news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally
They got more than nothing there, jackass. but
have
okay.
planes flying over Tehran and other parts of
Guess
their
a whole
country.
lot of nothing hit those bases in fucking UAE, eh?
They can't do a thing about
Or are we just admitting that it was Israel?
it.
More from Donald Trump right here. A reporter asks, so do you trust Iran? Do you trust the Ayatollah? Watch what he says. Play this clip.
You can say,
Listening.
Jason,
Thank
this
you.
is
Appreciate
regime
that.
change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you.
Thank you for the compliment, man.
That's only because I know you. But if I
Hit the
didn't know
like
you,
button
I'd
and
probably
subscribe
have more
if you have not
trust.
already. Really helps me out.
But I don't trust anyone.
why bother
Why do
talking
you?
to them
Why
about
do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them
Then why bother talking to them?
because they're going to make a deal.
Why bother talking to you?
They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday
That's wow. Just a simple question. Then why bother talking to him?
that was amazing.
If you don't trust him, why would you bother talking to him? Well, they're going to make a deal. They're making a deal. They made the deal.
Actually, they
He didn't make a deal.
Gave us a present.
He's totally lying.
And the present arrived today. And it was a very big present.
What about Saudi Arabia, Donald? There's been reporting that the Crown Prince has been encouraging you to do certain things relating to Iran. Now, this question was purposefully vague because I think the reporter knew that Saudi Arabia was trying to at least publicly hide that it was already involved in the
Israel said no to the deal
war against
I mean,
Iran.
Come on.
But Donald Trump's like, oh,
Fucking
MBS?
obvious.
He's a warrior. He is fighting with us. Also, he has given your family billions of dollars, or at least hundreds of millions of dollars, in my opinion. Play this clip.
On Saudi Arabia, there's been some reporting that you've been talking to the Crown Prince. Have you been focused on normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel at this
Well, no, we have a great relationship with Saudi Arabia. What do you hear with Saudi Arabia?
Just hearing that you've been talking and that he has been encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran. Can you share a little
He's
bit?
a warrior. He does, yeah. He's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way. Saudi Arabia has been excellent, and UAE, excellent. And I will tell you, Qatar, incredible. Qatar took a hit, pretty bad hit. Qatar is very close, you know, they're essentially, you can walk right over the border. Qatar took a hit. They've been great. They've been very strong. Kuwait, they had a little mishap. They shot down 3 planes with our missiles.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
They happen to be our planes, but the pilots made it. Can you imagine the pilots making it? The pilots are always coming.
I can't get over the shit that we hyperfixated on Joe Biden for. Like I did. I would sit there and listen. Like I still get nervous by listening to that stupid asshole speak because it's like, oh, he's going to start stammering. He's going to start going on a random tangent. But then you hear this shit and you're just like, what? And what?
And they said those are patriots.
It's the same shit, but it's even more embarrassing. Like this is legit. Like just.
We're not going to escape patriots, and they got out of there pretty quickly.
Somehow, some way, the news just,
right? Pretty amazing.
More, Mr. Trump.
That they got out. The 3 pilots lived. They're fine. In fact, they're flying today.
It was the Kuwaitis that accidentally fired.
Then a reporter says, so there have been some reports that J.D. Vance is leading the negotiations with Iran. And the reason that it's Vance is that from some sources, they've said that Iran doesn't want to deal with Witkoff and Kushner because the last time they were involved, there was immediately after a deal was reached with the Oman foreign minister, the U.S. struck Iran. So Donald Trump's like, yeah, it's J.D. Vance, but then it's also Witkoff and Kushner, which again undermines, even if it's Vance and these other people are in the background, Iran doesn't want to deal with Kushner and Witkoff. So saying Kushner and Witkoff is involved sends a signal to Iran.
You live outside Butler, PA. I'm embarrassed for my voters and my citizens.
You're not serious about
yeah, dude. I mean, fuck. You got that
about discussions here.
The most embarrassing senator in all of politics right now.
Play this clip.
So.
Yeah.
I know you said there's a bunch of people from the administration who are negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the president of the United States, Tom. And I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me.
How is this endearing anymore? Like, I get it, man. I get it. He's got that fucking charm. If I guess you're a fucking moron, but god damn, dude. Like, how does anybody listen to this just complete bozo and just go, yeah, that's my president?
Me to what the fuck? Talk about saving millions of
lives.
lives.
Oh my God, our
that's what
country
you're talking
is
about.
fucking
You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it.
Then you have Pete Hegseth saying, when the president says war fighters are going to fight, we're vicious.
This is a long video.
We're as vicious as you can be. Watch Hegseth. It's idiotic. Let's play it.
Never in history has a modern military Iran had a modern military, a modern navy, a modern air force, modern air
Yeah, he's got that Grandpa Riz energy that is just like, okay, Pop, time to go to bed.
defenses, leadership, massive bunker. Never has a modern.
No, like the way that he just like went, like looked over to him where he's like, damn, like that kind of shit.
Military been so rapidly and
Like, I
historically
understand why these guys lap his
obliterated,
ass, but
defeated from day one with overwhelming firepower. The air campaign that we've conducted, that Israel's conducted alongside us, was one for the history books, truly. And it's because we have a president of the United States that when he sends his warfighters out to fight, he
I got news for you. We were getting creamed. Yeah, I know.
ties their hands
Mr. One Boston.
to actually go
welcome
out
to
and
the show,
close
man.
with and destroy the enemy as viciously as
I am not a Trump supporter by any means, man.
possible from moment.
And I mean by any fucking means.
One.
Then Donald Trump is like, if we didn't have
This motherfucker is just such a profound stain in our country, Like and the fact that it had to be in my lifetime, like I'm glad that I like live in this time. Oh, I used to be actually. I used to be so much happier where I'm like, God, what a time to be alive.
the B2s hit, now we obliterated. Everyone's obliterated. Okay.
Media
well, I
zone.
see what's happening right now in Israel. I see what's happening in Kuwait. I see what's happening in the neighboring Arab nations where
Yeah,
Iran.
he's got dementia, grandpa energy. He really does. He's got that sundowning thing too, where he gets so much worse right around 5 o'clock. I have a feeling that's why you don't see him much past then. And if you do it, he's totally got some, uppers on that one.
penetration rate with
Emily Siegel. Welcome to the show.
their ballistic missiles that now drop
Glad
those
to have you.
clusters is higher now than at the beginning of the war. But you can replay it.
I don't know why, but if we didn't have
We
those,
shall live in interesting
B2
times. I mean, interesting is definitely some. I mean, I had to make this admission yesterday that without him in the White House, my show probably would not be doing as well as it has been.
hit.
That's the weirdest part. Where it was
Which
like,
is,
oh,
so we
wow, that
obliterated,
sucks.
despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration said,
Gotta
no,
take the
no,
good with the bad, I
we
guess.
obliterated it. Just obliterated their nuclear
And like I said, I try to do this in a way where it's at least semi-fun, or like you guys can watch me crash out and be entertained by it.
potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it. And they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including Israel.
Sure.
And then you have Hegseth
the line.
saying, this is not Iraq. This is not Afghanistan. We have clear objectives. We're not going to tell you what they are. We'll do riddles. Like, we got prizes in the Strait.
Joseph R., appreciate the follow.
Big prize. We're not going to tell you what it is. Here, play this clip.
This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. This is not a president who's interested in vague end states. He's been very clear with us about what we need to accomplish, creating the conditions for them never to have a nuclear capability, and that's exactly what we're doing in historic fashion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Then Donald Trump says, and as you know, today we will have the privilege of shooting up Iran. We have the privilege of blowing up their electric generation plants. Yeah, that's a war crime. That's a war crime. Here, play this clip.
Without Trump, you would have pivoted to sovereign citizen content, and your channel would be booming.
We're roaming free. We can
Damn it, Sylvie! Don't do that.
do whatever we want.
Don't make me think that it could
as you
technically
know,
be
today
better.
we were going to
Ugh.
have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the
So
biggest
Pete
in
lied
the world.
right there.
And one shot to the right location
It's just
ends
the
the
leader
plant
of our
that
military.
collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. Yeah.
Was the turning
Then Donald Trump starts blabbering about, can you name one thing that's not gone? I don't know, their entire leadership structure right now.
Yeah,
That's
the
more
entire leadership structure. Tehran's still there. I'm pretty sure that they have all of their missile capabilities still intact. Their drone facilities still intact. It seems like they have a lot still intact. Their guy.
more extreme. You've empowered the Islamic Revolutionary Guard.
Yeah, and it's almost like, again, like, do you understand what they're not telling you? That this is like Iran is a huge country, tons of mountains, and that's why the Taliban was so effective against fighting us. And they trained a bunch of those insurgents. Like, dude, this is just the start.
Everything.
All they keep again, We're just as bad as Iran here. All we have is regime media. They're not letting anybody report on this in a way that we can get real information. Right now, it's he said, he said, they said.
Is just a worse version of it was before, and Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz with an iron fist. But go on, lie.
They teach you in school how to be a consumer, not how to be a producer. Yep.
All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. They're pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? You know, if you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want.
More from Donald Trump here. He looks at someone who's Native American. He's like, ooh, I guess I didn't know that about you. Here, play this clip.
I hope you're happy. But as the only Native American, I didn't know that, huh? Let me look at you. Well, I think that's all right.
Can somebody get him? What the fuck? Take him to bed.
He's got great quality, I can tell you. He's the only Native American.
Let me look at you. Wow.
In the Senate. How many have been there before you? Do you know? Native American?
I think 3.
3. Well, you're a fantastic representative, Mark.
Then Donald Trump said,
this motherfucker spent the majority of his campaigning calling Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas, and he just looks at him and he's just like, wow, Native American, huh?
Says that Kamala
All right, Tonto.
Harris's low IQ. Let's play.
Can you imagine that, Jim? She's.
All right, guys, we got our new nickname for the new head, Tonto.
The border czar. She never called Border Patrol. Explain that to me. He's the worst. She was as bad as he was. Going to give him IQ tests next week under the Trump administration.
And just here are some photos of the significant damage of residential structures in Bnei Brak in central Israel. Tonight, Israel.
He's such a dirtbag. He really is.
It's nighttime following the impact of multiple cluster munitions.
Michael, also, welcome to the show.
I'll just show you video footage from an hour ago, showing several failed interceptions.
You grow all of your food?
Of Iranian medium range.
Well, you're about to you're about to pay a whole lot more for fertilizer.
Ballistic missiles that I think have clusters with them as well. This is near the city of Safed in northern Israel. So this is what's going on while Donald Trump's saying he's getting prizes, everybody. Prizes. Play it.
Ain't that a bitch? I just thought about that. No matter what, you're always going to feel the fucking, the idiocy of this douchebag. Oh, boom.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what.
All right, there we have it. That was the first one that I've watched, I think all of it. So apparently, here's the plan.
President Trump says the U.S. is engaged in talks with Iran. He told reporters today that Iran gave the U.S. a, quote, very big present related to oil and gas in the Strait of Hormuz, but did not offer specifics. Iran has not confirmed it has given the U.S. anything or that they are holding formal talks with the United States. CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinogradov is here to explain it all. Sam is also a former assistant secretary for counterterrorism at the Department of Homeland Security. So,
back when it was run by adults.
Sam, good to see you. Great to have you on the show. What is likely going on behind the scenes right now to move towards setting up more formal talks between the U.S. and Iran, and talks that Iran would admit are actually happening too?
Well, more than likely, the U.S. and Iran are communicating through mediators, a third party, another country that is passing messages through officials on the U.S. side and officials on the Iranian side. Certainly, there is going to be a lot of suspicion by the Iranians about whether they can trust the Trump administration, based on the fact that the Trump administration would.
Well, considering that the optics of it just being the IRGC and not having a power structure only benefits Trump and his regime, I'm actually more inclined to believe that, no, they have a new power structure. And no, they're definitely fucking making some plans here. And I think that they're, I wouldn't put it past them to do a negotiation thing and to fuck Trump over because he's already done it to them so many times. Like, dude, he really rewrote the book on this one. This isn't going to go the way that he keeps thinking it is.
The first Iran nuclear deal.
And he keeps selling to us. Like, just remember that. Like, it already hasn't. There are so many just tells that he didn't see this coming. He didn't see them pushing back as hard as they did. He didn't see them hitting the fucking UAE.
Then more recently, the fact that the Trump administration began Operation Epic Fury, and then in the midst of ongoing negotiations about Iran's nuclear program. At the same time, certainly the United States is going to want to validate that whomever they're negotiating with on the Iranian side not just has credibility with the United States, but actually has credibility within Iran.
A revolutionary power.
And can deliver on whatever it is that individual or individuals are saying they can deliver on. So there's going to have to be intelligence assessments about who the Iranian officials are and whether they can in fact deliver on any pledges that may or may not be agreed to.
So you're telling me that he's out there negotiating with a rando that he wants in power? And he's like, we're going to do the regime change and I'm going to put you in charge. Like, trust me, I know he wants to do that. But this is what I will never fucking have, like, I'm never going to give him undue faith or credit. Like, no, he has proven that he really has the foresight of a fucking shrimp. So I'm sorry if I'm a little skeptical that I should just believe every word he's saying about this fucking war.
So
even though the markets obviously do. Jesus Christ.
I know there's likely, as you mentioned, mediators doing some of this work behind the scenes. But is it a benefit to the U.S. by sort of reaching out to Iran first?
I don't think it's really going to matter who makes the first overture. Certainly, President Trump is going to message this as Iran begging for relief. And the Iranian regime, the remnants of the regime that are still there, are going to need to message this to hardliners within Iran that the United States came asking for a deal. Generally, it's somewhat inconsequential who reached out first. The most important thing is ending the violence in a way that guarantees U.S. national security objectives are achieved. And what we don't know is whether negotiations will focus on just, for example, the Strait of Hormuz, just the nuclear program, or whether, for example, negotiations on Iran's ballistic missile program will be on the table, their support for proxies, and more. You may recall that President Trump criticized the Iran nuclear deal that was negotiated under Obama for just focusing on Iran's nuclear program and not focusing on Iran's support for terrorism, their ballistic missiles, or other.
You know what's funny? Someone just pointed out that all of a sudden the TSA is about to get funded. You know why? Because they took away Congress's ability to just skip the lines.
All right, Sam Vinogradov.
No more preferential treatment. Well, weird how quickly that kind of turned. Interesting. All right, speaking of airports.
In yesterday's show, we mentioned all of the chaos ongoing.
Literally, we have one day where this will pretty much be relevant still. So
Going at American airports, in part because of the DHS shutdown, which has meant all kinds of TSA workers calling out of work.
you wrote a 6,000-page book that has yet to be published.
Paid.
Keep on your dreams, man.
We also had, though, this horrific collision that occurred. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. So this was an Air Canada flight AC8646 colliding with a Port Authority fire truck. This happened at LaGuardia
My cat's chasing my mouse.
Airport. Both the pilots were killed in this horrendous crash. You had a flight attendant who was actually ejected from the plane. You had dozens of passengers who were injured. You know, the two on the truck were also injured. Miraculous that they're alive.
Thank you for the $5 donation there, Juwan. Juwan J.
Apparently what happened is you had air traffic controllers who are $4.99. You had an emergency with a different plane where they suspected there was a fire on board. They were trying to send this fire truck
for that.
over to that other airplane, gave it clearance to cross the runway at exactly the moment this Air Canada plane is landing. I also read a harrowing account of one of the passengers who survived the crash. It was on the plane. And they said that there was a bumpy landing anyway, there was a lot of turbulence. And then when they hit the runway, they, could hear this grinding screech of the
just so you guys know, anytime you guys make a donation, my cat gets a little treat.
effects as the pilots tried to do everything they
dog
could
were down here, he would
to
too,
avoid
but
this
he's
collision,
down
which
here right now.
obviously there was nothing they could do. And
Wow, look how happy you are.
It's so bad. Let's put E1B guys up on the screen. Shows the pilot and some of the damage. It's just it's
Coming
so
back up.
heartbreaking. The pilot who died from Quebec, 30-year-old, and I mean, I think the co-pilot.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do. We have a solid hour and 20 minutes. I'm going to break protocol here. I want to smoke a banger so I can calm down a little bit because, yes, my blood pressure may not have spiked all that hard, but I'll just tell you that my mental fortitude as far as just being able to really just stomach the fact that that idiot is just the reason that everything sucks right now. Like, God, I'll tell you. I'll also say this much. I didn't think that I cared that much. Apparently, I did actually like my country before.
But also was
hindsight being a bitch.
Very, very young. So it's just, I mean, it's not just tragic, but it shows like the precarity of a lot of commercial air travel right now. And I think all of these together, look, remember,
Damn, he was only 30?
Millions of flights all around the world every day. You only hear about things like this when they go bad. But when you combine it, it just feels like things here are falling apart. You got airport closures, runway, LaGuardia was closed all day. Yeah, I mean, you used to live in New York. This is insanity.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to close LaGuardia?
Yeah.
You had a fire in Newark Liberty. I mean, it's a United hub. It's literally a gateway to the globe. You could fly direct to like Singapore and New Delhi from Newark. I mean, literally, millions of people fly through that airport every single year. Then you've got the TSA.
You never realize what you have until it's gone. Yep.
Situation. We got some of the VO. We could put some of this up here on the screen. It is madness. I thank God I have a baby now. I don't fly very much anymore. Look
I
at
feel
this.
so bad for these people with little
Look at that.
kids.
Yeah, look at that kid in the stroller.
Ugh.
5:02 a.m. Hartsfield Jackson, where they told everyone yesterday to show up 4 hours early. Bush Intercon. I used to live. This is my own home airport, but IAH, my old stomping grounds, New York City. Apparently, there's no pre-check. There's no clear.
There's no TSA pre-check.
There's just one line.
Yep.
New Orleans.
I do love that. Oh, man, I love that. A lot of fucking comedians really pissed off right now.
Orleans, multiple hour lines. All the videos here, you got people.
God. If I could just get a picture of Luis J. Gomez fucking just losing his shit because he's one of the guys that loves to brag about his pre-check. Ooh. Hassan, too. I would actually like to see Hassan fucking deal with some of this shit.
At one point, this is
I don't know. We're going to watch his whole thing where he's getting attacked as a champagne socialist. I'm interested to see where they're coming from.
Nightmare. They're now doing live entertainment for the lines, like people, like bands. And,
Oh, no.
I'm good. Okay. All right. It's
Forced entertainment.
It's like whenever the
no.
Southwest flight to Hawaii passed around ukuleles, I'm like, you might as well take that ukulele and beat me over the head with it rather than have to listen to other people. But I mean, think about that. That's madness. I'll just
Really?
have to sit.
Who the fuck doesn't like the sound of a ukulele, dude? What the fuck? It's a tiny guitar. I understand if it was like a tiny trumpet or a fucking recorder, but a ukulele? That bothers you? Jesus Christ, soccer, get fucked. You've never had fun. Like this
In some of these lines. I'm joking, but it's
God
not
damn.
funny. Like it's
This guy sucks
absolute
so
insanity.
much
And yes,
every
it's a
fucking
result
time. And then
of the-
like
of the
he says some
TSA,
dumb
of
shit
the
that just
DHS
reminds you like, oh
shutdown.
yeah, soccer, you fucking
Honestly,
suck.
This is the irony, and we'll get to some of the political impacts. If Iran was not happening,
Someone called
this
him a
would
weenie
be
today.
the biggest story in the country.
Yeah.
Every day on
Only
CNN or on our show,
sticks.
we would have line
All right,
updates
yes,
like we were doing
I'm
with gas
smoking,
prices.
then I'm
But
off
it was
to
1 hour and a half
bathroom.
yesterday.
I'll be
So
right
now
back.
it barely rates at the very end of the show.
Yeah.
And for good reason, because we're literally in the middle of a goddamn war.
Yeah.
But this is the problem for Trump. There was potential to try and have some national debate. I think they would lose, but they could try. DHS, Democrats are holding us hostage. Now, nobody cares. It's literally like, A5 in the New York Times or something, if you think about the old newspapers. And that is massively to the Democrats' benefit because this is like a polycrisis now for Trump. You have the war. We have to spend the vast majority of his resources. Gas prices are going up. Everybody's very concerned. All of the pressure now with TSA breakdown, Americans have heard nothing about DHS or any of this other stuff about what the contours of the debate are.
Yeah.
They're like, I need this shit to end now. They're like, I don't care what you have to do. It needs to be over. And so the political pressure on the White House is immense. It actually looks like this morning we might get some sort of deal. Chuck Schumer said that they're talking. The likelihood of that deal would basically be to carve ICE funding out of everything else and then fight about that later on. Kind of makes sense because ICE is already fully funded. That's part of the reason the agents are in the airports because they're the ones who are getting paid. But yeah, I mean, politically nightmarish for the White House.
Yeah.
Stuff like this always will fire back on the chief executive because he's the person who's in control.
Of course. They have the House, they have the Senate, they're in control of the White House. So especially on an issue where I do think that this kind of caught people off guard because it's not a full government shutdown. So you haven't had all this discourse about, okay, what are the contours of the debate and what are they asking for and what's the holdup, whatever. People are just like, this sucks. I blame the president. And then the president went out of his way to go ahead and take on that blame because there was actually a deal that Democrats were willing to strike that John Thune was negotiating. And, you know, like Sagar said, it would carve out ICE separately. They would fund the rest of DHS. That means TSA agents would start getting paid. That's the crux of the issue is that TSA agents are not getting paid, but are still expected to work. Well, there's going to be some certain percentage that is like, I need to earn a paycheck. I will not be at that job where you're forcing me to work for free. I will be at an actual job where I need to get paid because that is the reality of life. So you're having mass call-outs of TSA agents.
Yeah, do you know that like most TSA agents, they are like registered with like Uber and like Instacart and all those gig jobs just because like of this shit?
Which is leading to these lines. So in any case, Trump came
Makes
out and was
sense,
like,
though.
no deal, because I want you to not only fund DHS, but I also want you to pass the Save America
so
Act.
much better.
Yeah, put
Hell
E7 up on the screen. This is just the punch bowl
Positivity
report.
is the best solution. Sunlight over darkness. Yeah, actually, you know what? Mr. Boston, I usually do ascribe to that. I'm just having more of a day where I'm like just kind of, I have days like this where I just kind of recognize what's going on, crash out a little bit, but then, yeah, you know.
For Trump to Thune, no.
I at least don't take this with me. Like, I'm definitely, like, this is, after stream tonight, oh, yeah, this is gonna, like, this is the nice part. I hope you guys understand that it does kind of feel like I'm venting and, like, it's almost like therapeutic, where it's just like, once I'm done here, I'm like, oh, yeah. And then I go, like, I turn on, like, a video game or, like, a fucking just, you know, it's something mindless and just chill.
Deal. He made it very clear. You had actually let's go
sat
and
down
play
and listened to music for like the first time in a long time yesterday, where I was just like, I needed that.
the E3. Senator Kennedy, who is a Republican, talking about the dynamics here, and I believe this was over on Fox News, talking about, okay, well, Trump is the one who said he doesn't want a deal. Let's take.
The problem is, you have a lot of people that can't admit when they're either jealous, which a lot of people are jealous of Hassan. I mean, I'm not jealous, but like I do, like there is like a level of envy where I'm like, oh, that must be nice. Like seriously, watching him be able to do what he does and then travel and just have all that extra capital. Yeah, that is kind of like, oh wow.
Take a listen.
I mean,
Senator Cruz and I came up with,
but at the same time, I don't hate him because of it. What I hate is when he tries, like, actually, Kat Abu-Ghazali was also guilty of this, where it's just like, when you LARP as working class, don't do that.
with a plan. We said, look, it's
Especially when you were well off your entire life.
a two-step process.
Like, dude, I found out that his parents, yes, they were immigrants, but dude, they had money.
Yes. The Democrats have offered to open up everything but ICE. Ted and I said, okay, let's
But that also needs to be addressed where it's like, not every socialist needs to grow up poor.
accept their offer. And then,
Like, fuck, I know a bunch of people that grew up poor that are Republicans. So, like, I've never understood that whole thing.
at the same time, we would offer a bill for reconciliation.
Positive people just haven't experienced enough, in my opinion. It's all happy until it's not. Josh, would you consider me a positive person? Would you consider me like a pretty positive stream? Because I'll tell you what, man. In the last year and a half, I don't think most people could honestly go through what I have and still find the ability to laugh.
Where we don't need any Democratic votes to do whatever we wanted to do with ICE. And that way we're...
Well, then I'm going to tell you right now, dude. My mom passed not like a year ago. No, I was about to say not even a year ago. No, it's just over a year ago. I was very close to my mom. My dog died in October, the same day my wife got a cancer diagnosis. Guess what, man? I think that if I can find positivity in life, and again, not only maintain it, but like bring it to you fine folks, I think that you can too. And I think a lot of people can.
We're out of the shutdown.
Am I happy? Yeah. No, I am. I'm not happy with my current situation because my wife, here's the thing, man. I have to live every day, and I hate to say this, and I'm not trying, but I don't know if my wife is going to be sick that day. I don't know if she's going to have a good day, bad day. There's the existential part that I don't even want to voice. But overall, yeah, I get to do this even as like a second gig. Yeah, sure. But like, I get to do this. I get to I have an audience. Dude, I am happy. Like, I love doing this. I absolutely fucking love doing this. That's why I can do as many hours as I do and not even think about it. And yeah, that comes from a place of happiness. Strangely, covering this shit.
DHS.
That's the weird part. So yeah, Josh, I am actually like happy.
Is back open.
That's how I know you're angry too. I get angry. I am dude. Have you not heard me crashing out for I'm not sure if you have. I'm actually asking. Like, I have crash out moments. I get angry. I get very angry. Dude, that's why I get so angry at this injustice. I get, every once in a while, I do have like the real bad one where I'm just like, these motherfuckers. They're like, this is why I don't believe in karma. Also, this did solidify how I don't believe there's a God. I don't believe in any fucking like masterful universe bullshit. I don't. I just don't. The universe is so stupid. Like, us being here, it's just stupid. Like, we have consciousness. Look what we do with it.
Senator Cthulhu submitted that.
Yeah, we're such superior beings that we need to fucking fight over things like, I don't know, just someone existing that you don't want to exist, and then this whole thing where we got violence, blah, blah, blah.
President Trump.
My wife died. I've buried a few dogs. It's a dog graveyard out back. See? Well, I mean, yes. No, and I get it. Like, I do get that anger. Because, like, yeah. But you know what? I also find beauty, like, every time, like I actually just did it today. I have no shame in admitting this. I had a breakdown when I saw a dog look exactly like my old dog. And then I also I realized how much I missed her. And you know what? I fucking broke down. But the thing is, I didn't get angry at my breakdown. What I ended up doing was I valued it, because every time that I start like crying about my mom, my dog, or my wife even, it's because I know how much I love them. And also, like, it's just like, it's pure emotion, which is good. That means I'm feeling it. I would be much more worried if I was like despondent.
As is his right, he said no deals with the Democrats.
And just angry all the time.
We could have had TSA paid by the end of the week.
But no, Josh, the other thing that I'm going to just say is, like, because I have like gone to like a grief thing and like, I've been working on this, I kind of also recognize where some people don't have what I have, and I'm not trying to force this, but it is like, no, man, you should at least like try. Because like, don't let the anger always win.
Said no deal.
Would have worked, but the president said no deal. Sure enough, but E8 up on the screen. This is the president directly saying no deal. I don't think we should make any deal with the crazy country-destroying radical left Democrats unless and until they vote with Republicans to pass the Save America Act. Far more important than anything else we are doing in the Senate. That includes giving these same terrible people, the Dems who are to blame for this mess, a $5 billion cut in ICE funding, a deal which, even when disguised as something else,
we got Ken Z and then Ken Scholes,
is unacceptable to me and the American people unless it includes their approval of voter ID with picture, citizenship to vote, no mail-in voting with exceptions, all paper ballots, no men and women's sports, which just randomly got thrown into this thing too, and no transgender mutilization, which is not a word, of our precious children. Put it all together.
Which isn't a word.
And also let Leader Thune clearly identify those few Republicans that are voting against America. They will never be elected again. In other words, lump everything together as one and vote. Kill the filibuster.
No, not me. The thing is, there's occasions where I'll be a little black-pilled where I'm just like, can the giant meteor please just hit?
And stay in D.C. for Easter if necessary. Make
that
America
happens occasionally.
Great again. I mean, obviously, like, he's clearly shouldering the blame for this chaos at American airports. It's happening during a time when many families are traveling for spring break.
Yeah,
so it's going to impact more than just, the business travel. It obviously would, but right now is a time of year when you're going to have more just like ordinary middle class families who are planning their Florida trip or whatever for their kids' spring break. And you also see the high priority he puts on this Save America Act, which he thinks is going to give him more, and it will give him more power to mess with the midterms where he knows he is politically screwed.
If you look at it right now, I mean, the irony too is about the filibuster. You and I are like, yeah, do it. Kill it. Yeah. We're like, great. Okay, sure. You can pass it now, and then in the future, other people who are in power can pass whatever they want.
Yeah.
So let's go.
No, because there's no reinstitute. Once it's gone, it's gone. Because nobody's gonna fucking just willfully just be like, yeah, you know what? We need another fucking majority vote to get to bring it back. Because we really need to kneecap ourselves. We're sorry. We're sorry. Got too much power there.
Let's take the Senate in the fall.
I'm ready. Yeah. All right, kill it. I'm happy to see it gone. You want to pass Save America for 2 years?
You're here for a good time until the aliens come.
That, happen. I used to be somewhat of a defender.
We get one go around. Is my see? This is the thing about my belief system. Just my beliefs. I'm only here once. I might as well fucking enjoy it, man.
Like, I understood, but at this
might
point,
as well
it's
try.
Too much. And I've even seen this restoration of what is it called?
Seeking this heaven on earth in the fucking afterlife.
Reasonable type of deal. That's too wonky, but the point is it actually would make it so that the party in power would be able to do what they want. And if you don't like it, you can elect whoever you want in order to actually pass what they want. Same thing. What you were talking about. If the Democrats take the Senate, then every piece of Trump legislation literally ever will be dead for the entire president. There would be like a 2-year-long government shutdown, basically, if they wanted it to, under the administration. That's the point. It would actually make the government more responsive. But as of this morning, it actually does look like there could be some deal. A bunch of senators huddled with Trump last night. Potential breakthrough last night where Trump met with Senator Katie Britt and a few others. Chuck Schumer said both sides are talking in a serious way. Pressure's growing. It would probably come down to what we just said, passing funding for everything but ICE. And because ICE is already fully funded, it would push it out to the future. Under the potential deal, it would be restored under the HSI investigation team would apparently be restored, requiring them to have, more investigatory actions and not reassigning the HSI agents to immigration enforcement on top of a few other deals. So there might be some contours around
actually,
it, but
we didn't have a shutdown under Biden.
Right now, from what we can tell,
Weird. It's almost like he knew how to make deals.
Actually does look like this might be ending, and it's simply because
I don't even like saying
all
that.
of the chaos with TSA and in the airports. I also think Trump, I don't know what they're thinking with the ICE deployment, because look, you guys know my feelings about immigration. I've got my problems with ICE, but at the very least, like, the one thing politically I would tell you not to do is to take the most politicized law enforcement agency in the country and then put it in front of all of the people who are flying. You don't want to be seeing that, you don't want that in front of your own eyes whenever it's like, imagine if you could
I'll
take
say
the most,
that much. I mean,
the more unpopular parts of
there's a reason that I do,
and then just
like, smoking helps. Smoking helps.
That it exists, and that they're like, you don't want that. All right, you kind of want it out in the shadows. Do we have the images?
Yeah,
Can we
have
show
E6.
everybody?
Yeah, I mean, there's just it's an idiotic idea on every level, and it's also doing nothing to help the situation because they're not trained as TSA. All the images that I've seen of these
like
guys
hanging out.
are them just hanging around.
Yeah, they're just
doing
hanging around.
Absolutely nothing.
I'm so glad that we're paying this.
Have you guys seen that meme of the guy who's like,
yeah, these fucking airport lines were really solved there, dude. Yeah, Trump really solved the problem.
trying to make it look like he's pushing the subway car? They're like, those are the the ICE agents.
We got to get some height. I'm just gonna say it. We got to get some fucking weight requirements in this.
Oh yeah, Meal Team 6 has arrived at the airport. In any case, they're basically just standing around doing nothing except making people uncomfortable and angry, which, they're already standing in a long-ass line, feeling uncomfortable and angry. So there you go. Steve Bannon says this should be a trial run for sending them to the polling stations in November, which I certainly don't think is completely off the table. But I did see one person say, Sagar, that this made sense to them because they've often wanted to be shot in the face when they were waiting in a long airport line. So.
Okay, do we have time for me to rant a little bit here? All right, can I just say this? Where are you going that's so important to stand in line for 4 hours? I'm just going to say it. I understand the spring break and all of that. Look, flight credit exists. You can cancel. I guarantee if you bitch and moan at a company enough, they will give you a refund. Stay home.
No. Not the fucking airlines, bro. You kidding me?
I was telling you.
There's a reason that people crash out at airports, like, frequently.
Lady that tweeted this morning, she's like, my daughter waited in line for 8 hours and missed her flight. She's sleeping in an airport. And just to make sure, where are you going that's so important? Like, outside of a family emergency?
What are you talking about? Trump being represented by a Democrat now? Like, you're spamming that. What's going on?
Don't go. Just don't go. If you have to go for work, I guess Even then, like, can you not talk to your boss? You're like, yo, man, I'm not waiting in line for 6.5 hours. Yes, I know that's from a point of privilege.
Are you having a back and forth with this? Oh, you're having a back and forth with this guy, are you?
I feel like there's probably a way that is.
But imagine, okay, this is your one vacation. You have booked your stuff. No. It's not refundable.
We'll go later.
You can't get it back.
We're going
waiting for this.
I told you, there's no such thing as non-refundable. There's no such thing.
There is, of course, a thing of non-refundable.
It says it in the fine. If you call enough, call the credit card company.
He is so stupid. He is so stupid.
If you book an Airbnb, they're not going
he is very stupid.
to give you your money back. It's not happening.
No. Apparently he's never done this.
No, you can't figure it. So if people have dropped a bunch of money, they're like, all right, well, I guess I'm going to suffer for a day so that I can get this vacation that I saved up all year. So I have some empathy. I will say Tim Dillon did a very funny bit on this.
What did he say?
If you saw it. He was like, he was talking about Americans traveling abroad while we're like destroying the world. He's like, get your ass back. No one wants to see you right now. Like you're going to go on your, you're going to watch us drop a bomb on a school and then you're going to go and enjoy like a vineyard in Italy. He's like, stay home. Do not go anywhere. No one wants to see your face. If you're on vacation, go to Florida.
I feel conflicted because, I hate the Euros too and their snobbishness, Iran. It's like as if your bases aren't being used right now. Your governments aren't sucking on the teat of the USA and you don't need those tourist dollars to float your
other chatters can't.
Shitty economy. So I'm not going to give too much to.
No, I think they can.
The only thing that I will sympathize
you're showing up in my main feed
with the Euros is whenever they complain about how Americans will go to Europe like in the middle of the summer and they'll wear like gym clothes while all the other Italians are wearing like and you know what? They're right? It's gross.
That would be the thing that you would emphasize.
Can you imagine sitting in a Tuscan shop and you're wearing an Italian linen cut fine suit, you're like 76 years old, and then some guy walks in with an Under Armour t-shirt that says protect this house with a t-shirt and one of those sunglasses that like wraps around in the back and then mispronounces the word like latte and then fumbles with Euro coins or something. That would disgust me too. All right, so I'm with them. I'm with them on that front.
You gotta be comfy when you're a tourist.
No,
you're doing a lot of walking.
No.
Comfy shoes.
Yeah, they walk. They walk plenty in leather shoes. It's not hard.
Oh, she definitely has done the fucking.
Buy some decent shoes.
Yeah. Okay.
They're made. They're
again. This is what happens when you have kids. You don't realize how lame you become.
Made for that. We're not.
Okay. All right. Let's get to.
I think that your self-awareness when you don't have kids is always there.
Brendan,
like, and trust me, I'm somebody that dresses comfy. I do have a line.
Steinhauser standing by. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
They really coming off as common folk. Jesus fucking Christ, elite scum. Yeah, this every once in a while it drives me crazy.
To wait for it.
Like, dude, Crystal, like she makes millions. Like between her and Kyle, they make millions of dollars. It's a lot. All right, prominent conservative now pressuring Vance to remove remove Trump via the 25th Amendment. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go.
A long overdue conversation about the 25th Amendment is finally taking place. I mean, don't get your hopes up. It's not going to happen, but a conversation is taking place for what it's worth. Scott McConnell, who is the co-founder of the American Conservative magazine, publicly called on J.D. Vance to announce his support for removing Donald Trump from office by invoking the 25th Amendment. And he...
Actually, you know what? Fuck this. I'm sorry. I need to take a fucking break. And I mean, I just need to decompress here, so I want to talk to y'all. What up? All right. Remove Trump because he's doing a great job. He's doing so great, dude. Have you seen the gas prices? Have you seen just like the state of the world that it is literally on the shoulders of him? Like this was all him. This was from one person being elected, and this is all this chaos is because he is a criminal, and he is trying to keep us from fucking finding out just how much of a criminal he is. Ooh, Pep, great show so far. Keeping it lively. Thank you. I mean, I'm trying. Good boy. Comes from a Yale secret society. I'd recommend looking it up. Master key. Ugh, okay, whatever. I don't know what you're talking about, so. But I appreciate you being here. Having a good old time. Oh, man. Yeah, no, I am trying to keep it lively. I just think that, I definitely had that little rant and have had a few moments where I got a little shouty. Boston, there doesn't need to be a secret society. The elites tell us where they mingle. They mingle in the Grove. I mean, even I thought that was common knowledge amongst like conspiracy theorists, but whatever. I guess. What we gonna do, man? QAnon already fucking whitewashed this whole Epstein thing by just being like, yeah, Trump has nothing to do with it. It's just like, wait, what? Okay. And then, yeah. Then we got guys like Pierre here that are just like, isn't Trump doing a great job? It's just like, no, he's not. And most people would tell you that like, don't suck his dick. Like, holy fuck, man. That's how you know you're like, that's the cult shit. Like, for real. Jesus. Ban another one of these? TDRS. I'm just joking. Yeah. Just joshing. Alright. Well, is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna continue playing this. Because I got a fucking nice fun half lined up for us, so let's see. Okay, cool, yeah. My family fought the Revolutionary War here. Take a Xanax guy and chill. Your face stuck in the fucking Brandon zone. Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, I'm fine. I'm just kind of toying between. You want to know what my biggest like problem is right now? I'm toying with drinking a warm tea, or I can have a water. So, trying to figure out which one I want to do. How long are you in tonight, Pep? Well, not even at the 4:20 mark yet, so I think that I'm gonna do 5 hours tonight. So, I'll be here for another 2.5 hours. That seems about right. Cause yeah, I got the 2 o'clock show tomorrow. We're gonna be having a lot of fun with that. Which I don't know what we're talking about tomorrow. Hopefully it's gonna be a little bit more of a chill show. I don't know. Literally, dude, this is what's driving me nuts with everything. Is it's day by fucking day. Just yesterday was plane crashes, long plane lines, and then fucking gas prices. Like, every once in a while, I do kind of feel like, God damn, I wish I could do just like a weekly wrap up. But, yeah, this is fun enough. Now, what I need to do is, I need to see, is Uni awake? If Uni's awake. Hi! What's up, bud? Nope, no. Don't go on to the keyboard, please. You almost shut down the computer last time you did that. No. Look! I have caught a criminal! Look at him. He is so cute. Oh, that was my hip! Oh my... Oh! Ooh. Ooh, I needed that. Okay. Actually, that was one of those ones where I was like, ooh, that hurt. You're awake. Oh, sweet. A tea would be nice. If you could spare a moment to bring me a let's go green tea. That would be wonderful. And you, sir. Oh. Sorry, he's trying to go after his cat treats, and he's really fine. Thank you. Oh, well, that's nice. Tea, coffee, water, chalky milk. Chalky milk is something that my wife is. The fuck was that? You want me to smell? Okay. Shit. Give me one sec. All right. Man. Oh, right. I'm playing this video. Sorry, guys. I got a little sidetracked there where I was just like, oh, yeah, wait for some tea, get her smokage, and then, yeah. Now you're just kind of witnessing like, yeah.
He also encouraged him to subsequently announce Democratic Senator Chris Murphy as his vice president, I guess in order to blunt some of the blowback against Republicans because of Donald Trump. Now, 2 days earlier, David Stockman, who served as Ronald Reagan's OMB director, also raised the specter of Vance using the 25th Amendment. And for those unfamiliar with what that would mean, Newsweek explains that the 25th Amendment would allow for the legal transfer of presidential power to the vice president if the president becomes incapacitated or unable to fulfill their duties, dies, resigns, or is removed from office by impeachment. And they explain that calls for the 25th Amendment to be invoked have increased since the Iran war started, with calls starting to creep into conservative circles as well as Democratic ones. Now, as unlikely as it is that J.D. Vance would even consider for a second doing this, it seems to have spooked Laura Loomer, a crazy person and ally to Donald Trump.
Did the short stream crash? Why? What?
Attempt in a tweet, writing, Tucker Carlson sits on the advisory board of the American Conservative. The magazine that Tucker Carlson sits on the board of is calling J.D. Vance to stage a coup against President Trump with false claims of insanity. Not so false. Just a reminder that Tucker Carlson's son works for J.D. Vance at the White House. Several months ago, American Conservative said that Vance should be the next president because he will lead a, quote, post-Israel America. Do you see what's going on here? Yeah, you're freaking out about a good time that is never going to come to fruition. Now, Tucker Carlson is obviously a red flag for MAGA loyalists because...
Trust me, I would let you guys know if I was having a technical difficulty. I'm pretty good about that.
He's vocally opposed to Donald Trump's war with Iran. But even though most conservatives aren't willing to go as far as McConnell and Stockman, they do know that the current situation is politically untenable. J.D. Vance's Middle East advisor just stepped down, although, you know, he says it's not because of Trump's war with Iran. Sure. And Nancy Mace called for Lindsey Graham to be removed from the Situation Room after he called on Donald Trump to try to seize Carg Island by putting boots on the ground. In other words, all of Trump's allies understand how bad things are, as dumb as they act, but they don't have the spines to call for Trump's removal with the 25th Amendment. So they're either Homer Simpsoning away into the bushes quietly, or they're scapegoating somebody else for Donald Trump's actions in order to oppose his actions without getting on his bad side. But if you think that Trump is incapable of making his own decisions, as Nancy Mace is suggesting, then you're kind of inadvertently legitimizing the case for his removal via the 25th Amendment. Nonetheless, you know, as nice as it is to see more people talk about that, I don't think that the 25th Amendment is ever going to be invoked, which is a damn shame, because if it's not going to be used now, then it's never ever going to be used, because Donald Trump is indeed a madman who's driving the entire world into
smoke happening
a state of chaos. And if we don't use a tool given to us to remove a madman like that, then it's
What? Oh, I said we had smoke happening. Wait a minute, blow it up there.
We might as well get rid of it. We're never going to use it. Now, having said that, I think that the more savvy Trump allies know that they do still have to...
She just said ambiance.
...scurry away from all of his policies like the rats that they are, because the current situation really is unsustainable politically. Like, if they want to keep their careers, they have to find a way to make it seem like it's not as bad as it is, or try to save face somehow. Now, that's really hard to do. They can't just say fuck Donald Trump, but Trump's transportation secretary Sean Duffy is going on television, and he's asking Americans to give the president grace.
I try not
because
to do that.
I guess he doesn't know what else to say. I wouldn't know what else to say.
I don't want my computer to just be like all,
Hey, but
sticky.
Here's his attempt to save face.
I think we have to offer the president
I got
grace.
Pokemon cards in here, man.
We know the president cares about the economy, gas prices for the American people.
Hey,
He's talked about that frequently and often. He also cares about peace.
Yes, very believable. The president who just started another war cares deeply about peace. But the hopelessness in his voice is almost palpable, because he knows that his association with Donald Trump is destroying his own presidential aspirations. And every single Republican, they have the same data that we all have, and they know that the writing is on the wall.
You cannot win an election when you are the incumbent party and the top issue is the cost of living, and you're the president of the United States, and your net approval rating on it is 41 points underwater. I mean, you're with Greg Louganis at this point, and with independents 60 points underwater. What, are you kidding me? You cannot win. If you're the president and you're the Republican Party and you're not addressing this issue, wave adios amigos, goodbye, see you later, your House majority, and may very well be your Senate majority as well.
Yeah, I mean, with grocery prices going up and gas hitting around $5 a gallon and $6 for diesel, which is fucking crazy, Republicans know that they're going to get wiped out in November if the election is free and fair, which is why they're pushing to make it not free and fair and pushing so hard for the SAVE Act, which would disenfranchise millions of eligible voters. So I'm assuming that we're probably going to see a lot of them do some political and mental gymnastics.
Next time, Pep. I have things to do. Oh, hey, get those things done. Appreciate you being here, man.
So that way they can run away from Donald Trump just enough to not offend him. It's a delicate dance. Not all of them will be able to do it or will be savvy enough to even try. But to them, like for their careers, I think that it's going to be preferable to do that dance.
You got them giant eyes,
as opposed to the alternative where they just go scorched earth and call for his removal via the 25th Amendment, because they will...
My cat's underneath my desk, and he's just like, he's looking at the cords just like,
be the immediate enemy of the base, which isn't just going to be a career ender, but they're going to receive lots of death threats, which they just don't want to put up with. You know, maybe later on they'll be vindicated, but in the short term, it's just not worth it to them. But it really is a damn shame that there's almost no chance that the 25th Amendment will be used to remove Donald Trump when
No, and this is why I'm so sick of these like these types of things where it's just like, how long is this? You made a 20-minute video about how prominent conservatives now pressuring Vance to remove Trump via 25th Amendment. Like, oh God, I just realized something. These are the types of videos that make me understand why people watch shorts. Like, and that's I don't like shorts either. I don't like TikToks. I don't like this shit, but all right, yeah, we're moving on from this. All right, finally getting to this.
If you're not careful, you might find yourself...
If you guys don't already, follow Brittany Page. Check out her channel. She is honestly one of the better people out on these platforms. But yes, she's calling out TYT today. This is going to be fun.
Allying with...
Nazis are creating dupes from liberals and leftists who should know better.
With Nick Fuentes and his ilk, falling right into the carefully constructed trap that the white power movement has laid out for you. Many prominent people already are. My name is Brittany Page, and this is the Page Perspective, and I'm starting to see this with increased frequency.
Every time, that makes me think of the Chappelle Show.
To the point where I sometimes just sit quietly at my desk with my head in my hands, wondering what I can do as just
released.
One person who didn't believe the Holocaust happened until 10th grade. Growing up in the white power movement, attending cross lightings at Aryan nations. When I see people falling into this trap before they do, when I see people who should know better falling, I'm just one person with a small platform, much smaller than the people I'm talking about today, but I can't stay silent. And I'm going to play a video for you from a recent interview with a white power activist that is going to make a lot of these connections clear. But we need to start with this. People who profess left-wing politics are suddenly reposting Nick Fuentes on social media, collaborating with Tucker Carlson, and welcoming Marjorie Taylor Greene with open arms.
Yeah, I wonder who that could be.
These three people
No way.
may have broken with their party on Israel. They may be at times critical of Donald Trump and his wars of aggression, but they are not allies. And anyone lifting their voices is acting as a useful tool, aiding the white power movement in broadening their coalition.
Oh. What?
When someone...
Oh my God, we're doing this. We're doing more of the fucking... don't listen to these lefties. God damn it. This is where I'm like, no. I may have disagreements, but no, dude. This idea that it's just like because you platform somebody, it means that you should not be listening. Like, fuck off.
Unlike Neera Tanden, a Democratic political consultant and current president and CEO of the Center for American Progress, is literally retweeting Nick Fuentes. We are in trouble. You see it there. Nick asking, still better than Kamala? Referring to how Trump is a nightmare. But just because this Nazi is the one saying this, does not mean that we need to elevate the Nazi. This is what they want. Nick can't criticize Israel and suddenly become an ally with the left when he is motivated by his fundamental hatred of non-white people.
No, dude. What he's doing is, you need to stop. You need to stop. You need to stop. Don't. Do you understand that, like, in her world, they would just stick to their side? And, like, that's not... They're not winning over the left, dude. This is where I disagree with her entirely. Like, her entire premise, pretty much. Like, if it's just steeped in, like, again, he's going to make these leftists go his way. And, like, he's going to convince you that he's voting Democrat because, he actually believes in the policy. No.
Women, the LGBTQ community, and Jewish people.
Oh, man, this preachy bullshit.
How do we find allyship with that? We don't.
I don't know,
we do
Brittany.
not find
How do we?
allyship with a Nazi who uses racial slurs, who believes non-white people are...
I'm not saying that we should... Like, she's making a good point about this, yes. No. Her point's good. That you should not align yourself with Nick Fuentes. But if he, for instance, tries to tell his audience to go vote Democrat because everything sucks and it's black-pilled and it's haha for the lols, let him.
Inferior and
let them. This seems like a psyop to fucking not lose those people and to push them back towards the right. Like, I'm just gonna say it.
Spends his days advancing the most noxious and pernicious ideas from his mom's basement in Illinois.
Why is it that, like, Luke Beasley and then her, like, she came from Dollamore, Beasley came from Packman, and they sound the same. They have like the same cadence.
Simply because he is now a critic of Israel. Is it crucial to criticize Israel? Yes. Are Democrats failing a moral test when they refuse to condemn Israel's genocide in Gaza and choose to continue arming and standing by Israel? Absolutely. I've talked about this issue on this channel, including in an interview with a human rights investigator. And those Democrats who fail this moral test are also helping the white power movement because they're failing to uphold the values that draw people to the party instead of to people like Fuentes, Carlson, and Green. Here's why I can't let this go, though, and why we all need to be aware of what is happening.
Yeah, please explain.
When those who profess left-wing values prop up and promote these non-allies. This clip that I'm going to play for you, that I'm going to start with, is from Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan here on YouTube. And Andrew Callahan has
the one. I agree. I mean, he definitely has not earned his way back.
Sexual
but whatever.
misconduct, by the way. This clip is not
Enough
of
people
him
just went, I liked his content. You know what? Who cares?
speaking.
Which, ironically, God forbid you say that about another content creator, then they're just like, wait a minute.
It's an important clip because it gets to the heart of the goals in the white power movement. And Andrew went to the all-white community in Arkansas where white power activists are attempting to build a whites-only community. The organization behind
I actually kind of thought like,
and this is called Return to the Land. And Andrew sat down with a couple of members of this white power group and asked them about their political goals as a movement and whether these whites-only communities will spread and counteract the, quote, demographic shift. Watch this.
I think the solution looks something like what we're doing here. I think that's probably the best course of action.
I think the best we can hope for with politics is just to be left alone. I don't think...
You do understand that the right hates these people too, right?
I think realistically,
Wait a minute.
with the electoral maps we're looking at right now, there's ever going to be
this is bad for them.
Elected.
So like,
Nick Fuentes actually could probably do a pivot which I think he's already kind of doing, where he focuses less on the race question, more on Israel, and gets a broader coalition for electoral politics, so it's possible, but I don't think it's going to be like the next...
No, I gotta say, yeah, she's like just literally criticizing the reporting. That's stupid.
Fear or anything.
Like, this is what Vice used to do. Like, what the fuck?
Sorry, I had to leave in that evil laugh to really...
Yeah, he did too. The thing is, there was a reason that he did that. What he didn't platform them because he thinks the white power movement's based. God, I don't even want to stand up for Andrew Callahan. I'm not a fan. But holy fuck, this is disingenuous.
What
are you... You're acting like he platformed them as a fan.
Point home, because you heard that, right? This person who uprooted his life to go live in the middle of nowhere in Arkansas to build an all-white community says that his hope for the future, politically speaking, is for Nick Fuentes, already beginning his pivot, to focus less on the race question and more on criticisms of Israel to gain a broader coalition of support. And what are so many prominent people doing? Helping these racists build it. Anna Kasparian.
Okay, this like is very APAC coded. If I had to like, if I wanted to be disingenuous about this, the way that like most political pundits are, I would say that.
She now identifies as politically homeless because she's too afraid to call herself
completely
but
completely in theory, you know.
Many people think she's on the left because of her association with TYT. Does it still call itself the home of the progressives, by the way? Anna just went on Tucker Carlson's show a few months ago. And in the title on YouTube, it says, Israel strikes Gaza church. So they're finding common ground on Israel.
God,
just like this white power activist hopes. Scroll through her public social media feeds and you'll see endless elevating of Tucker Carlson. It's hard to find a time when she isn't defending Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I will say this. I noticed that like Cenk has been lapping Tucker's balls every chance that he gets. And I don't even watch like the show. I just see some clips, and in every single one where he's talking about Israel, he will find a way just to shoehorn this into or shoehorn Tucker into the conversation. Pep, where did you find this garbage? I actually we got sent this by Hank.
The same Tucker Carlson who just recently interviewed Nick Fuentes.
I kind of want to talk to Hank about this because it's just like, Hank, I understand that you don't like TYT, and like any chance that people get to criticize it, I can see why you would do. But
a move that caused some drama among conservatives because there's such thing as being
kind of find this to be
too
ridiculous
direct with the racism that conservatives don't love about Nick Fuentes. They like the more surreptitious brand.
Oh, dang.
That the
Yeah,
white
right.
activists from the all-white community is
actually one of the, I could just say this. One of the towns that I'm going to is Hank's hometown.
talking about. That pivot away from the race question.
Elgin, Illinois.
And going instead to where public opinion is on Israel to build the Nazi coalition. Look at this recent poll from NBC News. Americans' views on Israel have shifted negative, with 32% of voters saying that they have a positive view of Israel. And this is down from
Hopefully.
47%.
That's the one I hope
expressing
I
a
can make it
positive
to.
view just 3 years ago. So Nick, Tucker, and Marjorie Taylor Greene see an opportunity here. And these people who say they're on the left are helping them with this opportunity. Do they really think that Tucker Carlson has changed since his days on Fox News proclaiming that immigrants make America poorer and dirtier?
We have a moral obligation to admit the world's poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and
Oh my God, I forgot his format.
more divided.
Dude, he hasn't been on fucking TV for a while.
They think the man that called Iraqis semi-literate primitive monkeys cares about the genocide of the Palestinian people?
Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of, semi-literate primitive monkeys.
This man
Dude, Jesus Christ. That was a throwback and a half.
has not changed.
I'm telling you, man, like that post 9/11 fucking rhetoric was just all over the place. Like
He is a
yeah.
racist and a bigot, and he does not
And
care.
we were just about to get back to a place where we kind of recognized, like, yeah, that was kind of fucked up. Like, I remember one of my friends even like admitting, he was just like, dude, yeah, I was racist, and my whole like time in, because he went to Iraq, he was like, that definitely had a push in it, but he admitted that he was just like, I have to readjust, because he's like, I'm finding myself doing the thing where I just look at like anybody with a turban even, and I just start like getting kind of racist. It's like, yeah, he should stop that.
About the plight of non-white people. In fact, let's see what Tucker had to say recently
remember
while
that shit?
fantasizing
And they
about
didn't
creating
understand
a
the difference
place where
between
whites
Sikh
can
Indians
enjoy whites-only
and
spaces.
Muslims.
Well, just on principle, like every other group in the world has the right to its own homeland except white people? Like what?
Yeah.
Like tell me, just explain.
We have one. It's called Russia.
To me
You went there.
how that makes
What are you talking about?
sense.
Hey, Tucker, there's
What the fuck?
this organization called Return to the Land, building whites-only communities across the country that you would be very interested in. And Anna
I mean, I'm pretty
Kasparian
sure that, yeah, if you go back far enough, yes, some of my fucking ancestry was from, the motherland.
wants to defend this man, this vile racist who spent his
Most prominent genes in my whole gene pool is German, Dutch German, yeah. Also, hello, and then Czech.
career at Fox talking about how immigrants make our country poorer
Oh yeah, British too. Forgot about that one. Yeah.
and dirtier.
We all have that one grandparent that you're just like, oh shit, yeah.
Calling brown people semi-literate primitive monkeys. This man
Oh,
is
not all of
Anna's
us, but-
ally. And what about Cenk? We're not forgetting about him, her TYT co-host. He also went on Tucker. Check out this title. Tucker and Cenk Uygur ask the questions you're not allowed to ask about Israel. Even Mehdi Hassan is reposting Tucker Carlson, praising his comments on Israel. This man is a white supremacist. And I know these people know better because, and we have a great clip here of Cenk Uygur outlining exactly why Tucker Carlson is so dangerous. Unfortunately, this isn't from this year. It's from March.
Who showed Brittany like the clips of TYT? Like, I don't get it.
Of 2021.
Like, I understand, like, Anna going to her take, trying to pivot to a right-wing audience, them going more centrist or populist or whatever the fuck you want to call them now. Like, I get it. But damn, dude. Like, to straight up just go right to they shouldn't be platforming this at all. They are totally behind platforming white What?
No, first of all, Tucker Carlson's not a dumb guy. So does he know?
This shit, though. This is, I understand where she might have gotten the ammo for this.
Well, history and context, he does, right? So it's not an accident that they're choosing the words that they're choosing, okay? So, and in fact, and white supremacists have said that he does the most sophisticated job of pushing out their message. I think there's a lot of truth to that. Yeah. That's why I'm more concerned about a guy like Tucker Carlson than I am of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a ham-handed fool, and everybody knows that. Right, and whereas Tucker Carlson knows how to be clear enough to his white right-wing racist audience that he's on their side and making the same kind of points that they love to hear against black and brown people, while having plausible deniability.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, she's also super late to the party. TYT really isn't a trustworthy leftist source. They're just more right-wing leaning. They're not right-leaning. As much as, honestly, this kind of, like, if they could just, like, knock off the fucking lapping up the nuts of Tucker Carlson and some of these right-wingers, like, they would be more of a trustworthy news source, I gotta say. Like, that's the one thing I will give them credit for, is, like, they are good at breaking down stories, but once you get to Shank's 2 cents...
among the most sophisticated white supremacists. He knows how to be...
But their newsroom is actually pretty good.
Clear enough to his racist audience while also giving himself plausible deniability. That is more dangerous than Donald Trump. Just a few short years later.
So yeah, him just
And Cenk decided, hey,
she made a good point there.
I think I'll collaborate with the sophisticated white supremacist who knows how to carefully message his reprehensible views in a way that doesn't go so far as to, oops, he platformed Nick Fuentes. How long before Cenk and Anna flip on Nick Fuentes and welcome him into the coalition simply because he's now also a critic of Israel, playing right into the white power movement's hands? It may happen sooner than you think.
I was almost going to be too fair to
response to the criticism that came Tucker's way after his podcast.
Thinking about Marjorie Taylor Greene too.
With Nick Fuentes. Quote, "Fuck smear by proxy. It's an old trick of the establishment. So here's how it works. Nick Fuentes says terrible things, so you have to cancel him. Then he talks to Tucker Carlson, so you have to cancel Tucker. Cenk, God, I wish you were the Cenk of 2021. That guy really knew what he was talking about. I wonder what happened to him. What happened to you?
Kind of crazy.
What made you give in and desire allyship with the man that you once called a sophisticated white supremacist more dangerous than Donald Trump? You've played right into his hands, and you're slowly slipping away into Nick's now. And this isn't about being canceled. This is about who is worth listening to, who is worth your time, who's worth a collaboration, who's worth promoting.
What? Jesse Ventura was on Piers Morgan?
There are consequences for being a Nazi, right, Cenk?
What?
This might be confusing as a concept, given you like to shake their hands and go on their podcasts rather than fight their worldviews. And I wish these people knew white supremacists and Nazis are not worth your time.
Jesse Ventura?
Tucker wants a white ethno-state and believes that immigrants make the
You ever heard of a blade job, Piers?
Country poorer and
Hell
dirtier.
yeah.
But you agree on Israel, so you trade on your admittedly rapidly diminishing clout in left-wing communities to prop him up. Why? Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way, same boat. She spoke at a conference organized by Nick Fuentes in 2022 and defended it proudly. Suddenly, she's a Trump critic and a critic of Israel, and she's an ally? No, I refuse. These people would say, oh, so any criticism of Israel means you're an anti-Semite? No, useful idiots. Do you really think Nick Fuentes is opposed to Israel because of the genocide in Gaza? Or because he hates Jewish people? Do you think Tucker Carlson is opposed to Israel because of the genocide of Palestinians? or because he sees an easy opening to gain more followers and supporters of his fascist political project with useful idiots who claim left-wing politics and happily promote conspiracy-addled Nazis. Tucker again said immigrants make our country poorer and dirtier and talks about the replacement of white people with non-white people. But guys, he's right on Israel. He has a deep love and affection for Palestinians. Are you listening to yourself? Who believes this? You know, someone like Ryan Grimm of Dropsite News, also tripping over himself to promote this Nazi. A person right in the Jank and Anna boat here might say that I'm screaming purity. Sure, fine. Yeah, it's purity testing.
I mean, you are kind of doing that a little bit, you have to admit.
To have a litmus test that is not allying with racists using their massive platforms to ruin our society. I am happy to have my purity test then. We've long seen the serious problem that is a growing power for these racists and Nazis. I just posted recently about a survey data from the conservative Manhattan Institute, which found 37% of the current GOP believes the Holocaust was greatly exaggerated or did not happen as historians describe. With 54%.
Oh, no. Oh, God, it's just as bad as we thought it was.
Of men under 50 and 30.
Oh, that moment where they're just like, we're not racist. It's like, yeah, you are.
9% of women under 50 sharing this view.
Yeah, you are.
This is white
and
power.
Now we get why all of a sudden you're doing this thing where you're just like, yeah, that genocide in Gaza. It's like, you're about to say, there's something behind this, isn't there?
Gone rampant in the Republican Party.
You're gonna be spamming juice boxes in chat.
As I was putting this video together, there was an attack on a Michigan synagogue. We need to be able to hold two truths: that the white power activists are eager to win over
Bernie
greater
used to go on
numbers
Fox
of supporters.
News and stuff. I think it's important to show a contrasting voice, but if you're going to go on these shows, you need to have actual opposition and stick to your guns.
Speaking out.
Well, that's the thing. With Cenk, he's not too opposed to Tucker Carlson. Like, he really does. Like, he gives him too much credit. Like, you know that whole thing where, like, if you're a good friend, if you stand up for a friend that is like being talked shit about, and you're just like, you know what, fuck this. No, like, I'm friends with that person. Will you just shut the fuck up? Like, that kind of thing. I've had that happen to me where I was talking shit. You know what? Kind of made me realize, I'm like, yeah, you know what? And then it also made me really value that person where I'm just like, yeah, you really are a good, like, you're a fucking good friend to have.
Against Israel.
I don't even know where I was going with that.
Because it is popular to do so right now, especially on the left.
Oh, right, Jake. But Jake takes it to another level where it's like he doesn't realize that he is being used by Tucker, and he just doesn't see the game. Like he is but he's using that same thought process, you know?
Left, and that while Israel is an apartheid state committing horrific atrocities and genocide that must be denounced and stopped.
Pretty sure Jenk's an atheist.
The Jewish people are not the same as the state of Israel, the government of Israel, anti-Semitism.
It's a little racist to think that, you know, it's kind of like people are just like, Hassan is a Muslim. It's like, no, he's not.
Is on the rise. Violence against
what the fuck? Like, honestly.
Jewish people is on the rise. And those of us on the left need to fight that with everything that we have. And some of you might say, you know, what about a path to redemption? Can Marjorie Taylor Greene find redemption? You know, maybe when she becomes a private citizen and spends years reversing course, completely independent from any public project that illustrates a motivation for future power-seeking positions in our society, learning from activists, doing reparative work in harmed communities.
Yeah, but would she argue that using Marjorie Taylor Greene's activism against Trump is bad? Because again, like, she's been pretty vocal against Trump, and honestly, that does get people's attention, and that is something that's good to use as political opposition. Honestly, this is where, like, I don't get what her solution is here. Just don't.
That's a long road.
Just ignore it, like, ignore them, and just like
politically expedient purposes,
fucking hair.
and then be welcomed with open arms. So count me out on Fuentes, Carlson, and Green, and anyone who allies with these people who are happy to act as the useful idiots to help these Nazis gain a broader coalition, to solidify their power and goals for a white ethno-state, where non-white people are marginalized.
Why is she not bringing up fucking Bannon then?
Where immigrants are terrorized, where the LGBT community is second class, and where women are considered less than.
Yeah, but now you're doing the thing where not like, does she understand that like the ending of this is essentially, and this is why you shouldn't listen to these people.
The same people who have historically recognized that someone like Tucker is a sophisticated communicator who knows just how to use the people around him, say the right thing so as to not give the game away, are now helping him build his future political aspirations to possibly be the standard bearer for whatever follows MAGA upon Trump's death. And it is a spectacular failure on their part because they know better. We have proof they know better. You could chalk, everything I've said here up to a special intuition that I have being raised in the white power movement. Or you could understand that this is all rather obvious once you have the pieces. These are the pieces. Put them together. Stop propping up the worst among us.
It sounds like DNC. Don't disrupt the status quo.
And fight the injustices committed by Israel without promoting and allying with vile white supremacists. Our future depends on it.
I mean, if anything, I hope that this at least does kind of spur Cenk to fucking respond, because I disagree with a lot of what she was saying and how she was framing it, but there are a few things that she did bring up that were substantive as far as like, yeah, Cenk should really address that.
Now is your chance to share your thoughts in the comments below or call and leave me.
Yeah, we know. Okay. Oh, she actually has a... Interesting.
The audacity to be on your laptop tweeting for...
All right. Yeah, we'll talk about this whole thing, but this is more important. So, yes, this is the episode. Okay. Oh my God. I'm so excited. We got a little bit until the fun half. Shit. Cenk should really take a break and chill the fuck out for a second. Yeah, no, he should. Like, honestly, Cenk is, man, he cooked himself. Like, number one, he needs to fucking figure out what he actually wants and where he's going to be happy. Because between him and Anna, you can tell that they feel like they've stagnated, that they're not making enough, because, like, I think that they see, it's the keeping up with the Joneses thing. And honestly, man, like, this is what I wish more people could do. Just like, I wish more people could just be happy with what they have. The fact is, realistically, you would be happy with very, very minimal shit. But it's all just like this fucking, again, it's very materialistic and just stupid. I think that hyper-consumerism has definitely taken hold, and I think it's ridiculous. It is discrediting to the pro-Palestinian position to ally with avowed anti-Semites who are also anti-Islam, by the way. Yes. Yeah, but they're ignoring, like... So this is where she might have been a little overly critical, because, like, we need to, like, let them ask Tucker, hey, what's your whole take on, Muslims? Do you still hold these sentiments about, the Islamic religion, or have you kind of pivoted a little bit? Are you a little less racist? Let's be real, man. Like, they definitely got a little steeped in that shit. So I guess if we make a lot more money than what we need to get, or love, honestly, you should just be able to fucking put away for your future. Like, no, the thing is, this is like what keeps everybody thinking that they need a bigger house, that they just are never happy. And the craziest part about this is how many fucking like boomers bought these McMansions, and then they like hit a certain age once their kids are gone, and then they have their own families, and then they're just like, well, you know what? I want to downsize to a little ranch, and I want a little ranch house. I have all this stuff. I just have all this stuff. It's like, I think that it's ridiculous. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's because of the way that I grew up and like where I grew up, how I grew up. I grew up in like a Chicago suburb that had money, and not like a lot of money, but it had money. I went to a private school where every kid, like their parents made way more than my parents. And it was insane. Like just to see just the way these families wasted money. It's insane. And like when you know people that are struggling, and like that was kind of my thing where it was like, dude, there was years where my dad was struggling, like because he was his own business owner. And sometimes business wasn't great. And like honestly, in Trump land, it would literally be like, then he might not be a good businessman. It's like, shut up, dude. Like again, these fucker, like this is why I hated Trump before he even became president, is because, dude, he bankrupted casinos. Again, bad businessman. I always knew he was a fucking fraud. So it was so fucking weird to me where I'm just like, whoa, why is this used car salesman of a man fucking like tricking the entire country? And how? I don't get it. Like, apparently, I didn't realize that America is just a bunch of marks. Like I said, everybody has bought into the idea of hyper-consumerism and just this fucking capitalist dystopia that we have created for ourselves where, again, dude, people are just so selfish that they can't conceptualize, even helping out anybody that is a little bit less fortunate than them, people who have disabilities, people, like kids. They don't even want to help kids. Like, this is what is so fucking crazy to me. And then, God forbid you mention that you don't want to fund you don't want to fund the military. God forbid you mention that you don't want to fund their school, like the school district for their kids. Like, that's my favorite part is when, like, they actually are faced with that shit where it's just like, well, then, realistically, if you don't want to pay your taxes for my kids to go to school, why the fuck should I pay for yours? And then they're like, well, I just don't want to pay taxes. Taxes is robbery. It's like, fuck. Deconstruct the church and state. Hey, well, all right. Are you saying, like, we need to add church and state? I don't get what your name is saying. But what's up, man? I'm going into my 420 hour here in a minute, and I've already kind of cheated. I kind of took a little banger hit, so yeah, already a little cooked. But how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. If it is your first time here, hi, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. I do a little bit of politics mixed with some comedy, and just yeah, I like to chill, man. Like, I'm trying to create a chill space on the internet where we can have these conversations. A little bit more difficult for me because I do have people have pointed out my chat over in the vertical mode can get a bit toxic, specifically with, people trying to get their zingers in or whatever the fuck. Again, I try to have like good faith conversations with people. Not even debates, conversations, try and understand where people are coming from, but it devolves into insults pretty quickly. And trust me, I'm not perfect. I'm not one of these guys that's just like, oh, okay. Like, no, I give back. I can give what as much as I take, but I can dig it. Hell yeah, man. No, man, I wish more people were good vibes based, where it's just like, can we just chill for a second? Like, what the fuck? What's really weird to me is how like keyboard warrior-y these guys are, because like, again, I played hockey with a bunch of these assholes. Trust me, you get 2 beers in these assholes, it changes pretty quickly, where like their politics would change too, where it's just okay. Like, I remember the one time when they found out one of our guys was gay, and you had half the locker room that got really uncomfortable. They're like, well, I can't even change in the locker room anymore. It's like, are you 5? Like, what the fuck, man? I don't want to see my junk and thinking about it. It's like, bro. And also, like, mind you, these are always the guys that are like mid-40s, like completely bald, barely have the physique to fucking maintain a single like line in hockey. Which, again, you gotta always love these guys where they would come back to the bench like after 5 seconds of being on the ice. Ugh. Oh yeah, you lube them up with a few beers and you find out all their truths. Yeah, the thing is, dude, this isn't as fun or sexy as far as like pointing out how much of a piece of shit they are, because usually they end up becoming less of a piece of shit. Like every once in a while, yes, you do find the true blue, where you're like, oh, this guy's a racist and he sucks. But a lot of times it's just because I remember also we had some black guys on our team and we also had a girl on our team. So it was kind of like, yeah, man, like if you kind of feel this way where you don't like a little bit of diversity, and by the way, this is while Trump was president, it was kind of like, all right, well, you can just shut the fuck up. Because realistically, all of us are okay with like them being here. Fuck, dude, I played with a guy from Turkey, like literally from Istanbul. He was a cool dude. But yeah, we also had like some pushback with that, where it was just like, oh, so now we're taking immigrants on the team. It's just like, oh my God. Like the fact that I even had to tolerate that shit, where it's just like, fuck. I hate to say that too, where it's like, yeah, there were times that I didn't push back as hard because like we only had 6 guys in the locker room. I'm like, I don't want to not play. Oh, fuck. Trump is the IQ test the American people have failed twice. You know what? You ain't wrong. And I'm not listen, there is a good portion of the country that did not vote for him. So we have 4 minutes left until the 420, and then we will be going into the Piers Morgan bit. I'm excited for this because Jesse Ventura is on the show, and I don't know if you guys know this, but I love me some Jesse Ventura. Seriously, like he's one of my favorite people on the planet. So I'm excited to catch this. But also Dave Smith is fresh off of his retirement from Legion of Skanks. Stop. Get down. Sorry, guys. Oh, you're so good at this. Okay, that's it. Go. Oh. Oh, you come to Kitty Arm Jail and you are stuck now. No, you don't go nowhere. Because you are in Kitty Arm Jail. Yes. You have been sentenced. You have been sentenced to at least a minute in the Kitty Arm Jail because you keep trying. So what he's doing, he keeps jumping on the table over here trying to get his treats. Yeah, you're being a pain in the butt. Mm-hmm. All right. I don't know much about hockey, but is a team full of Americans really really that good? Yes, stereotype. I mean, we did play against Canadian teams, and we beat. Like, I won a championship in Toronto, so yeah. Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of a cancer cell. Yeah, no shit. Wow. Wait, who said that? Edward Abbey? Yeah, that's well said. Okay, now you're gonna try and pull my fucking computer. That's it. You're going. Go upstairs. I literally just carried him up like this. He's just. Ooh. True story. I almost bought a Porsche from Jesse back in 2001. We actually have someone in the audience that is related to Jesse Ventura. It's kind of crazy. But that's awesome. Yeah, he's someone that I would really like to meet. Oh, shit. All right, we're at the 420. Oh, crap. Be late. All right, guys. We got 30 seconds. Woo! Actually, I'm not going to be late. Pack up. Pack my bags. Get to the airport. You know what I'm saying? I've got my bags packed. Ready to go to the airport. Yeah. Theoretically, not gonna wait in line. Yeah. Where is me lighter? There's me lighter. All right. Let's go. Spark 'em. Yeah. Much better. Wait, this space tonight? No. Tomorrow. Yeah, that's on Wednesday.
This just looked.
Oh shit! Just realized. Maybe that's why you're confused.
Looks like a catastrophe,
Right,
and the best we can hope for at this point is that it only ends up killing like 10,000 people.
What up, Matt? Look out for
and
Ice.
It only ends up costing tens of billions of dollars.
You're saying the United States is a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate.
When our politicians lie us into wars that slaughter millions of innocent people, I consider that terrorism. I'll run circles around you on this, dude. Check the scoreboard. Most unpopular war in American history going in. Check the scoreboard. 13 dead Americans, millions of innocent people being
Fucking A. See, this is why, like,
you have been
this is kind of why I have the attitude I do. Because most people would be like, fuck Dave and his politics, he's a shitty libertarian, blah, 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 blah.
Of sitting in your little studio with your hooded sweater like you're 17 years old.
I have a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
Okay, I also have a significant other.
Adam, I'm not quite sure what is the point you're making.
You expect me to follow that, Morgan? Come on.
My uncle Emo fought in World War I.
Yes.
My parents both fought in World War II. My brother and I are both Vietnam veterans. A Trump in the last 100 years has never done military service. Well, Barron, you can change that. Do something your father didn't have the courage to do. Well, returning now to the so-called Maga war.
This is going to be a good one.
Real war
Yeah.
on Iran's divided Trump's base. And put
Honestly,
a millstone on
excited.
his successor's neck. The top podcasts in the US currently include Tucker Carlson, Theo Von, Sean Ryan, Candace Owens, and of course Joe Rogan. They're all influential people with
because
big
they basically
platforms
at
to
this
support
point
Trump's
even lost
re-election.
family over the this. People have been splitting up. They were fully committed. They would rather believe they were not duped at the beginning. Yep.
But have all spoken.
Yeah, the sunken cost fallacy is real, dude.
Against the
As much
Iran-
as they like to throw TDS out there, we have a real clinical condition that they are exhibiting.
War, vehemently pro-war.
Sunken
podcast.
cost theory is not just like a theory.
Just like Mark.
It's like
Levin and Ben Shapiro are nowhere to be seen at the top of these charts, even as they take pot shots at the dissenting podcast.
it's fucking cope. It's fucking cope though. You can see that. At what point are we supposed to call a thing a thing?
And at YouTube shows like Megyn Kelly's and mine. All of this has fueled some.
Sorry, guys, I'm not going to be pausing
revisionism
as much
on
because I
a
want to
new
watch this.
media ecosystem hailed as mighty and powerful by Trump after winning what many mainstream commentators called the podcast election.
Alas, none of that is true. The narrative that MAGA is split over Iran, beloved by the liberal media and the anti-Israel far left and right, is complete
Of course
fiction.
she's on fucking
Far from a
News Nation.
betrayal, poll after poll after
God.
poll has found massive, overwhelming support for the president's strikes on Iran among Republican voters.
There are numbers that just jump off the screen at you, and this is one of those. Because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%. 100%. If you are a member of MAGA and the GOP, you approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know you can't go higher than 100%.
Right now, there's
unless you're Trump.
There's a big fight going on between Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro about Candace Owens. And as it plays out, it's very important to remember that the most common reaction to it from Americans is, I don't know who any of these people are, and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, clearly millions of people do know who the fuck you're talking about. Clearly CNN knows all about it, as they now invite podcasters and influencers on all the time. They now seem to want to look like podcasters and influencers themselves. The problem is the assumption that media audiences are stupid and just do as they're told, which is no truer now than when legacy media was at its peak.
Oh, is he going to bitch about that specifically because he's just like, you won't catch me in a podcast studio, literally,
What
next
they can
week.
do is change the narrative and call out hypocrisy where they see it. They do this effectively and repeatedly.
check this lapel,
Trump's MAGA core has always been right behind him. That's not in dispute.
Unboxing.
The
Let's check it
people
out.
who still back him if he shot someone in Fifth Avenue, as he said. But they're nowhere near enough for
fancy.
him or any Republican to win the next presidency. Trump won by building a remarkable anti-establishment coalition of pissed-off liberals and young men wearied of woke, of libertarians sick of wars in the Middle East, of black men and Hispanics who felt they'd been taken for granted, of swing voters who were sick of the status quo and liked the sound of America first. These are the people that MAGA is deserting. And if the apparently irrelevant podcasters still have numbers the president will sell an arm for, well, they are the reason why. In a moment, we'll be addressing the apparent MAGA rift with Dave Smith and Adam Sosnick. But first, I want to begin by discussing President Trump's influences and options with the former U.S. Defense Secretary and CIA Director Leon Panetta. Mr. Panetta, welcome back to Uncensored.
Good to be with you, Pierce.
What the hell is going on? Make some sense of it.
I think I might skip this part.
Well, it's obvious that the president was in a very difficult situation. Nice. The regime change, which was, I think, the initial objective, was not working, and intelligence indicated that the regime is even more entrenched. I think the president wanted to declare victory and bring the war to an end. We certainly have achieved a lot of our military objectives there, but the problem was that with the Straits of Hormuz closed, frankly, Iran had a great deal of leverage, and there wasn't much chance of getting a ceasefire without the Straits being open. So the president faced a choice. Do you open the Straits of Hormuz militarily? Do you try to negotiate? Do you try to get our allies to be able to open it? He was struggling to try to find an answer, and evidently there began to be some negotiations here, and now he's held up on strikes, and the hope is that they can find a way to open up the Straits of Hormuz. The Iranians are probably the best people that could do that because they know where the mines are and they know how to clear the straits in a much more rapid way than anybody else.
When you were running the CIA, you must have, I guess, looked at the potential to affect regime change in Iran or do something about Iran, given the way its tentacles were spreading through the Middle East and in nefarious ways.
Well, goddamn, man.
But nothing got done. We've now heard that the Israelis had gone to President Obama and to President Biden and said, we're going to attack Iran. Are you with us?
Using the Lord's name in vain is actually to like
they then didn't do it.
Use it to sell a war, stuff like that. Be the antithesis of it. What Jesus was.
Do you think that Trump, in the end, succumbed to pressure from Israel to get involved here?
Well, I think President Trump was concerned about Iran, concerned about the threat from Iran. And I do believe that when Israel came to the president with the idea that they had intelligence on where the supreme leader was located and that they could ultimately destroy their key leadership, and that
they don't believe in God or karma,
would ultimately allow the protesters to take to the streets and would bring down the regime. I think that was, frankly, something that Israel and then I think President.
You know why I don't believe in karma? Kissinger.
And Trump probably thought
that was literally my last bit where I was like, yeah, you know what
could happen. I think it was a little naive because the intelligence indicated that that the regime was much more entrenched than that. But nevertheless, they thought that could produce a very quick result and that the war could end quickly. I think that was a miscalculation on the part of both Israel and the United States.
But any calculation about attacking Iran in the way that the United States and Israel ended up doing, it must have automatically factored in something going on with the Straits of Hormuz, because that would be the most obvious, it seems to me, way that Iran might retaliate would be economically, because they can't compete that effectively militarily.
Oh, good. So so just, doesn't exist. Cool.
And I would have thought it would be reasonably obvious that they may also attack some of their Gulf state neighbors in the way that they have done, oil refineries and so on, if their own refineries came under attack. None of this seems to me to be exactly rocket science. And yet the administrations of both countries appear to have been taken a bit by surprise, or have they?
No, I think one of the concerns is that there wasn't a lot of time kind of considering the consequences of what could happen when you attack Iran. I mean, we had looked at the potential of some kind of conflict with Iran.
I'm glad that like an adult in the room is kind of saying what we already knew.
And it was very clear to all of us that one of the first things that Iran would do
They're going to close
the Straits of Hormuz. It's an obvious result.
Dude.
It's easy to close, and it can impact on oil prices and creates a tremendous amount of pressure on whoever's attacking Iran. So what concerns me is I think they really didn't focus on that as a very real consequence. They seemed ill prepared to deal with it rather than having a plan of how you would maintain the straits to be open. And as a result of that, I think Iran developed even more leverage in terms of
Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, he had an email come through, and he also had a fucking old school fucking phone call
to make the United States understand that the regime.
You got people from like 19 contacting him from the past, just like, don't say it, Panetta.
Was very much in charge of the Straits of Hormuz, and that as long as that was happening, prices of oil would increase dramatically. It would impact on prices not only here in this country,
boomers and their notifications.
but throughout the world.
Right? I don't have I barely have notifications. If I want to see what's going on, then I'll go see what's going on.
It could have a major impact on the economies of the world. And I think the president understood ultimately that the only alternative he had was to find a way to get the straits open. Now they're hopefully in discussions, and if they can open the straits, I think there is a chance that perhaps this war could be brought to an end.
I mean, Iran still.
But this is why I always say, don't look at sides. Don't do sides. Look at it, the government as one entity.
Possesses.
Yeah, well, now it's a little harder because now I can look at Trump, the Trump administration, and the government as both being like. They both suck.
Same enriched.
But god damn it, dude. Just when I thought that the government couldn't suck anymore.
Uranium it had before this war
proved me wrong.
started. It's clear that, because Netanyahu has said so publicly, that air power alone cannot win this war in the way that they originally.
And this is why it is. Listen, at some point, it is on the electorate to actually be educated about who they are voting for. In America, it is just so commonplace to not even know who's on the ballot. They just show up. And this is people who like participate. Then you got the I think it was something like 150 million people just don't participate. They just don't care. They're not even registered to vote. They don't give a shit. But they all have an opinion about shit once again, gas prices get high, all that kind of thing.
Which would include getting their hands on.
The one thing that the Trump administration has kind of miscalculated on is how unpopular their agenda would be. Specifically with ICE, man. Like I saw a bunch of people that like you'll never hear about these people like from the news or any of this where they're just like, no, dude, I voted for Trump and this ICE shit is out of fucking hand.
On the enriched uranium. Is
like,
there any other way to get that enriched uranium, assuming the
I've been surprised a few times
over
like,
as part of a deal, which I think is extremely unlikely. Is there any way to get it other than to use ground troops? And how big a risk would that be for Donald Trump to commit U.S. ground forces?
Well, there's no question that would be a very tough military operation. This stuff is buried deep in the ground. Nobody has any easy access to it. They would have to be able to rappel down and probably face a tremendous amount of opposition.
Okay. 9.1 inflation. Holy shit. What did Biden leave office? What was his inflation number? Do you even know?
Position there.
I know it by heart now because of assholes like you. So
since it's such.
You do understand exactly what that means, right? That means that he successfully brought it down. And you know what he got it down to? 2.7%. Do you know what it just crept up to yesterday? 3.1%. Do you know where it's going to end up in September? if they don't fucking do something about this shit, 5.1%. So yeah, dude, whatever, man. Okay.
Clear objective for the United States.
The average inflation is now 3.5%.
So in the end, the best way to deal with that issue is to get energy authorities to again go back into Iran.
What's up with Maga being so angry all the time? That's kind of crazy. Like, dude, I thought everything was going great. Like, if everything's going great with Trump and you are so confident in everything, why even fucking, like, say anything? Like, I say this a lot, man, to the point where it's becoming hack. Where it's just like, bro, quit being so angry. Like, if you're, again, why can't you just be happy? Your guy is in the, he's doing the things. Yeah, you're going to see some fucking pushback. Or should we have told you to shut the fuck up every fucking single time? You do understand, like, with the whole let's go Brandon bullshit. At some point, we just started ignoring you, which, yeah, you see? That's how you do that.
Able to inspect and be able to make sure
opening the borders would help with the GDP.
that enriched fuel does not wind up
No, it isn't, Scott. It isn't. It got to that point in January. Then the February jobs report came out. See, I follow this shit. This is the problem.
Nuclear weapon.
And I don't just do it with my little hopes and fee wings. I had to admit that it went down to fucking, it was almost to 2.1%, which is insane. But then it went up a whole fucking point with this goddamn war. And it's going to go up another fucking 2 points again by September if they don't fucking quell this shit.
Probably the best way.
The average, like he just said, is 3.5%. And it's going to continue to like stay right about there until the next quarter where we're like, oh God, the fucking jobs reports just came out. We're so fucked.
To ultimately deal with the nuclear threat.
I just want to end, Leon Panetta, by talking about Robert Mueller for a moment, because you ran the CIA when he ran the FBI. You became, I think, pretty close as a double act, working often for the same purpose. When he died,
you are so fucking triggered. It is kind of funny. Hey guys, hey, this is like your typical MAGA right here. Let's got fun.
President Trump posted on his Truth Social platform.
I don't know, and if he's not, then I don't know. You guys might want to just tell him to chill the fuck out, because damn.
Just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. Now, this is somebody who, aside from his work at the FBI, was a Vietnam veteran. He saved the life of a wounded colleague under enemy fire. The following year, he was shot through the thigh. He received a Bronze Star, a Purple Heart, and 2 Navy.
I don't care about this fucking shit anymore. Let's get to the fucking actual show. Jesus.
And Adam Susnick, who's the
why would you front load that? That was bad. After having that banger of a fucking like a bumper where it was, they didn't even mention Leon Panetta.
Podcast.
I would have just separated that and released that as its own thing and just taken the fucking hit.
Regular, a former liberal who backed Trump in 2024. Well, welcome to both of you. Dave Smith, will come to
look at that one-on-one
tsunami that greeted your last appearance on Uncensored, led by Ben Shapiro a little later. But first of all, this sort of quaint notion now being peddled by people in the mainstream media that the podcast world is irrelevant.
Scott's very, very angry, guys.
No one's ever heard of any of the podcasters or we YouTubers or anything, and we should all just be ignored.
Dude, you're so mad that Trump is failing right now. I love it. I love it. You're looking at the gas prices. You're like, they're coming down. They're coming down. They're totally coming down. He's not going to fail me like that. There's no way. There's no way.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, I mean, it's patently absurd on its face. I mean, again, I'm not trying to like overstate the influence that any one podcast or show has. But I mean, lots of people listen to shows. They don't necessarily agree completely with the host of that show. But again, you know, to say, look, I mean, Pierce, if you look at the polls, what the polls tell us is that this is the most unpopular war in American history going into the war. And CNN is going to read you these North Korea numbers. Actually, in fact, I think it was better than Kim Jong-un did in his last election, 100% of MAGA. But what does that really mean? I mean, the truth is, Pierce, you kind of nailed it here in your opening, right? Even when Joe Biden was clearly senile and was forced to pull out of his reelection campaign, the majority of Biden supporters still supported him, you know, and like there was still going to be like 40-something% of the electorate.
I got very happy when they were like, he's dropping out. I'm like, yay!
Voted for Joe Biden.
Like, Kamala Harris. I'm like, who?
That wasn't enough, though, and that's why they forced him out, because you need a coalition to carry you
I was
here.
legit one of those
this
guys.
comes down to like how you're defining MAGA. If you want to say
God, I
Joe
miss those
Rogan
days. I miss those
and
days.
Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz and all these guys, they're not MAGA. Well, okay, but
I
they
had
were
4 years where I barely gave a shit about this stuff.
relevant enough for Donald Trump to go on all of their shows in the campaign. And the point is that the coalition that got Donald Trump elected in 24, that got him for the first time ever to win the popular vote, that coalition has been destroyed. And the final thing I'll say is this, Pierce. I made this prediction on my
The
show
economy was already starting to fall apart. What are you talking about?
the other day. But right now, you kind of have these two, broadly speaking, camps, say Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, maybe people like me, who are saying the coalition has been destroyed.
He lost that election because of how poorly he handled COVID, bro. Yeah, so, okay.
And then on the other...
And then fucking Biden, you know.
other side, you have people like he played
I
bocce.
guess handled it. Like, you guys really, oh my God, it really is COVID. COVID broke these pieces of shit. Like, and they didn't win anything. Like, I think that they might have gotten it and it fucking ate their brain.
Ben Shapiro, who are
Holy
saying,
shit.
no, the coalition is fine. What we've learned is that Tucker Carlson doesn't matter. Give it a couple months, Pierce, and I promise you, everyone on that side will say the coalition has been destroyed and it's Tucker's fault. This is going to tank Donald Trump's presidency. We're already past the point of that. The Democrats are going to win the House and the Senate. It's going to be impeachments and subpoenas and investigations for the next 2 years. And I don't think anyone from this administration can win the presidential in 28 at this pace.
Right. Well, Adam, you're part of a very successful podcast. Patrick Bet-David's been a regular on this show, as have other members of your great team. And, you know, I would say just from a personal, you can only judge it personally, I guess, but I've been on some of the biggest TV shows, mainstream TV shows you could think of, right? America's Got Talent for 6 years. Britain's Got Talent. I replaced Larry King at CNN. They aired my show 3 times a day in America and around the world, and so on and so on. And what's been fascinating to me in the last couple of years is I get more people come up to me in the street, wherever I am, whether it's New York, LA, London, Sydney, the Middle East, whatever. More people come up, and they're a bit younger than came up when I did any of those shows. And they're all coming up about my YouTube show, and they're all watching it avidly, and they're watching other shows like yours, like Dave's, Tucker, because they talk to me.
This guy pep talks. I've not. I still don't understand why.
I had 2 guys last week from Denmark, 19, I think they were, stopped me in the street in West London. Passionate viewers of Uncensored, right? It was really fascinating to talk to them. So I just think this idea that people who operate away from mainstream media now, like you, like me, like Dave, like others, that we're kind of irrelevant and no one knows who we are, is completely contradicted by reality. I just see it in the streets. So I don't know whether it's self-preservation going on, that the mainstream media doesn't want to accept there's been a shift in power, but what do you think?
So we're talking about the mainstream media, so how much trust do you have in the mainstream media? But so let me answer that. So number one,
Again, dude, you guys, this is the problem with, again, like the get rid of the establishment, and then all of a sudden everybody like starts coming to you, and then you're the establishment.
It's great to be with you.
And then you start poking holes in all of your shit. Oh,
hey, Dave, good to see you. It's been a little while, and thank you for dressing up, Dave. The question that you're asking is, are young people watching social media and they're watching YouTube? Obviously, duh. My mom still watches the news at 8 p.m. and if she misses it, that's it. She doesn't see it. She hasn't figured out how to get on social media. She still tries to ask me how to find me on YouTube and on Instagram. But yes, the 35 and under crowd is on social media. And I'll tell you an anecdote. I'm a registered independent. I'd never voted for Trump. And then I, had common sense and realized you vote for Trump, who might be brutish and an a-hole, or you vote for a weak, feckless, I wouldn't even call it leader like Kamala. And obviously the choice is pretty easy. But I would debate with my liberal friends, one that was very, very, very tight with the Clinton people, part of the Hillary campaign. And he noticed as I was starting to get...
Hey, guess what? Democrat just won the election that Trump voted in.
Become more, let's just say, less Trump hating. This is in
by 10 points. Do you know what's in that district? Mar-a-Lago.
2024, run up to the election. And then he goes, dude, I don't even know what happened to you. You're like full on MAGA now. I go, no, I just have common sense. I see what's going on the radical left, and it's so un-American to me. And he goes, yeah, you're just in your little YouTube world. I'm in the real world with the real politicians and the real polls. I got the real stuff going on. I go, hey, buddy, his name is John. I go, John, this is the real world now, guy. Yeah, well, we'll see. So obviously, we see what happens in the election. This is not the type of person that likes to apologize, right? Comes up to me and he goes, Adam, I was dead wrong. You're right. This is a new YouTube world. Congratulations on all your success, Pierce, and welcome to the YouTube world. It is what it is.
Okay, well, we're sort of in broad agreement there. Let's get to broad disagreement, I suspect, which is the way this war is playing out. I mean, Dave, I've really struggled to work out the upside for Donald Trump from the start of this. Doing this so close to the midterms, doing exactly what he said he wouldn't do, which is he was going to stop, attacking Middle Eastern countries. It was all going to be America first, a premium on sorting out American problems in America. And then suddenly he launches...
I'm drinking Godzilla soda.
A war on one of the biggest countries in the Middle East, certainly one of the best armed. And all hell has broken loose, not least to the global economy, which is inevitably going to have, and already is having, a very detrimental effect on living standards for average Americans. If I'm an American that voted for Trump, I'm like,
this art is
I don't
so
get
cool.
this. I might in a poll say, I get it, but I don't think I really get it.
Yeah, and then you also have to consider there, Pierce, right? Like there's a sizable percentage of people who support Donald Trump, who approve of the job broadly that he's been doing.
Tastes strangely like a PBR.
Who maybe, look, we're 3 weeks or whatever into this, go, all right, I'll kind of give him a chance. We'll see. But if this doesn't turn into any type of win, and if it turns into a clear disaster, which it already seems to be, that's only...
Tastes like relaxation to me.
Only going to hurt him more and more and more. I think, look, Pierce, it's despite the fact that it is not in my incentives in some way as like a political commentator, like I hope this whole thing just works out great. And then I know that all the people who don't like me will say, ha ha, you were warning that this would be a disaster. I hope that I would much rather take that deal and live in that. But Pierce, the other element there is that, right, we had the 12-day war in the summer, and I've certainly heard, I heard at the time, some on debates that we did on your show and others, and I've heard nothing but since then on social media that, you guys were so stupid. You were warning about exactly what we're seeing right now, which is what all of us were warning about who are critics of the 12-day war. And Iran didn't do that. And they were like, look, we got away with it. One and done. No Americans dead. And
hence I made
that's it. We don't have to do anything else. They spent the following 6 months bragging about how the nuclear threat had been totally obliterated. Now we find ourselves, Pierce, back in this same situation. And as I mentioned last time on your show, the big picture here is that clearly the calculation changed for Iran. They no longer feel that it's in their incentive for self-preservation to not strike back and kill Americans or not do maximal damage. And now, clearly, with a younger, more radical Ayatollah who has not promised to not build nuclear weapons, they've made the calculation that actually they can't not give us a bloody nose, that they have to really make this cost us.
AI.
Otherwise, we'll be back in another few months doing it again. And of course, at the beginning of this war, Donald Trump said this was a full regime change war and called for the people to rise up and overthrow their government. And the people did rise up, Pierce, in support of their martyr Ayatollah.
Yeah,
and in support of the...
But again, American regime media is telling you otherwise.
This regime. I know you saw some of those aerial shots. There must have been hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets in Tehran, in the most liberal part of the country, supporting the regime. So I'm sorry, at this point, this just looks like a catastrophe. And the best we can hope for at this point is that it only ends up killing like 10,000 people, and it only ends up costing tens of billions of dollars rather than the 200 that Secretary Hegseth has asked for. And this all relies on two major factors. Think about this, Pierce. It's not just that Donald Trump has to call it quit and declare victory or whatever, but then we got two other entities that are majorly involved in this war, Iran and Israel. Now, we know at this point, Iran is saying they're vowing not to stop. They talk a lot of bluster. Who knows? Maybe they will. But Israel, Pierce, we all know they want the regime change here. In the 12-day war and in this war already, they've hit targets after Trump has clearly asked them not to. Who's to say they don't continue doing that? And it begs a real question of how we get out of this quagmire. Yeah, 3 weeks in, we're already there.
Right. So, Adam, you've had a little spat with Dave on social media. When he called it an illegal war of aggression on X, you said, come on, guy, read the room. Dave responded, let's not pretend you read, Adam. To which you replied, I'm able to read scoreboards. You are losing big time. Do you still feel that? I mean, do you still feel that? Because I would argue that the scoreboards militarily absolutely would show that the United States and Israeli combined forces have inflicted enormous damage on Iran's military capability. I think that's inarguable. However, what I don't think has been properly factored in by the Americans and Israelis is the ability of Iran to wage an economic war in parallel to a military.
Welcome to the show, everybody.
And that by controlling the
obviously watching some Piers Morgan,
and by attacking, as they have done, their neighboring Gulf states,
appreciate you being
both
here,
oil refineries and tourist hotspots and so on, they've managed to freak everybody out, and they freak the global markets. And this is incredibly damaging to Donald Trump, because every day that Straits of Hormuz is shut, then you will see the impact for the next few weeks and months coming through the U.S. economy and the global economy.
Again, we're going to be feeling the repercussions of this until July. I think, if they stopped today, we would feel this until July.
If that being stopped comes through in a couple of months' time, it takes a while to cut through to the actual people of America, but it will, and when it does, it's going to be very damaging. Do you not think that the longer this goes on, the more of a miscalculation has been made here?
Look,
I saw that Mar-a-Lago just flipped blue.
Trump is the all-B MAGA guy. I'm the guy that
Emily,
was like,
hello.
yeah, I'm not so sure about this Trump guy.
Welcome back.
You know what? Oh, I got the fake news. Oh, Russia. Oh, it turns out, he's way better.
I can't believe he did the Marsha. Dude, does anybody ever think about that? That was Marsha. I love the Brady Bunch. Brady Bunch was one of my favorite shows. And you know what? Marsha, it was always about Marsha. I always felt that Jan never got a fair shake.
Then the other side. So I had to use logic and a measured approach to get me to the point where I'm like, he's the guy. So I'll ask you another question. Let's say Trump wasn't here. What's Kamala doing?
Oh, no,
so everything in politics is binding.
My nose.
I think Kamala Harris would have been a terrible president. I thought Joe Biden was a terrible president.
My nose got hit by a football, and all I could say is Russia.
And I've always said with Trump,
I think I mixed that up.
I think I find myself agreeing with some of the things he does and disagreeing with others, which I think is the right way to deal with Trump. I think if you just judge him on what comes out of his mouth...
Well, that's just like with anything, Piers. You're not going to agree with everybody and disagree with that.
Right. Yeah, so, and look, when I came on the PBD podcast, I loved it, because we disagree about stuff, and you guys come on, we disagree, we agree. We never fall out over it, nor should anybody, right? But on this specific call about Iran, I did say on day one...
Does it bother anybody else that they're talking about war as a literal scoreboard at this point?
I think this is a...
I'm used to this. This is how we talked about Iran and Iraq.
Massive gamble. And I don't...
Or Iran, Afghanistan and Iraq.
I don't understand the timing. And I think the capacity for this to go badly wrong is very high. The longer it has gone on, because Trump originally was like, this is over in days, then it's over in a couple of weeks, then everything started changing, then the regime change he said was going to happen with people rising up. None of that has happened.
Yeah,
there are lots of reasons for it. I think the reason we saw so many pro-regime people hit the streets was they were not going to get killed doing it. We saw in January when people protested against the regime, a lot got killed. And obviously there are bombs flying around all over the cities of Iran, which will also put people off, I guess. So there are lots of reasons, I guess, why people are protesting or not protesting in certain ways. But to me, the justification for this war has changed so many times. It's made me think, I don't think Donald Trump has any clear idea of what victory looks like.
No.
Do you? I mean, if the regime remains intact and they keep their enriched uranium, for example, and they maintain control of the Straits of Hormuz, is that victory?
Well, look, this was not an easy decision. You think, these guys have been in power 47 years. Everybody in our microwave hustle society wants this done in the next 4 to 7 weeks. It's going to take some time. And we've already...
All of a sudden, you just fucking don't let. Okay.
I was talking.
It's gonna take some time. Maybe 20 years, 30 years. Who knows?
Talking to a good Navy SEAL buddy of mine, Navy SEAL. He said, "Dude, we've taken out 80% of their military capacity. Not bad."
If you're listening to American propaganda,
in less than
which is exactly what it is. Jesus Christ.
So let the guy cook a little bit. So
man,
You also talk about, Dave, that, oh, yeah, they had people out there.
This is crazy, dude. Like, the amount of fucking, like, just blatant propagandizing. Like, you understand that this is no better than Iranian media, right?
Pro-regime, yeah. Nobody's denying that 10 to maybe 20% max of the country is pro-regime. But what about the 80% of the country? That's like if Dave had a comedy show, there was 100 people that magically showed up to Dave's comedy show. Oh, my God, he has so many fans. Dude, there's 100,000 people outside that didn't go to the show. I'm not being like brutish or sarcastic.
Why does YouTube keep crashing? I don't know.
But just you're taking a small sample size.
But YouTube has been having issues.
And extrapolating that for the entire country. We all know
just to be clear,
who this regime is.
Well, hang on, Adam.
We all know that this is a terrorist regime.
Just to be technically correct on that argument you're making, if 100 people turned up to watch Dave's show, then technically over 8 billion chose not to.
Correct, and that's pretty uniform at this point.
This is really making me feel bad about my numbers on the road.
It doesn't necessarily mean that 8 billion people.
Yeah,
Dave, it doesn't mean there are 8 billion people who don't like Dave Smith.
I used to own a couple. No, it's fine. I mean, I actually do like Dave Smith. Let me tell you a Dave Smith story. I actually have respect for Dave Smith, but I realized who Dave Smith is. And I would say this to his face or on camera. Dave Smith is a radical libertarian. Don't take my word for it. You've said this multiple times. Have you not, Dave Smith?
Said what? That I'm a radical libertarian? Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yes. Okay, perfect. So.
Oh, it was a show before. That's the one thing that did kind of upset everything. Donald Trump winning.
When you're
But then that's when they started working him. But the thing is, not even just Russian, foreign assets got to him before the American ones could. And then on top of it, he was always gonna do shit for his oligarch friends. Donald Trump, all he cares about is being perceived by the rich folk as somebody like the Don. I want to be the boss of all the rich people. They all kiss my ass, and I absolutely love it. But he doesn't understand that he's also dumb. And he's easily played.
What's another word for?
Believe in it. Well, what I believe in is true Americanism.
Radical, extremist. Okay, this is why you call
relative
America,
terms.
This is why you call. Sure, this is why you call the U.S. military the greatest terrorist organization on earth, right? Because you're a true American. Because you're a true patriot. Is that why, Dave? Because something tells me you have what is known as clickbait of the mouth, and you're using these instances, these wars, to garner attention for you. You have the American flag behind you, yet you have the hypocrisy of saying the United States military, United States is the greatest terror organization the world has ever seen. I mean, I don't understand what's going on here. This is why you're radical.
I didn't say
by the way,
I tell you what, hang on, just to be fair to Dave, let's replay what he actually said on this show, which caused all the furore, led by Ben Shapiro. We'll play what he said, and I'll play what Shapiro said about it, and then we'll come back to Dave for a response.
The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered.
It doesn't matter, it turns out, how many times you appear on Joe Rogan's show or how many times you hide behind your title of comedian who holds the Guinness Book of World Records for fewest jokes told, or how many times you spew puerile analogies that demonstrate nothing but unbelievable, willful ignorance of the nature of war.
Adam knows he's out of his depth.
Sorry, but you hate.
That's why he had to go and attack Dave as like just being a comedian.
The country, if
where he's just like, I actually made money.
You say America is the worst terrorist organization in the world. You just do. Now I know that Dave Smith is super duper excited that his name was mentioned.
Yeah, he made money by not selling out.
And he's sitting there shouting at his TV
That's
screen.
one thing I'll give Dave a lot of credit for.
Bro.
He's not like a sellout comic.
Nah. I don't debate with trolls who claim that America is the biggest terrorist state in the world because that is idiotic.
So, Dave, as you know, that all blew up. A lot of debate raged about it. Just, clarify what you meant. Do you regret phrasing it the way you did? Just give us a bit more meat on the bone.
No, I don't regret phrasing it the way I did, and I'll be very clear about what I'm saying. I will point out that it's quite something for Ben Shapiro. Just since you played him, I got to respond to him first. That he goes, "Oh, I just won't debate with this guy because this is so beyond the pale." Ben Shapiro made his name debating 19-year-old communist Maoists who were confused about their gender. So somehow, Pierce, we're going to have to believe here that I'm so much less serious than the children who Ben Shapiro made a career debating. I loved your response to him where you pointed out some of the goofy segments that he does on his show. I mean, personally, I really stay away from that stuff. And, for Adam, I think to say it's clickbait or that I just want to get out in front of the camera, I think we're all equally in front of a camera right now. And it's kind of weird to accuse someone else. I very much believe the things I'm saying.
Dave,
now, to Adam's point,
Dave, don't run from the comment. Don't run from your comment.
I'm trying.
The fact that Adam's only the second dumbest on the PBD podcast is saying something.
Address the comment, not Ben Shapiro, would you? Good,
yes,
let's go. Wrap it up.
No, I'm going to make the points I want.
Adam, hey, Adam, hey, Adam, hold on, Adam.
You called the United States military.
You're just slowing. Okay, so
you called the United States military the greatest terror organization in the world.
Adam,
defend.
Just let me answer. No problem. I'm going to go back to the order I was going to go in. To Adam's point, when Adam says I'm a radical libertarian and I say that this is true Americanism, I mean, look, my favorite founding father is Thomas Paine. Not everyone considers
each of these guys is one beer away from challenging the other to a push-up contest.
Founding father, and maybe I love him so much because he never held a government position and didn't own slaves, which I thought was pretty cool. But Benjamin Franklin said I
bet my dad could beat up your dad.
Was the most consequentialist and the one person most responsible for
FaceTime him. I want to see.
United States of America existing. His famous pamphlet that he wrote was called Common Sense, and I think on the first or second line of it, he says, government is at best a necessary evil. So at best, he's like, this is clearly on the anarchist to night watchman state spectrum was what true Americanism was when it started. Now, for me to say what I made the point, and I've made this point a million times on your show, Pierce, I was saying when people come on and say Iran is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism, well, just like give me an objective definition of what terrorism means, and then let's apply that standard universally. And if you're going to sit here and say, look, America has given billions, tens of billions of dollars to the IDF in the last few years. We've also, by the way, given a lot of weapons and money. Your first guest on this show there, the head of the Obama deep state, was using Al-Qaeda.
Oh, dude. Oh, no. Whatever IP they're using is going to catch a perma.
Bin Laden.
Hey.
Night head choppers on the ground in Libya and in Syria. And yes, Adam, I would also consider it when our politicians lie us into wars that slaughter millions of innocent people and in many cases target those innocent people. I consider that terrorism as well. There's the answer, Adam. And if you want to keep doing this, buddy, you could tell me to check the scoreboard. I'll run circles around you on this, dude. Check the scoreboard. Most unpopular war in American history going in. Check the scoreboard. 13 dead Americans and
Yes, that was the all to Mr. Certified Racist.
And 50
and that he's going to catch a perma for that one.
Plus other wounded.
Because they're going to be able to see the comment, see exactly what he said. And yeah, that one.
Thousands of innocents, including.
I mean, if he's not a bot.
Little schoolgirls in Iran killed, dead innocent Israelis, hundreds of dead innocent people in Lebanon, millions of innocent people being displaced.
Is he allowed to be racist because he's certifiable?
All at the cost of tens of billions of dollars and destroying Trump's coalition. Check your scoreboard, Adam. How's it looking for you?
Okay, Dave. Okay, it's not working well for you, Dave, because
substantively
you're
respond
still
to any
saying
of that,
that
Adam.
United States. You're saying the United States is a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate. You live in America, tough guy. You have the luxury of sitting in your little studio with your hooded sweater like you're 17 years old, The regime. Do you mean all American presidents?
I'm 17
Who's your
years
favorite
old.
president in the last 50 years?
Adam, I'm
Who's your
17 years
who's
old.
your favorite president in the last 50
I have
years?
a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
Okay, I also have
I mean, if you want to make it personal,
other, so you want to go personal?
Wow, dude. I mean, Adam does not know how to actually handle like criticism. That's crazy because he did just like he broke right there.
You have a significant
Dave,
other.
we can go as personal as we can go.
No, I'm trying not to.
We can go as personal as you want.
Respond to one thing.
I don't
Adam.
care, Dave.
Adam, some substance.
I don't care.
I know because you don't know
Sweater
anything.
isn't even a hoodie. I know.
So stop picking a fight with me,
A
dude.
soft
You don't know
collared
anything
sweater
about
on, dude.
anything. You're Pat's guy.
I know.
And I
Dave,
like
here's
you,
what
dude.
here's
I
what
like you.
tell you.
I respect Pat.
Dave.
Yes.
Okay. Zay, zip it. Here we go. I'll talk now for a second. I'm defending the military right now. You're basically saying that all our boys that go to the military are all terrorists. That's what you're saying.
No.
You're equating that the United States of America, the IDF, are the equivalent of ISIS and Al Qaeda. By the way, I also used to respect you until you went on a little podcast called Coleman Hughes. What happened on that podcast, Dave? This is the problem. I'll tell you a quick story.
Why don't you do it right now, Adam? Why don't you do it?
I'll do it right now, Dave. I'll do it right now.
Go for
Because
it.
here's what Dave is. Here's Dave Smith. By the way, 1% of Americans vote for libertarians every year. So you're trying to basically say that you know more than the average American. 1% of Americans vote for your people, Dave. Why don't you run for something? Why don't you stand for something? You stand for nothing.
Okay, can I respond? Again, Pierce, this is the level of substance.
No. Here we go. I'm going to tell you a story, Dave, and then you can respond. Because this is where I lost respect for you as a debater. Because I was like, oh, this guy, Dave, he actually knows some stuff. He's doing his thing. And then you showed up on Coleman Hughes' podcast. Pierce, do you know who Coleman Hughes is?
I do. He's been on the show.
I've been on the show with him.
Perfect. That's this guy right here, just in case, if the camera doesn't see.
But what is the point you're making?
I watched this podcast. The point is this. Dave gets out there and he tries to bully people and say that he's so smart. He reads a lot of books. Good for you, Dave. But what happens when you read it to somebody, run into somebody who's way smarter and bullies the bully? I remember growing up in this town of Miami, so there was this kid that used to pick on all the kids that we went to school with. And one day, some new kid showed up, and he goes, oh, yeah, let's go, buddy. Let's do this. And the bully goes, oh, what do you mean? What do you want to do?
he wants to challenge him to a push-up contest so bad.
And he goes, no, yeah, you want to fight everybody? You want to take everybody?
Dude, Dave could be bodying him, though. Like, this is the thing. I think that Dave's kind of like, is he really, what?
His lunch? Let's go.
See, that's stupid.
And the new kid beat the crap out of the bully. And here's what happened with Dave. He's out there just doing his little podcast thing, debating, like you said, Ben Shapiro, 19-year-olds.
Little podcast
and then all
thing.
of a sudden,
dude, you need to ride the coattails of another dude to even have a podcast. Shut the fuck up.
This whole conversation about Wesley Clark, and I saw him on your podcast about a week ago, Pierce.
You're literally fucking third fiddle to like two other idiots.
Oh, here you go, Dave.
Come on.
Remember this memo from Wesley Clark that you used to cite everything?
This is
adorable. That you used to cite, yeah. That is adorable because your whole
when do I get to
foundation is
respond?
based on some memo.
Well, I'm not quite sure what,
memo.
Adam, I'm not quite sure what is the point you're making.
The point is this: Dave has zero credibility at this point. Dave has zero credibility.
Well, you don't really get to decide
and he
that.
ran
You know,
into
the people,
somebody
the audience gets
that
to decide
completely
that.
bullied. What audience?
Okay.
The four
Well,
people
can
that show
can
up to
I
your
respond?
comedy show at the ha.
Yeah. Okay, Dave, you respond.
Okay. Can I respond now because I listened while
I mean,
you
the question
said
I'd ask
nothing
you,
there.
Dave. The question I'd ask you, Dave, is the way that you're.
Well, let me respond to some of that.
I
Pierce.
will,
I mean,
yeah.
this-
But I just want to ask you just
No, let him respond now, and then you ask your question. That's how that works, dude.
on a general level.
How are you going to respond to what Coleman Hughes did to you? There was like a body bag after that debate.
Let him respond.
Well, you ain't doing nothing,
Go
bro.
for it.
You're sitting here talking about what another man did.
You've already been in a body
Anyway.
bag, Dave. I'm here to clean up the scraps.
Okay, let me just ask Dave this, which is, as you know, the comment you made about America being a terrorist state and so on, that went pretty viral. Do you understand why a lot of people got very angry about the perceived equivalence between America and terror organizations like ISIS, like Al Qaeda, and
Yeah, because American exceptionalism is ridiculous.
so on?
Yeah, no, well, listen, I mean, there's no question that the head
I don't
chopping...
think he does, but go ahead.
Hey, Adam, I mean, just let me talk now. I understand...
Dude, they always put, I swear to God, they put Dave on a delay that they don't put on other people.
And all you can do here is interrupt and hold up props or something. But let me make a few good points.
I'm just, you said that America's a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate. Go ahead.
No, I haven't actually, and that's not, you don't really get to decide in the middle of the debate whether I have. It's who moves people more than the other one is really, I guess, the metric. But
you're 1% libertarian. You're really moving people. You're really moving people.
I mean, Adam, I understand this will just be your tactic for the rest of it because you're out of, and you're just out of your depth. But here, okay, yes, actually, I didn't vote for the Libertarian nominee.
Go ahead,
Donald Trump came to the Libertarian Party convention and tried to convince a lot of us to support him, and I'm one of the people who did, and now I'm one of the people who's criticizing this policy. Now, in terms of, obviously, Pierce, it's a provocative statement. I know that when I make it, and I'm not claiming that the American military men are the equivalent of ISIS or Al-Qaeda. Obviously, they're much more barbaric. These head choppers, the one who Leon Panetta and Barack Obama all sold weapons to and partnered with, and the one who Donald Trump recognized as the president of Syria. I'm not saying that one isn't more barbaric than the other. I'm simply making the point, Pierce, that if you define terrorism as targeting civilians in order to effect a political change, then by that objective definition, the U.S. military and the IDF are more—
Dave is so good at this. Even if I don't,
more guilty of it than anyone else over the last 25 years. And if someone wants to argue with me—
Their argument is always that the U.S. military and the IDF do not deliberately target civilians.
Yes, Pierce, but again, Pierce, we've been through this.
I'm just saying, for the benefit of fairness,
that's not
this
true.
is their argument. Whereas the difference being that genuine terror—
David needs to get better at just dog walking.
Groups,
just keep going.
ISIS,
just
like Al-Qaeda, they
because eventually Pierce will back down.
Deliberately and brazenly target civilians for political purposes.
Pierce, when you have roaming blackouts for 9 days in Cuba because we've embargoed the energy that can go there, I'm sorry, that is targeting the civilian population. When Hamas slow rolls the remains of dead Israeli prisoners, whatever, I don't know, I get in trouble for using the wrong word. The dead Israelis that they were holding captive, even after all the live ones are out, and the response from the Israeli government is we're going to cut the aid to the civilian population in half, that is targeting civilians. And when you drop bombs all over cities and you know that innocent civilians are going to be killed, that's targeting civilians. Now, as far as some of the other stuff here, look,
I'd say so.
In terms of the debate with Coleman, I encourage people to go watch that. It's only people who already disagreed with me going in who say I got body bagged there. The rest of the people tend to say, it was a kind of a good, respectful back and forth, and both people had some moments. But for Adam to say I only debated children up until Coleman, I debated Dennis Prager, I debated Douglas Murray, I debated Josh Hammer at an Oxford-style debate at Princeton University and absolutely smoked him on the Oxford-style voting. I debated him again at Charlie Kirk's event. I've been coming on this show. How many debates have me and you done, Pierce? I've been willing to debate whoever wants to debate this subject for over 2 years now. And so to say that I'm just being Ben Shapiro and going around to college campuses and debating 19-year-old dudes in wigs claiming to be women, it's just not true, man. I debated Chris Cuomo right in front of you, Adam, the biggest host at CNN. So I just think this is ridiculous. Coleman made some, listen, I'm not going to say a negative thing about Coleman. He didn't attack me. He went at the issues, and I really appreciate and respect that. I've actually been trying to host him on my podcast. I hope he'll do it.
Okay, Adam, your response.
Yeah, and listen.
Listen.
I do respect the fact that Dave does show up.
He does.
I mean, that's like, okay, cool. You showed up. Respect to that. I will give Dave credit. But Dave, and this is why I'm going to keep going back to this, to pretend that it was an even match, an even debate.
I love Dave Smith. Why are comedians more logical and coherent than most politicians, media pundits? Because we see through the bullshit.
Put you in a body.
Like, we literally see it, like, because we deal with it. Like, you deal with so much bullshit in the comedy world and a bunch of, like, you know, managers and just fucking shitty club owners and just shitty guest appearances. And then you also deal with a little bit of the drama bullshit. And there's nothing worse than when you're in comedy and you meet a guy. Like, I hated the guy. I won't say his name, but he was I guess he's pretty popular. But he was doing mostly political content, and we all hated him. All hated him because it was just like, dude. And now, like, especially if you had to like work a night where like it was kind of like like a showcase set, then you didn't want to follow him because even if he was good, or even if he was bad, my bad, mix that up. Like if he bombed, there was just no following because it is just like then people either are like amped up on the politics or they check out and a lot of them leave. Like it's just
and you're out here
passing through 2 flipped state seats in Florida. Hell yeah, 2006. Thank you for
still doubling down on all your positions when he went methodically and surgically.
This is the saddest thing. I've never been in a debate where someone just fell back to someone else's debate. Boom, boom, boom. What? Name one of the booms. Make the point.
Oh my God, that is pathetic. He's using the points from the other debates. Oh, no.
For yourself. Me and you are supposed to.
Oh, no. Oh, Adam. Yeah, you really are out of your depth here.
Debating
the memo from Wesley Clark.
How much you like the PBD podcast. This is fucking embarrassing.
From Wesley Clark, your whole
what's your
foundation
point?
For your Israel. So listen up, little guy. So your whole foundation for Israel dragging America into war was that this memo from Wesley Clark showed up, and that's the reason that America got suckered into the Iraq war because Israel convinced him to do it. And he went and surgically and methodically and very calmly was like, Dave, you don't know what you're talking about. Your entire foundation crumbled. And you're dipping,
so
you're doing your little
thing.
Can
I respond?
Where you're drinking your nicotine.
Can I respond to this?
So, but the point is this. Your Holland's Opus, this 3-hour debate with Coleman Hughes, it wasn't close, Dave. And that's fine. You want to sort of be a revisionist.
That's your opinion.
And say, you know what?
I'm not being revisionist.
We went point for point. No, Dave, that was any person with logic because you didn't have a response. Your only response was,
this is so ridiculous, dude.
Adam, it is an unusual position to spend.
It's not ridiculous.
Adam, it's an unusual position that I've had you guys
because
on.
that was the aha moment for me.
So far,
where I said this guy is actually a lightweight.
Adam,
he's actually a lightweight.
Adam,
well, this is that moment for you for a lot of people, Adam. So congratulations.
My point to you, Adam, would simply be it's an unusual debating strategy to spend 10 minutes of this debate talking about another debate that most viewers may not have seen.
Yeah, it's
I mean, there's other debates that we can bring up. The fact, Dave, when's the last time you were in the Middle East?
Okay, so this is what you're falling back to now? Yeah, right. No, you know the answer. You're not asking. I've answered it a million times, and you know the. I have not been to the Middle East. Go do your best Douglas Murray acting job. So, Adam, brother, I was prepared to come in here on friendly terms. So you are humiliating yourself right now, dude.
He is. He really is. This is. You want to talk about fucking body bagged? Put him in a body bag.
I'm really not.
You're humiliating Dave, yourself right now.
You've been humiliating yourself for the past 2 years, basically saying that America is a terrorist organization, that the IDF is a terrorist organization, and you're whitewashing actual terrorism. What are your thoughts on Islamic terrorism coming into the West? What are your thoughts on the war in the West? What do you think of ISIS? What do you think of the Muslim Brotherhood?
Are you asking me questions?
Go ahead.
It's a huge
I'm asking you a question.
And it's a huge risk, especially right now after we just murdered an Ayatollah and his whole family.
What's a huge risk?
Blowback terrorism is a huge problem, and having not secure borders is a nightmare of a policy.
I'm not talking about.
I'm very concerned about terrorism.
Blowback terrorism. Do you see what's going on in the West? Do you see what's going on where Piers Morgan lives in London? Do you see what's going on all over the world?
I've been an advocate of strict immigration controls for many years.
By the way,
you're just making stuff up because you have nothing, dude.
By the way,
you have nothing here, man.
You just said that America is a terrorist organization.
Dude, Piers' producers are like, hey, Adam's really he's looking really bad right now. You gonna help him?
If you brought my country
into anti-American, and here I am as a proud American saying that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
You said that Dave couldn't talk about the Middle East because he hasn't been there much. When was the last time you were in England?
I spent much time in England. My ex-wife was Welsh.
When was the last time?
She wasn't a sheep shagger.
When was the last time?
No, it was white guys.
The last time I was in Europe, in England, in the Middle East, where would you like me to go?
No, England.
The last time I was in England was about 8 years ago.
Right. So this idea, let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
Let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel was 3 years ago.
Adam,
there is a weird
Pierce,
idea.
do we have to put this episode out? I like Adam.
There
we
is
don't
a
have
weird
to air
idea. There are many people.
Are you saying that not going to a country?
Adam, many people. Hang on. Many people on the conservative right in America seem to be under the illusion that my country has been taken over by radical Muslims. Let me tell you, I have lived here on and off for the last 8 years, unlike you, and respectfully, we have not been taken over by radical Muslims. It just hasn't happened the way it's been sold by people like Tommy Robinson to Americans, and you're all lapping it up.
How would you define it then, Piers? How would you define it then, Piers?
I think we have a Muslim
Have you seen Emily Gregory? Yeah.
Which is predominantly peaceful and inclusive and settled well.
Well, in Trump's home district,
and we have some radical members of radical Muslims, as we have
Trump's
radical
panicking.
members of other religions in this country, and we have to be
we know according to Midas Touch, he's always panicking.
very wary about it.
Trump is panicking as his home district has been won by a left-wing politician.
What other members of radical? What other members of radical?
I'm Ben Meiselas.
Hang on, and we have had severe immigration control issues run by successive Conservative and Labour governments who, frankly,
outsmoked. Stick around for this one. Jesse Ventura shows up at the end.
Lost control of our border, both to illegal immigration, but also allowed way too many people in legally. And these are proper, legitimate things to be discussed. But framing it, as some people like to do, as my country's been overrun and overtaken by radical Muslims, it's just a lie. It's just not true. So yes, there are things to be concerned about. And yes, I want to see everyone who comes here assimilate, and everyone who lives here assimilate into our culture. Of course I do. But this idea that we've been overrun and overtaken is nonsense.
Yeah. Piers, can I just make one...
So you think it's all blown out of proportion, that everything that everybody is saying about Sharia law being imposed in London and Birmingham,
it hasn't been
you're saying that it's
imposed here.
overblown?
It hasn't been imposed here.
Okay, anyway.
You're saying that it's over.
There are
Dave,
a number of unofficial Sharia
guy.
courts operating. They have no legal basis or standing in the UK whatsoever. There is no Sharia law.
Yeah, it's almost like you could do the same thing and talk about, illegals voting in American elections, Piers. I think you might understand where, the disingenuous bullshit comes from in their arguments, but
being operated
kind of fucking have some blind spots.
It's legally in this country. End.
So,
it doesn't
Thank
happen.
you, Piers. Thank you for enlightening me. So you're saying it's all overblown, that
Why don't you come
Islamification
over,
of
come
the
over
West
with the whole
is
PBD
overblown?
team and let me take you on a guided tour of the UK, and trust me, you'll be fine.
I'm sure you're going to all the nicest places, and definitely one of the most dangerous places, Piers. I'm sure you're not going to Birmingham or Brick Lane or anything like that.
I love Brick Lane, best curries in England. I love Birmingham, fantastic place.
Incredible.
He just looked his lips like, oh shit.
Bangladeshi curry.
I'll take you there.
Back to my central thesis here is that Dave thinks that the United States military...
Dude, Adam really is stupid. I don't understand how he got into this profession. Why isn't he just working in real estate?
The equivalent of the Ayatollah.
This is weird.
And
does he make his audience feel smart? That's why they watch these guys.
The Hezbollahs and the Hamas.
You've made that point, Dave. Final point to you.
I know.
Final point
listen,
to
I mean, I think we all kind of agree that open borders and lack of immigration restrictions are not very sound policy, and that those ought to not be in place. But I do just want to say I guess almost brushed up against.
Isn't that what libertarians believe in, though? Don't libertarians believe in open borders, Dave?
Let him finish.
Anyway, let me just finish one point, Adam. Since you have nothing to say, just let me finish the point. Anyway, no, libertarians don't believe in that.
I've already said what I've had to say. You've been in a body bag for about a year now.
So then let me finish. Yeah, great. Okay, I've been in a body bag anyway. Let's see what the
He's
reaction to this one
now.
is. Let's see what the reaction to this debate is. Okay, we'll take a look at that when it comes out.
Sure.
Anyway, but the idea that
we can gladly do that.
Great.
You're defending terrorism, and you think the United States is a terrorist organization.
Yeah, right.
Let's see what rational MAGA people think. Go ahead, Dave.
Let's see. Okay. Anyway, the idea that you're making the point that the General Wesley Clark thing has been torn apart, and that was my entire case for Israel trying to push America into these wars is absolutely ridiculous. There's much more to it than that, and that point hasn't been torn apart. Pierce, is anyone going to seriously argue that Israel trying to push us into this war with Iran isn't a factor? As Benjamin Netanyahu, the longest-serving prime minister in Israeli history, brags about how this is the culmination of his entire life's work.
Not just that.
He's been advocating this for my entire life.
Well, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, said it very clearly that America preemptively got involved in the strikes because Israel were going to attack Iran, and so America thought there would be revenge attacks against American interests and got in first.
And Netanyahu's been coming here every other week to try to lobby Trump into this war.
Guys,
so you guys are
saying that Trump,
you
guys are saying that Trump is that
Adam, I have to bring this to an end.
of a buffoon that he just gets dragged into wars.
Please
nice
come,
try.
Adam,
nice
come
try,
back again another time. I've loved having you on. Dave, always good to see you. I've sadly got to leave you there, but I appreciate it both very much. Thank you.
Enjoy that body bag, Adam. Enjoy that body bag. Look out for the comment section.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Allah Akbar, buddy.
Well, thanks to Dave and Adam. I'm joined now by Bill O'Reilly,
you think
the host
that was
of
a
No
winning
Spin
line?
News and author of Confronting Evil. Bill, welcome back to Uncensored.
You expect me to follow that, Morgan? Come on. Yeah, really, you know, this isn't a shot at anybody, but this is just for your audiences. Look, there's so much propaganda and misinformation that flows from people who are trying to get attention or make money on social media that it's almost impossible for regular folks who live their lives and have families and trying to do the right thing to know the truth. So I'm glad you had me on.
I don't care about Bill O'Reilly. Fuck him.
Portion
Just let him
of
fucking. He needs to
Morgan
do like the
program,
grand retirement soon.
where we back up everything, or I'm coming to your house about this Muslim intrusion on London.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, so you're in, right?
I'm happy to talk about that.
All right, excellent. We'll set it on up. Thanks for having me on the program.
And I'd love to see you on the set of Uncensored while you're here. It'd be great.
Okay.
Bill, great to have you. Thanks very much. Well, Jesse Ventura is a former U.S.
Finally.
Navy SEAL, a former professional wrestler, a former actor,
All right,
a former governor of
Piers,
Minnesota.
let's go.
We've had many memorable interviews over the years. I'm pleased to say he joins me again now. Jesse, how are you?
I'm doing good, Piers. It's been a long time for you and I. I tried to retire, but, well, I tried to retire, but unfortunately, they sent the Gestapo to my high school and they hit it with chemical weapons, which are a war crime. And that brought me back out of
Jesse old
retirement.
as fuck. Yeah, that's what happens, dude. I mean, come on. You know how it is with our childhood heroes. We're lucky he's even here.
To stand up against the war criminal in the White House.
Wow. Well, that sounds suitably dramatic.
Well, that's the way it happened. I mean, I was retired. I hadn't watched the news since the last election. My son said, "You're way better, Dad. You're not tense anymore. Keep it up." And then lo and
fucking Macho's gone. Hogan's gone.
Behold,
although Hogan wasn't one of my guys.
Ice characters.
Rowdy's gone.
I call him the Gestapo, and I think I
Sheik's gone.
can do that. And let me get something straight right now.
We still got Sergeant Slaughter and
Piers.
and Jesse
so
the
people
Body.
know where I'm coming from.
You know what?
My uncle Emil fought in World War I. My parents both fought in World War II. My father had 6 bronze battle stars in Europe. My mother was a nurse.
Actually,
in
no.
North
Hold on. No, he was no. I got back into wrestling, by the way. No, he was not like a hero, but he was not from wrestling. He was a hero to me because my my family was in Minnesota and he was the governor, and they kept telling me how great of a governor he is, and they kept saying, "Yeah, did you know Jesse the Body Ventura is our governor?" I'm like, "That's fucking awesome."
Africa, which predated Normandy, fighting Rommel.
And you know what? To this day, they still you'd be hard pressed to find a Minnesotan from either side of the aisle to talk shit about him.
Desert Fox, the greatest
Like,
German
hey, you know what?
general.
You actually did a good job.
Both my parents were World War II veterans. My brother and I are both Vietnam veterans and member of the Navy UDT.
Yeah, you're right. I
SEAL. We both did 2 tours to Southeast Asia. So everyone in my family is a war veteran. I wanted to get that out right now so it'll help with the things that I'm going to say to you in the moments to come.
So ICE agents came to your school, you said?
What's that?
You said the ICE agents came to your school.
Yeah, the ICE agents came to the school where I went to high school, chasing some guy down just like the Gestapo.
Roman Reigns is the best wrestler,
And I heard
obviously.
people were offended calling them that. Really? I can tell you right now, if my parents would have been alive and they would have seen what happened in Minneapolis, they would have called it the Gestapo too. So they come to my school, they use tear gas and pepper spray at the school. Now, here's a question I have, Piers. My Uncle Emil fought in World War I, and he was gassed. He came home, but his life was ruined. He could never do anything. What did they do? They outlawed it. Gas using chemical weapons became a war crime. Why is it that you can't use them on your enemy, but you're allowed to use them on your own people? That has always been, where is the media on this? You know, using chemical weapons against our own people, which is in essence a war crime.
Why talking shit?
Well, I think I wouldn't describe the gas used by ICE agents as chemical weapons. I mean, that infers weapons of mass
tear
destruction.
gas. They're spraying people from 6 inches away right in their face.
Now you're just fucking bringing up CM Punk to just see it react. Now you're no different than the fucking Charles, man.
I can't use that in war. I wasn't allowed to carry tear gas or any type of chemical weapon in war. It's banned from war. It's considered a war crime. You can't use it against your enemy, but you can use it against your own people. Doesn't something ring wrong there for you, Piers?
Well, a lot rang wrong about what was going on in Minnesota, and I'm very glad that it has been resolved, at least for now. And I think
it
Donald
hasn't
Trump...
been resolved.
Well, no, not completely, but
nothing's been resolved.
No, I understand.
We have 2 dead people here.
Yeah,
2 people were killed by the Gestapo here.
Yeah, I understand, and those investigations are ongoing. But at least the ICE activity that was going on and the way it was being conducted has been removed from Minnesota, which is a good thing. And I thought what happened was appalling, and I said so at the time. Let me ask you about Iran.
Points to you,
and
Piers.
your view of this war.
Well, here's how I feel about it. There's a simple thing as a leader, and you know this having been in the military. Trump wouldn't know it because he's a draft-dodging coward. But anyway, it's this. A war is justified if you're willing to send your kids. Because how can you send somebody else's kids to a war if you won't send your own? So I'm calling right now for Barron Trump, Donald Trump's son. You know, after all, he's had 3 wives, he's had kids by each wife, and nobody's ever served in the military. To my knowledge, a Trump in the last 100 years has never done military service. Well, Barron, you can change that. Enlist in the United States military right now. Do something your father didn't have the courage to do. Do something your father didn't have the patriotism to do. I want to see a Trump in the military.
To be fair, that's a great point by Jesse.
Everybody in my family is served, so I think I can say that with all due confidence. Come on, Trumps. Don't just reap the benefits of this free world. Somebody put on the uniform, and that's you, Barron. And I heard the excuse that Barron might be too tall. David Robinson served on active duty. He was 7 feet tall before he ever went to the San Antonio Spurs basketball team. David Robinson went to the United States Navy Military Academy. He's one of my officers, not directly, but he would have been.
Okay, look, it's one argument that a Trump should serve. That's a perfectly reasonable argument to make. A lot of people feel that way. But it doesn't change what's going on in Iran. What is your view of this war? Do you think it's a legitimate war? Many people think that the Iranian regime has been the instrument of terror through the Middle East for 40 years.
Of course they have been. Of course they have been, Piers. But wait a minute. Trump then calls you guys NATO cowards. Wait a minute. NATO is set up to protect. That means that if a NATO country is attacked, they will all join together to repel it. It doesn't go in reverse. It doesn't mean if one of the NATO countries starts a war that all the others have to join in. That ain't part of the deal. The deal is protection, not aggression. And we started this war, and then he's calling you guys a bunch of cowards because you won't come in and help him. Well, why didn't he talk to you beforehand? And second of all, that isn't what the mission is. The mission is to protect the countries if they're attacked, not to go on the offense and do the attacking.
Okay, but do you think America was justified in joining Israel in the attack on Iran?
No.
Plain and simple.
Why
Absolutely not. Because we started the war. I'm not for starting any war. We fired the first shot. Plain and simple. You want to put it in Rambo terms? We drew first blood.
Many would argue, of those who support the war, that Iran had drawn a lot of blood through this regime for a very long time. They had supported and propped up. Well, hang on, Jesse. They had armed groups like Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah for decades. They had wreaked utter havoc, drawing enormous amounts of blood, and that actually the reason America and Israel had to deal with them now was that they were imminently going to get a nuclear weapon and may well use it.
Yeah, because you're a fucking child. You're a child brain moron who loves to fucking just peddle this fucking war propaganda bullshit,
What do you
dude.
say to
For fucking real.
that?
I was against the Iraq war. Bullshit. You were so happy to fucking peddle that bullshit, dude. For real.
Well, here's what I say. Let's get the real history in. You know, I listen to people like Congressman Lawler in New York. They all love to go back to 1979, the day the Ayatollahs took over. They conveniently don't go back to when I was alive. I'm a little older than them. Let's go back to 1953.
Yeah, he's hoping that Trump will shout him out.
Shall we? When Iran had a Democratic elected president, the United States didn't like him. We pulled a coup d'etat.
More cucky than his own wife.
And what did we do? We stuck the authoritarian dictator.
Oh, wait. Actually, no, that'd make him the cuck because, yeah, she's got the pool boy thing. Oh,
the Shaw in power. That's when the I Hate America started, was way back in the 50s when we interfered in their democratic elections. But how convenient we are that we forget that. Then in 1979, what took place, the Ayatollahs took over, who were probably worse than the Shah. But let's remember, the hatred of America was started by America. It was not started by the Iranians. We interfered in their...
History's inconvenient when you fucking leave out, like, those giant chunks.
Their government way back in the 50s and overturned their democratic elected president, and then the dictatorship started with the Shah and now went to the Ayatollahs, and here we are today. But I'd like for Congressman Lawler to at least try to go back in history from before he was born to see what could have occurred, and that the United States was the person that caused the hatred between the two countries.
You know, Jesse, I know you're very scathing of Trump now. There was a time when you were on more friendly terms. Here's a clip from you both at WrestleMania 20.
You know what? I think that we may need a wrestler in the White House in 2008.
When you...
God damn it, I hope I don't get hit for that.
When you look at that, Jesse, I mean, that was 12, 13 years ago, I think.
Yeah,
Trump has also been made a WWE Hall of Famer, which I know has angered you.
Yep.
How do you feel now looking back at that clip?
I feel that simply I was doing my job. I was doing what I was asked to do at the WWE. Trump being a Hall of Famer is a tragedy. This guy has never been in the ring. I got a good friend, Ken Patera, Olympian, first man to overhead press 500 pounds, 25 years in the wrestling business. Kenny Patera is not in the Hall of Fame. Donald Trump does not belong in the Wrestling Hall of Fame. He never earned it. You know what I had to do to get in the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame? At one point in my career, I wrestled 63 consecutive nights in a row. That's how you get in the Hall of Fame. When I was referring to putting a wrestler in the White House, I was talking about me, not him.
Really? That was a bit ambiguous.
Absolutely. I was the former governor of Minnesota. I'm the only real former wrestler. I don't include him. He's only in the Hall of Fame because he stopped an investigation against Vince McMahon, sexual stuff.
Do you intend to run again for governor and therefore maybe president?
I don't necessarily intend to run again, but I'm working on something that could send me straight to Washington and go face to face with this guy.
Really? What, you would run for president?
Plans may be in the works.
I mean, he can't run for president again, so what would that involve?
Well, you'll have to find out. Wait and see. I'm not going to spill it here.
Is he running for Senate?
You're not going to crash
But I'll put it to you this way. Wait. Piers, I'll put it to you this way. We withstood the onslaught of the Gestapo in Minnesota. Well, I was taught in war to do this. You ensure that your backyard is secure. That's the first thing you do. Well, Minnesota's now secure. We've repelled the onslaught from Trump. Now it's time for us to go on the offense. So maybe it's time to send the Navy SEAL to Washington.
He's talking about the UFC fight.
Maybe it's time for a showdown between the Vietnam veteran and the draft dodger.
Do you actually mean a physical confrontation? Or?
No, but if he wants it, he's in the Hall of Fame. Let's both get in the ring.
Let's go. I mean, let's fucking go. Let's go.
There's a UFC.
After all, he's in the Hall of he's in the Hall of Fame, isn't he?
Right. I mean, there is
even though he's never ever had a match.
Right. There is a UFC whole event going on imminently at the White House. Maybe they could extend it and have you against Trump.
Do you think he'd have the guts to do that? Are you kidding me?
Well, when he got
this guy.
Well, when he got shot, Jesse, to be fair to Trump.
When he got shot.
Piers.
To be fair.
Yeah. You mean that totally planned situation where they had the photo op? Yeah. Color me a conspiracy theorist on that one.
Wait, I'm going to tell you.
There's no way that was real. Not a fucking
fight.
single chance in hell do I believe that was actually what happened.
Right. You ever hear of a blade job?
Yes.
Anyway.
A blade? What, you think it was fake?
Anyway.
Based.
I don't know. Where's his scar today?
Somebody died, literally, sitting behind him.
I don't know. You know, come on.
Yeah. That's what they call collateral damage for Trump.
Come on, Piers. You're going to tell me this guy's a big hero now?
Yeah.
I thought that day he was.
That's what you're going to tell me?
That day he was.
Jesus.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he was.
Dude, he is such a mark.
Yeah, well, then he accomplished what he wanted out of you guys.
No, I think you can be heroic on one day and you can be less heroic on others. But if you ask me, was he heroic when he got shot? Yeah, and I think those who try to pretend he wasn't actually shot or anything, it's ridiculous.
You're right. You know what I feel bad about was that if he'd have joined us in Vietnam, we might have won, huh?
No.
He could have put us. Why did he run and hide when he could have joined us and led us to victory?
I don't think anything would have changed the fortunes of the United States in that war.
Yeah, probably not, considered he called us all suckers, didn't he?
What would you say to Trump if you had a chance to speak to him?
God damn, dude. Like, Piers, he really doesn't like this, being challenged thing.
I'd prefer.
God, I love when he loses control because it's just written all over his face. Look at him. Look at him.
Not to speak with him. I don't have really. What would I say to him?
I don't know.
You know, he's. To me, he has no courage.
Yeah, he was so heroic, striking a pose instead of making sure the audience member behind him who actually got shot was okay. Hey, brother, just wanted to drop by, say hi. Heading back to oh shit, you're heading back to the hospital. But hey, man, I will definitely look forward to catching you on the show here.
I'll tell you what he is, Piers. Here's everybody knows these people. You're with a group of guys, and there's always one guy who will start the fight and then hold your coat. That's Donald Trump.
Nah, he's the president. Trump's your daddy, weirdo.
He'll start the fight.
I don't look at him as any authority figure outside of just being the fucking unfortunate fucking dude that I didn't vote for.
But he'll hold
okay.
your coat, and then the next day he'll tell everybody how tough he was.
Jesse Ventura, it's great to see you've lost none of your fighting spirit in the many years since I last interviewed you. Thank you very much.
That Jesse Ventura, he got old.
Piers, I'll never lose my fighting spirit. You take care, man. And if you dare to have me on again, we'll see.
You will always be welcome. Always be welcome, Jesse. Don't you worry.
God damn, I love him. He's the best. I love the little laugh at the end. Fuck yeah. Dude, Jesse rules. Hey, YouTube boy, you're in a cult. Getting called out cross-platform. Wow. Look at that. Goku's my dad. That's unfortunate. He wasn't exactly what I would call the pinnacle of fatherhood. Like, there's many jokes written about that. Oh. So you're saying that you were raised by your mom? Ugh. Piers is hard to respect as his... Yeah, I know. Studio. Yeah, I know. I saw that. The thing is, he didn't have a response for it, and it turned out that investigation that the guy did, like, that was legit, man. That was Piers's wife on a fucking, like, swinger site, so... I don't know, man. You'd think that, like, that wouldn't... Man, you would think they'd just be like, you did what? Fuck, man. I also don't kink shame. I really don't. If that's what they're into, that's what they're into. But Piers likes to act all high and mighty like he's some kind of fucking, like, you know, upstanding family man, Catholic, goes to church every Sunday. Yeah. Starting to think that that's not the case. Whatever that's about. That person's, or that personal stuff. Let them have their kinks. Yeah, for real. Like, I am kind of, like, I don't know. I had a friend that was a swinger, and as much as I may have thought, you know, a little weird, but it's more so it's not for me. It's not weird. It's just not for me. So, seems like a good argument. He gets to be in studio more. She gets to forget about him. I mean, hey, if that's what they got going, I mean, like I said, he's all about the appearances of being like some upstanding Catholic boy. You want good advice? Find a man who can lead his own household. I don't think anybody's really going to Piers for advice, and I don't know. I think that would be pretty stupid. But hey, you know what? I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Actually, who's going to Piers Morgan for advice? I mean, really? Like, what are we doing? Oh, he's one of those people. A mullet, business in the front, party in the back. Who? Who, Piers? God damn it. I just realized I went an hour later than I wanted to. Let's see. What do
Your name, man?
Oh, fuck yeah. I forgot about this. All right, let's do this. I got one more thing I want to do before I got to go. I'm going to do just a minor bit of overtime, but it's worth it. It's a sovereign citizen thing that we have not actually watched. So, yeah. I'll go watch this.
All right. And where are we on this? This is a termination case?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the basis for the termination is?
The basis of the termination is lease agreement has ended, and also, you know, there's the tenant has been having you know, problems being able to pay for rent, and she has
Okay, so you know how we do our sovereign citizen videos where they're usually like police stops? No, we're doing one that's a court. It's taking place in a court, and it's a sovereign citizen obviously fighting an eviction. So why not?
2 years worth of rent payment and utilities that has accrued.
So is the lease ended?
I never had a lease with her, and the whole thing was back in September. I had a fire at the house. The fire department came out, and the city ended up saying that the house was uninhabitable because the toilet fell through. Angela let me stay there for free, but what happened was when the fire department came out and they saw that the toilet was falling through, that the fire was in the wall.
Yo, whoever's got control of the camera needs to find the person that's speaking
father, which
right
was
now.
on the call last week, got upset about it.
Stop going to the empty chair.
The city came out and said that the house I couldn't live there. So that's what the situation is with.
Is this supposed to convey that this is it's witness testimony?
Yes.
And may I add on to this? We've tried to work with Janelle to try and find a time for maintenance. And we've done a lot of maintenance, and we're actually actively working with the city. But however, because she hasn't been very cooperative, she hasn't really responded to my text on, like, I asked her, like, what is her availability? Can I provide contractors to come in? She never really replied back to me, and I have text messages and screenshots to show that case.
First thing is I guess my first question is the house registered with the city to rent?
So I gave...
Hold on. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Chen?
Yes, we are actively working with the city, and we got approval with the city last year, and everything was last year or 2 years ago.
Does it have a current?
Yeah, I was about to say, are you currently certified? Yeah, I'm not even a judge, but it's like, wait a minute.
Valid certificate of
Not currently.
Oh shit!
Not currently. We're working with the city to, but.
Oh shit! No.
Because of the
I think that she may have just lost this case.
repairs that Janelle mentioned, that we need to fix the subflooring on the toilet. That was one of the biggest issue. But because we can't have access to the premise, and my father has been a lot of the.
I don't know. You can't. I mean. There are ways of getting access to the premises, even if he disagrees to get access. So I'm not sure.
That was not what happened. He came in, he changed the locks.
Who changed the locks?
Her father. The city came out.
When?
This happened in December. I submitted all the paperwork from the city.
All right, so we have somebody that wasn't even certified to rent to this person that then locked her out. But that, you know what? I'm not sure. Where's this gonna go? Because who has the actual
and everything? How he came out?
Yeah, that's.
I have a feeling that because there's renters' rights, that she actually might be in the right here.
Fine, but he came
and he removed my thing.
Yeah, he's frustrated. He's like, I don't even know. It's like you both are committing crimes.
May I interject, Your Honor? During that time, this is an emergency situation. We had to have, the boiler is out, and we had to have, there was no heat in the house, and this is back in...
Not certified, no lease, then dad changed locks, squatter.
November.
Yeah, but squatters, the thing is, this is why squatters' rights exist, is because of idiots like this ditz.
And I could give you the specific dates. I've let Janelle know.
No, because the thing is, it sounds like what they were doing is they were going, they had a cash deal. And it sounds like Janelle may have fucking not paid her rent, but because they had this issue, they might have had that issue. I mean, is the toilet like a legitimate thing, or did they sabotage? I don't know.
Beforehand,
I got questions.
My father was going to be on premise. I gave her a 24-hour heads up and let her know.
An illegal rent with a broken, unsafe toilet. Yeah,
and she knows that it is.
In December, in the winter.
Man, I'm just gonna stop you.
Landlords are parasites. Yes, they are. They're the fucking worst.
Were the locks changed?
The locks, my father mentioned that there were no access to the premise, and he.
I don't know what that means. Did he change the locks?
He did. Yes, correct. From my understanding.
Why?
But because he couldn't get in the premise, but he did provide Janelle with the key. The new key.
Did he give you a key?
No. What happened was the police came because he showed up unannounced. I came home. He pushed me out the house. The police came and he changed the locks, and they made him take the lock off and put the initial lock back on. That's what happened when the police came.
But we never have access to the. We're not able to have access to do any repair.
That's bullshit. Especially if you're the landlord of the premises, that's bullshit.
In this case.
No, the thing is, this is an illegal landlord case. Yeah, I'm starting to see who the culprit is and who.
He did tell
all right,
the
I'm
police
starting to
that
think
he
that
was going
this
to give
landlord's
the
about to
keys
get in
to you,
trouble.
right, Janelle?
No, they made him the city guy was in a police and they made him put the original lock back on.
All right. So are you?
Yeah, so they basically stopped paying because they had no heat or toilet, and then this dipshit tried to take her to court.
Requesting a money judgment in this case?
In this case.
Oh my God, she did. She's the one who took Janelle to court. Oh, she's so dumb.
I would love to just have a motion to evict the tenant.
Because you requested a money judgment on this case, and there's going to be a huge problem with that. The other question is, I guess.
Yes, I did. We request a money judgment because I've always been in contact with Janelle. I always provide a clear payment ledger with her.
What follows is not just a routine case, but a complicated dispute over housing, responsibility, and the law. The landlord claims the lease has ended and that the tenant has failed to pay rent for nearly 2 years. But Janelle tells a very different story.
Pretty sure this is AI, but we'll allow it.
There was never a lease, she explains. After a fire damaged the property, the city declared the house uninhabitable. She says she was allowed to stay there for free, a temporary arrangement after the incident.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Then things took a turn. The landlord insists they tried to make repairs, but claims Janelle was uncooperative and denied access. Janelle pushes back, alleging that the landlord's father entered the home without proper notice.
During that time, and all those are forwarded through email.
So, ma'am, did you file this complaint?
My father and I, yes, we filed the complaint.
Okay. And that's David? Is
Correct.
Your father?
That's right. My father's name is David.
Who?
I wouldn't smile. I don't think that he's about to fucking start asking you easier questions.
I own the property, but recently we just filed to joint ownership on the property.
So you don't have any.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm sure recently because he got called out last week. I'm concerned about some of the allegations that are made in here. There was a lease.
That's an unnerving smile. That's a landlord smile.
Mm-hmm. That lease was.
And the lease has expired?
I never had a lease.
No, Janelle, you have a copy.
So what?
She never had a lease. Nah, if you can't have a lease if it wasn't a legal property.
It is in
Nah. Come on, Judge.
In 2023.
Come on, Judge.
That went through 2024.
Correct.
Don't do that.
You can refer back to your email, Janelle.
Dude, the U.S. Treasury just declared the U.S. insolvent? How did the media miss this? Wait, what? This is from Fortune magazine.
This was
what?
Came out and did an inspection.
Just happened?
And said that the house.
When did they do the inspection?
They came back in September. They came in December, and what they said was
December of
2025, like December 9th or 10th. And what they said was they were like, everyone needs to be on the same lease. What her father told us was that we all have to say that we're related, everyone, because it was a rooming house.
U.S. Treasury just declared the U.S. insolvent. The media missed it. U.S. government is insolvent. That's not hyperbole. It's the conclusion drawn directly from the Treasury Department's own consolidated financial statements for the fiscal year of 2025. released last week near total media silence. The number is 6.6 trillion in total assets against 47.78 trillion in total liabilities as of September 30th, 2025.
Said it was an illegal rooming house.
Oh my God. Are you
Because
kidding me?
Well, guess what we're covering tomorrow?
So
not zoned for that. And I put that in.
No, I saw that, but so how many people were renting this place?
There were 6.
No.
Is that right, Miss Jen?
Oh, dude, she's so busted.
No, there isn't that many people. There's right now three other people living there. Yes, I can. Yes, it is.
But your certificate was for a single family dwelling, right?
When
Oh, she's so fucked.
I
okay.
had the certificate, I used to live
Let's see what he does.
live on premise, and it was like.
But you lived on the premises. Okay.
Yeah.
So that I get.
But then it was. Now because I'm no longer. Yes, you're right. We have to be a single family home.
Right, because you're not on the premises.
She's
I get
panicking.
that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when did you leave the premises? Jeez.
So this was like around 2020.
Okay.
That's incorrect. I moved in September of 2019. She did not live there. I lived with 4 or 5 other people.
Well, if she says she was residing there, I'm not going to go back that far. It doesn't really matter because at some point she moves out. When she moves out, that's when the character of the premises change, and it has to be something different once she leaves. So whether she was there or not in it's irrelevant, quite frankly, for what I have here. But
And we've been very generous to Janelle. We've let her
She messed up big time.
there.
Yeah, she did.
Due to, I know she had a lot of hardships with.
No, but the thing is, like, the fact that she brought this case.
Trying to get financial aid and.
Yeah, I'd be surprised
there's
if
one thing in being generous, and there's also another thing in saying you can stay here, but I'm not going to follow the law. Those are very different things, and I'm not saying they're mutually exclusive, but they are very different things. And the question is from the court standpoint, is you're terminating her tenancy. Are there other people still residing in the place?
Yes.
I'm open to terminating everyone's tenancy, but yes, there is.
I'm trying to figure out, ma'am, why, if I have a group of people living on the premises, and or at some point would have been informed by the city that it's a single family dwelling.
Another piece of good news: judges refusing to drop the lawsuit on Musk. Nice.
Why I have one case for one tenant?
You are right. We are, currently we never changed back to a single family dwelling.
Dude, she is fucked.
In which, and the
Let's
lease
get to the
has.
judge, Judge. What are we doing?
My question is why is this defendant here, but the others that are there?
Yeah.
not?
Why? Yeah. Exactly.
They are.
She's like, oh shit, they paid me, even though I don't have legal authority to claim that money.
From they are allowed on the premise.
They being whom? These other tenants?
These other tenants.
What do you mean they're allowed on the premise?
It's uninhabitable.
They are. We have
Steven, she's like, oh, she just told on herself. You dumb bitch.
Permission for them to live there.
From whom?
From me.
No. Let me try this again. The house is supposed to be a single-family dwelling.
Yes.
The individuals, as I'm to understand it, are not a single family. You have basically rooms or that are being rented.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's not single family.
You have no.
She's renting it as multiple apartments, so it's literally multiple rooms, multiple units. Oh my God, she is so fucked. Oh my God, she's so fucked. I don't think she understands how badly she fucked up here. And now she's just starting to get it.
Not for this year.
Right. And then, for whatever the reason, Ms. Smith is brought before the court for a termination of her lease or a termination of her tenancy.
Yes, correct.
Dude, I had a friend stay with me for 6 months. I had to fucking write up a lease for him just to keep it within legal, framework.
And
this is insane.
I'm trying to figure out...
This is insane.
Why her and not the others?
The others have...
Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
Consistently, paying me, we have a rent arrangement with the other tenant, and they have been paying.
Okay, so maybe you really need to get an attorney, because under the Ipsy City ordinance as well as state law, if you don't have a certificate of compliance, you can't charge rent. So if you're kicking her out because she won't pay rent, you can't do that under the Ipsy City ordinance, because she doesn't have to pay rent because you don't have a certificate of compliance.
I understand, and we're working towards the compliance aspect and trying to get.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to let you know this. Here's what I'm going to do. Because everybody's saying these things, and I understand you say you understand, but I don't think you do understand. You guys could be in a whole lot of trouble, especially for the changing of the locks and the moving of her items from a place that she has. Could be in a lot of trouble because you're renting but evicting her, and you don't have a certificate of occupancy. And the reason that you're evicting her in great part is because she's not paying her rent, but she's under no obligation if you don't have a certificate of compliance. And
damn, dude. She got off lucky because he fucking made this a different case.
Set this for a final settlement conference. Give me a day.
February 10th.
I'll set it. No, that's right. February 10th, 2026, 9 a.m. That is an in-person proceeding. There will be no appearances via Zoom. Everybody's going to have to be here. They're going to look me in the eyes and tell me what happened.
All right, thank you.
Because I'm not, is this...
Changed the locks and even removed her belongings. The courtroom grows more intense as the judge steps in. Did you change the locks? Yes, the landlord admits. That single answer raises serious legal concerns. As the case unfolds, even bigger issues come to light. The property may...
All right, a final hearing is set. Man, I hope we can find out what happened in this case. Oh, shit. I'll look for an update tonight. Yeah, man, that's crazy. That's, I love watching those moments where it's like she was so confident in her lawsuit, not understanding that it's like, you didn't even have a legal place to rent this person and you're taking her to court for not paying rent? Are you? Oh, yeah, you are that stupid. Like, that was, wow. Next was February. Yeah, February 10th. Yeah, the thing is, it shouldn't be too hard to find because this is all public record. So, very worst case, I go to, I know that somebody said Detroit. This is Detroit. I do know this because I've seen that guy judge other cases. So, February 10th, 2026 was the hearing. Okay. Thank you, Iris. I appreciate that. I will look into it. All right, folks, I do have to wrap up here, but before I do, we're about to hit that 10:20, which means you know what time it is. So let's do one final cheers, and then we're going to wrap up the show here. But I do appreciate you all hanging out tonight. If you haven't already, hit the like on the on the channel here, please do. And also subscribe. We have fun here. Yay. Indeed. All right, so there we go. Let's go. Ha 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 ha. All right, folks, but I appreciate y'all hanging out. If you do not mind, just set your reminders for tomorrow, because, yeah, 2 o'clock. I will be on, usually on at 4 throughout the weekdays, but Wednesdays and Thursdays are kind of all over the place, so. So 2 o'clock tomorrow, and then I have primetime Pepaganda. Really appreciate y'all hanging out, and like I said, leave that like on the way out, and I will Central, yes, 2 p.m. Central time. Thank you. Also, what up, Diego? Thank you for saying hi. All right, guys, I gotta go. I love y'all. I will catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.